yeah, hopefully so. I've had to redo this a slightly different way, and hopefully it will work. Don't know why it wasn't, but I've made a workaround which hopefully will get us through for today. So welcome back, everyone. Apologise for that. That was very annoying and irritating, but hopefully we might be there now. I think so. When we next get a caller on the other side, we'll find out whether it works okay. So hi everyone, back again. Where were we before we were so rudely interrupted? Let's see. Let's get the guest box open for TikTok and see if anybody would like to join there. Okay, we're going to let people come back into the room for a bit, and then we'll pick up where we were before, and hopefully the guest who was trying to call in can try again, and we'll be able to pick up from there. But yeah, thanks for bearing with me, everyone. I do have some news about tech stuff. Is theoretically I should be having my fiber line should be going in the next week or so. So that will certainly help with bandwidth issues. It won't help with my software not working issues. They won't be able to do anything about that at all. But yeah, it's a bit of a mess at the moment. I use two different computers and they have to talk to each other in a nice way. So we've got an opportunity now to test whether this connection works. Let's see if it does. We've got sufficiently advanced tautology. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello, John.
Hooray! It works. Hooray! Hooray! I like it when things work. Okay, well, good. Welcome in, and thank you for being our guinea pig to test whether the video connection is working. It now is. So, hooray! Hooray! How are you?
Very well, thank you. I was wondering if we could pick up the conversation that you were having previously about the question that came in.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, we can.
So, I find it interesting that you say that there's not a moral accountability, effectively, for the position that you reach as a result of evaluating evidence.
I don't quite say that. Can I clarify that? Because I don't quite say that there's no moral accountability. So, like, if someone is a horrific racist, for example, right, I wouldn't say that there's no moral accountability for them holding horrible racist views, right? I would say there is a moral accountability. And for me, the moral accountability lies in not being willing to examine the implications of the things that have convinced them, and not being willing to be broader minded and consider alternative views, and to be sanguine about the fact that the things that have convinced them hurt other people, and to be okay about that. That's where the moral accountability lies. I just think that we don't address that moral accountability well by lying to ourselves about the mechanism by which they became convinced by the bullshit they believe.
Sure. So that was kind of my steel man of the argument that I felt that the previous person was alluding to,
right?
Was that they were assuming that you had that particular position. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that if somebody holds a position where their views, for example, are racist, they believe that one group of people is inferior to another for some reason. It may be, as a child, that they heard this from a racist parent or somebody, and when they're a child, you wouldn't necessarily expect them to have a moral accountability for that view. But if somebody were to make it into their 20s or 30s without seriously examining that view, then you would say that there's a moral accountability for having not gone through that process. Is that a correct steelman of your position?
Yeah, I think that's a large part of it. Is that, like, we can decide, especially if the view you hold hurts other people, and if you're a racist person, or you hold misogynistic views, or you hold views that are going to hurt a particular group of people or a particular individual person, then I think that creates an additional moral responsibility to examine those views critically. And I think that people who are, as I said, sanguine about holding views that they know are harmful to others, that's where the moral accountability lies for me. But I just don't think that we can put it in the actual process of being convinced, because that isn't an act. It's an experience. It isn't something you choose to do. It's something that happens to you. So it just doesn't make any sense to be judging something that happens to you. It would be like judging someone's perceptions It just doesn't make sense to do it. It's like a category error. That's how it feels to me.
Sure. Great. Thank you. I think that brings a lot of clarity. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
A huge amount of anxiety, so I'm going to drop down now.
Oh, you're doing great. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks, John. Bye now.
Cheers. Thanks. Okay. Well, that's brilliant. So that did two things. One is it allowed me to clarify my position on the accountability of believing horrible, harmful things. And the other is it tested the system and it kind of works. So that is good. That's got to be good, hasn't it? And we do actually have our first TikTok guest as well. So let's bring in Braden Philosophy right now on the TikTok side. Hey, Braden, how are you?
Hey, John, how are you?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Excellent.
So you were talking about accountability, and I'm agnostic. You can drop me if you want.
That's okay.
Okay. So, right, when we talk about accountability, it seems that there's kind of this kind of injustice going on, right, within the Christian paradigm. So let's say you have like a serial unaliver, right? Hope that's TOS good. So you have a serial unaliver, right? Now, their entire life, they just continuously, unalive people for no reason other than maybe like their, mental faculties are incorrect or something like that. And they get to basically say sorry and repent, right? And maybe that repentance is actual, like they truly are repenting, right? It's not like some kind of for show, they actually believe it. Well, it seems like they just kind of get off scot-free. There seems to be nothing that's actually being done for the victims, right? Because let's say that the victim is an unbeliever. Well, the victim just gets an eternal separation from God.
Yeah.
And the serial unaliver seems to get, right, to be in heaven, right? That seems like insanely unjust, right? Like it seems like it'd be like if you punish someone for a crime, right? And let's say that the non-believer has never met like a Christian, they've ever been introduced to the text, right? It just seems incredibly unjust, right? And it seems that the murderer or the unaliver is not being held to account, right? There's no accountability for them.
Yeah.
But it seems like the unbeliever is being held accountable for something they have no control over.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And it gets even worse, because imagine a scenario where at the last minute, the serial killer or the person who's committed lots of violent attacks just decides to repent to Jesus, to accept Jesus and accept the forgiveness of Jesus for his sins. Well, Jesus may have forgiven that person for having brutally attacked and hurt, say, a few different people whilst alive. But those people haven't necessarily forgiven that person, right? Forgiveness has to come from the wronged party, not from another person, which is why this whole substitutionary atonement thing is really terrible. Because imagine if you're the victim of, you're one of the victims of this, let's say, serial rapist and murderer, and you're up in heaven enjoying your time in heaven, and suddenly that guy moves in next door to you because Jesus forgave him, but you haven't forgiven him. And now you've got to live for eternity next door to the guy who did that to you. It doesn't make any sense. It's morally horrible, in my view.
Yeah, no, of course. It just seems like, and then like maybe the Christian wants to say, well, then God can just decide, right? If the non-believer, right, he can just decide they get to go to heaven. Well, then it seems like this whole thing is arbitrary, right? It seems like it doesn't matter if you repent. It seems like you just basically get to do whatever, right? And this whole like redemption story of like giving your life to Christ, all these other things seems pointless.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
It seems like there's no like so it'll say, right, that like the only way to the Father is through me, right? Well, it seems like the person isn't going through Jesus. Right? He's not like giving his life to Christ. He's not following God, right?
Yeah.
But they're still getting to go to the Father. Like that just doesn't like it seems like there's like a tension there that I've never that's personally one of the reasons why like I'm, like probably more leaning atheist, but like there seems to be no atonement for anything, right? There's no, like I said, no accountability. But no, I was just not to interrupt you or your stream. I just thought it was interesting, right?
No, you make a good point. So thank you for doing that. Yeah, the whole thing, the moral logic of this is all over the place, which is why we push back on it. And it's one of those things where when an idea's been around for long enough, it just becomes like the background, and people stop going, hang on a minute, like it's not questioned. This whole idea of that forgiveness to be given by someone who wasn't wronged, it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. So, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
You have a good day.
And you, friend. Take care. Thanks. Bye. Okay, let us move on from there. Okay, now I'm pleased to say we do have Joy back again, and I'm pretty confident that's going to work this time. At least I hope it is. Joy, are you there? It should work this time, because we know that the video system is working because I had a caller on video. So now you're not hearing me, Joy, are you? That's got to be a problem your end, sadly. Nope, that is not happening. I'm not going to take responsibility for this one because, Joy, we know this is working. I had a call on video before. So some issue is happening your end, I'm afraid. That is not happening, I'm afraid. That's a problem. Joy, we want to speak to you, but this one isn't on me because video is working okay. So you can try again if you want, but it must be a problem your end, I'm afraid. Okay, let's see what else we have. I was responding to the comments before, and I hope that was an adequate response. I'd be keen to know if you think it was to the fellow who made it, and if not, why not? Why do you not think it was an adequate response if you don't think it was? Let's have a look at some more comments. I've got a few here. While we're waiting for guests to come in, we have this was from Andrea, who said, Job is a perfect example of an abusive relationship that results in trauma bonding. I just thought this was really cool. I mean, the Job story is so uniquely horrible. It's the whole story, even if you read it as a parable, it's still horrible. That the idea being the test to see if a devoted good person who gets put through absolute misery and hell and loses absolutely everything will eventually blame God for it or not. And God's kind of having this dialogue with Satan about whether poor old Job, how badly Job's life can be ruined to the point that they're gonna then start sort of blaming God for it. And God saying, well, let's see. They sort of do the experiment, and they have his whole family killed, and his servants are all killed, and his crops fail, and all of that stuff. It is absolutely horrible. And then he comes back to God at the end. And apparently God gives him a new family. Like that's going to make up for the loss of the children that were killed before. Absolutely horrific, but really good comment. Thank you for that. And then this one from Willem said, Does Philbro handle every conversation like this? Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? I don't understand the ontological framework of the question. Is that a propositional question? And if so, how is the logic grounded? This is the world of Philbros, people. This is how people do not answer straightforward questions. So when someone comes in and I make a claim like, I think God's really evil, and what I mean is, he's done so many horrible things and commanded so many horrible things and made so many horrible laws, that is pretty evil, right? Rather than just coming in and dealing with that on the basis of looking at the actual things that have caused me to come to that judgment. No, we go, well, what do you mean by evil? How do you ground evil? What exactly do you mean by the word And it's just completely silly. So that's well observed feature of the Philbro nonsense there. What else have we got? And who else have we got? Neck2, good to see you in the YouTube chat, friend. Always good to see you. And I'm trying to see what else have we got. Anything that we need to respond to while we're waiting for callers to come in. Let's see. Oh, we've got Jason Gleason is here. Let's get Jason up. Jason, are you there? Apparently not. There we go. Jason, are you there? What's going on with this? This is not happy today, but I can see you there, but you apparently can't see me. Oh, I think I might see why it is, actually. This might be... I might be able to fix this now. Bear with me a second again. There we go. Now I think he's going to be able to hear me. If we do this and do that. Jason, are you there? Still not. Not
Hello?
happy. Yes. Hey, Jason.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Lovely. How are you?
Yeah, very good indeed. How are you?
Good.
Excellent.
I just wanted to come on and ask a couple questions about your you can't choose belief. Because
Yeah,
I know
sure.
that's the central thesis of your book that's
Absolutely.
coming out in November from all fine booksellers.
Yes. It is.
So I've been looking into things like credences, like which are basically not deeply held beliefs, but they're beliefs that are kind of affirmed and reinforced through declaration. And I was wondering whether or not you address that in your whole I guess thesis.
Sorry, what was the term you used?
Well, like a credence, like
a credence.
The Apostles' Creed, where you affirm something, and credences seem to be based on kind of a set of beliefs that are held and they're affirmed as a way of affirming your in-group identity, and people are taught them, and they say, and they're based on kind of almost propositional, or like a de facto propositional logic. Like, if you believe that that God exists, and you believe that God has certain attributes, and you believe that all these people around you have the thing, have in the right insight, then this is what you ought to believe, and then you're kind of like kind of programmed to it, or like brainwashed into accepting the credences based on a couple of quick if-then propositions that most people never really fully investigate.
Yeah, so I do, but not by name. I don't specifically write about credences, but I have a chapter called the Unchosen Path, which basically alludes to all the factors for any given person that are sort of previous to the moment where they start thinking about a particular thing. So the factors are genetic, environmental, cultural, experiential, and all of these things combine. And so what you're alluding to here would fall within that set of things that happen to a human mind prior to thinking about any given idea, which then come into play when they consider that idea. So it could be, a very powerful thing for us all is to feel a sense of belonging and to belong to the in group, right? Because that's how we get our protection, our survival, our security are all. We have a strong instinct for belonging to the group. Even cats have that, right? You've got to belong to the group. And so children and young people are given schema and ideas which all together form part of the set of stuff which allows them to be part of the group that they feel part of. And I wrap that up as part of the stuff in the Unchosen Path. So it's your priors, it's what you bring in, and most people often don't even question those things because like, I am a Muslim, right? I am a Muslim, therefore I must believe these things. I do believe these things without, as you say, ever having really thought about them. They haven't come to them using deductive logic or using, proper application of inference rules or anything like that. They just, oh yeah, this is what I believe. Or I believe in a virgin birth, or I believe in whatever the thing might be. And so I would just lump that in with the kind of cultural identity and the historical factors that contribute towards what I call the belief vectors, which are all the different forces that act on your mind at a given point with respect to a given proposition. Does that address it?
Yeah, that tracks. But it leads me to my next question, which is there are some things that I would consider to be beliefs that are rooted in that are very difficult to challenge because people have direct evidence and direct experience of these things on a regular basis. And then there are things that are deeply held beliefs that are difficult to challenge because they are they conform to a set of known rules that are constantly being able to be that are constantly being interrogated. Like I can't jump to the moon, and the reason I know I can't jump to the moon is because no matter how hard I try to jump, there's only a certain threshold to how high I can jump, and the moon is definitely outside of it.
Yeah.
Things like that. And then there are kind of loosely held beliefs where you can ask somebody something and they're like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I and they'll kind of like equivocate.
Yeah.
And I think that for a lot of people, when you eliminate the in-group dynamic or the in-group motivating factor, kind of like with motivated reasoning, a lot of religious thinking kind of shifts to that loosely held belief kind of thing where they might have a deeply held belief in a general sense, but then when you press them on specifics, it kind of all becomes really, really fuzzy because there's no way for them to consistently verify through experience a lot of this stuff. And I think that credences are like what you were talking about, your whole umbrella of types of beliefs. I think that kind of falls into that loosely held belief category. Do you agree, or do you have any insight on that?
I don't know if they're loosely held. I just think that for some people they're just like axiomatic. Unless I'm misunderstanding you, like they're ideas that have just come up early in life and have just been baked into who a person is, and they just haven't really even thought about them. If you're asking still about these sort of credences, these ideas that are
yes. So I'm like, in terms of God belief, most people's God belief, I wouldn't say is a loosely held belief. I'd say that like the core of it is a firmly held belief or a deeply held belief.
Yeah.
I think that when it comes to the specifics about God, like we have an idea in Western culture that is very Platonic of God having all the omni properties and that kind of thing. And most people believe that, and they're very strong on that. And then, and they kind of have an intuitive sense that that's right because they've been conditioned, because they have an idea of God being bigger than, and the biggest thing that you can think of is infinity, right? So, and then when it comes to specifics, like specific like theological points and that kind of thing, where if you talk about whether or not God has other certain attributes or would do certain things, or I'm trying to think of a good example, but like a lot of theological arguments hinge on these long propositional sets of assumptions and extrapolations from those sets of assumptions. Like our idea of heaven, like you were talking about earlier, where if somebody's a terrible person and they unalive a non-believer and they go to heaven, and the non-believer who is a decent person does not, like all of that kind of extrapolates from a strongly held belief into a very set of conditional statements that there's a lot of disagreement on, and there's a lot of variability and shifting from person, like even within one person. Like the same person, if you ask them two different ways, they'll give you two different conclusions of whether hell is conscious eternal torment, or temporary torment, and the ideas of purgatory and all that garbage, all the theological kind of, I'd say, claptrap that goes with it. Like, that's very variable, and that's something that a lot of people shift on, even day to day. And I wouldn't say that's a deeply held belief. I'd say that's more of like you're asking somebody a hypothetical in the moment, and you're asking them to reason it out, and they're like, well, I guess, that kind of thing.
So to bring this to a point, I think I understand what you're saying. I think if I'm reading you right correctly, you're saying that like the big picture stuff are like imprinted with certainty, maybe early on, like, you know, is there a God? The kind of the headline figures, and then some of the small print, some of the small details are more easily kind of changed and
they're fungible.
Yeah, they're more fungible. I would agree with that. And they're less, you know, someone will have less commitment to the idea of should the communion cup have a handle than they will to the idea of is there a God at all, right? There's a hierarchy there of importance and certainty and confidence. But I think the rules still apply. I think that even at the tiniest detail, even if you find yourself moving from one idea to another idea, or one view on an idea to another view on the same idea, from day to day, it's still the case that you're still doing that because you find it convincing on balance. You're thinking, well, actually, yeah, I think maybe I'm convinced the cup should have a handle, even though it's a minor sort of BS point. There's still the same processes in your brain are happening where you're feeling a sense of persuasion about it, or you're not, and that's what changes, what causes those changes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I totally agree with that. I totally agree with also the thesis of your book. Which is coming out this November, right?
Yeah. Available for pre-order now.
Just double checking. But I agree with that. I was just wondering whether or not you see or address, for that matter, kind of like you said, like this hierarchy of belief. Not
really, not explicitly in the book.
Okay.
Yeah,
because that's been fascinating me for the past week or two, and I just wanted your input on that.
Sure. I think the mechanisms are the same. So it's like it applies to all beliefs. So small ones, big ones, firmly held ones, loosely held ones which are permanent, ones which are fungible. If you believe a certain theological detail from Monday to Wednesday, and from Thursday to Sunday you believe the opposite of that, that's fine. It will still be because your mind has deemed one,
you're convinced of it.
You're convinced of it, and convinced doesn't mean certain. You've been persuaded that it's more likely to be true.
Right. It's true or most likely true.
Yeah.
Given whatever's going on in your own brain.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for taking my call.
Sure, Jason. Thank you. Thanks for calling in.
Appreciate
it. Thanks,
Bye.
buddy. Thanks. Bye. Okay. There we go. That was Jason. Let's get in Afghan 27 on the TikTok side. Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just trying to have an honest conversation about God, because every time I come up with a good point, the other person normally just rejects it, even though it makes more plausible sense what I'm...
Well, someone rejecting your point doesn't mean that it's not an honest conversation. The question would be, why are they rejecting it, or why are they not accepting it? So let's do that. I love honest conversations. They're my favorite type. So if you come up with a point and I reject it, it doesn't mean I'm being dishonest.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about specifically when I'm talking to other TikTok people, they just reject everything, every point, for no reason.
Well, I promise you that I'll give you a reason for everything I say. How about that? As an opening for honesty, and I will want the same back as well. Okay, so let's do it. The floor is yours.
So basically, there's three types of existences. There's independent existences, which is it doesn't need anything to be there. It's there before time and after time. And there is dependent existences like us. Basically, we need oxygen. The sun needs something else to be there, and oxygen needs something else to be there, and that would keep going.
These are referred to as contingent or necessary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So,
but you said three types. Can you clarify the three types? We've got. Forgive me for interrupting. Just to clarify. So you've got contingent, which means that it relies on something else for its existence, or it wouldn't necessarily happen in all. That you could imagine some realities where it didn't happen. So relies on something else. You've got doesn't rely on something else, and you mentioned a third type. What would the third type be?
Yeah, it's an impossible existence. this thing wouldn't exist. Like, it wouldn't be a real thing. So basically, like a triangle in a circle, that wouldn't be a real thing. That couldn't exist.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, so basically, I mean, I wouldn't categorize that as a class of existence.
no, it's not a real categorization.
Yeah.
But,
okay,
yeah.
So we've got impossible things like square triangles. We've got things that rely on other things and things that don't rely on other things.
Yeah, so basically contradicting each other.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we didn't have something that is not dependent, then there would be infinite regress, right?
Potentially.
Yeah, and infinite regress is not a real thing in the world.
How do you know that?
You can't come with another example where there is an infinite regress in the real world.
Well,
can you give me one example where there is an infinite regress?
Right. Let's say I can't. If I can't give you an example of something, does that mean the thing doesn't exist?
No, not necessarily. But if you can't prove it, then my point would be
stronger, which one of us is making a claim? Because you're making the claim an infinite regress cannot happen. Yeah. And I hang on. And I'm saying, can you demonstrate that claim to be true? Because at the moment I'm not convinced of that claim. Which one of us is making an assertion there?
Okay, let me explain it a little further, because scientists agree with.
But before you go,
infinite regress.
No, they don't. Before you go off, answer the question I asked you. So you've made a claim, right? You've said an infinite regress cannot happen, and I've said, really, I'm not convinced of that. Can you prove it? Which one of us is which one of us is which one?
Thing as infinite regress,
right. That again, that's just you making another claim. So you're making the claim in this world there's no such thing as an infinite regress, and I'm saying, really, I'm not persuaded of that. Have you got some evidence to demonstrate it? So, but hang on. Right,
no,
you want to have an honest conversation. This is what having an honest conversation looks like, right?
Yeah,
I'm responding to the thing you said, right? So you've made a claim. You have made a claim, which is that an infinite regress cannot happen.
Yes.
Are you able to demonstrate that claim? Because when I asked you to before, your response was, "Can I give an example of one?" It's not on me to give
of what an infinite regress would look like.
It's not for me to give an example of that because I might not be able to do that.
I'm saying I'm doing that for you.
Right. Well, what I'd like you to do now is evidence the claim. I'd like you to demonstrate the claim that an infinite regress of events cannot happen. Please do that.
Okay, let me just try to explain an infinite regress. If we so-called had an infinite regress, then let's just say I dropped my watch. If an infinite regress were to happen, then we wouldn't get to the point where the watch is actually dropping.
Is that the best you've got?
Thing, if you think about
it's not a real thing if you think about it.
Infinite regress, it would infinitely go on.
This is like saying if you subdivide the gap between my hands into an infinite number of divisions, I can never clap. I can never get one hand to reach the other because it has to cross an infinite number of these infinitely small divisions, and so I can never ever get one hand to another. And yet, look, it happens easily. What you're saying is like, I don't mean this disrespectfully. This is kindergarten philosophy. What you're suggesting is not true at all. As my friend Adam has pointed out, scientists and mathematicians agree that infinite regress is literally a core part of existence and is built in to make scientific and mathematical models work, right? So this is just completely not true. The idea that you're saying that an infinite sequence of events cannot exist.
Okay, can I ask you another question?
Before you do, we'll get to it, but we'll get to it. I'm just going to finish my point. What some people struggle with the idea of an infinite regress is they struggle with the idea that it can't happen because you would have to start at the beginning and traverse an infinite set of events to get to any one point, right? That's what people who make the argument that you're making struggle with. But that is to fail to see that there isn't a beginning to start at, because if there were, it wouldn't be an infinite set. And it's also to presume that one has to traverse the entire set to be able to meaningfully talk about the distance between one point in the set and another point in the set, whether it's a set of moments or numbers or distances or anything. You can't do that. You're not going to be capable of doing that.
Okay.
You can ask your
nothing
question.
come out of nothing?
I don't think that there's any reason to think that it can.
Okay. So how would the Big Bang Theory work if nothing can come out of nothing? And there's 7 stages of nothing, by the way. If I give you a box of nothing, there's still something in it. There's still time.
We've all heard all of this. We've all heard this many times.
I'm new to your channel, so I don't know what you have heard. And
we all understand that saying there's nothing in my hands here. There's still air. There's still the space that the air could occupy. We understand all of this stuff, but you sound like you've done a little bit of reading, but not quite enough. Not quite enough to get
I'm 21 years old.
Okay, well, good for you for being interested in this stuff. But if you read a little bit more, you'll understand that the modern view in cosmology, and I'm not a cosmologist, I'm not a physicist, and I generally will only get into these arguments about physics at a very shallow level because
I can see your chat isn't really that familiar with this theory.
Don't worry about my chat. My chat are absolutely fine. Now, here's the point that you're missing, is that the current view in cosmology is not that the Big Bang arose out of nothing. There are very few people who think that's true. That's the case. That isn't a view. That isn't the
point I was making.
But it is, because the whole idea of asking
it must have a causation.
Can something? The whole idea of saying can something come from nothing is to imply that there was a point at which there was nothing, and that isn't the current model in cosmology.
You didn't even let me speak out my point. You interrupted me and didn't even let me finish the 7 points of nothing.
You can finish the 7 points of nothing, but we've addressed it already.
Yeah, well, if you already have addressed it, explain it. Explain to me how the Big Bang Theory couldn't have had another causation, because a Big Bang Theory doesn't explain oxygen. It doesn't explain your DNA. It doesn't explain your heart beating when you're sleeping. I'm
going to say something which is going to come across as a little bit harsh now, but you are an explosion of Dunning-Kruger right now. Do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
No.
The Dunning-Kruger effect is when somebody finds out a little bit about a subject and doesn't realize how much they don't know about it. And they don't realize the gap between what they think they know and what they ought to know. And so they're imbued with a type of confidence to speak about something. And as a result, everyone who actually does know about that stuff realizes that they don't. This is what's happening in real time. Hang on. I haven't finished for a moment. Right? What's happening right now? The fact that you would make an argument in which you say the Big Bang doesn't explain why your heart is beating is a massive red flag. You did say those words.
I was just giving an analogy.
Right, but you did say that the Big Bang doesn't explain where oxygen comes from.
I said
did you say that? Did you say?
What I was saying, I was saying it didn't explain oxygen always being there.
Yeah, well, oxygen hasn't always been there. Oxygen hasn't always been there. Now, the thing is, if you're really interested in this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Don't look at Islamic writings.
Yeah,
go and
stuff. I haven't even made an Islamic perspective.
I'm sure we're all pleased about that. But if you're interested in this stuff, the place to find out about it is to go and study it. Go and study some actual science. I can assure you, it sounds like you haven't, because if you had, you wouldn't be making a connection between the Big Bang and people's hearts beating. You wouldn't.
No, that was separate.
Right. Okay. So
I didn't.
We'll give you a mulligan. We'll give you a mulligan on all the things that you seemed to say seem to be looking to the Big Bang to explain. We'll give you a mulligan on that and let you take that back, like you didn't say it. Right. But the thing is, there are ways of finding out about this stuff. Read up about matter antimatter. Combination, pairings, bringing in creating the elements and stuff.
One example of an infinite regress happening.
You asked that 10 minutes ago, and the answer is I don't have to.
Of an infinite regress.
I don't have to give you an example of an infinite regress. I can give you an example.
Infinite regress in this world.
But that's a fallacious argument. My inability to
it isn't a fallacious argument.
It's a fallacious argument. I'll explain why. It's like saying, unless I can demonstrate right now, unless I can bring you a Chinese person with blonde hair right now, no Chinese people have blonde hair. It's a stupid argument. Like my ability or inability to give you an example of an infinite regress has got absolutely nothing to do with whether it's sound to demand that such a thing cannot happen. And the one example I would give you is that it's a commonly held view amongst people with much more expertise than you or me that the universe itself is an example of an infinite regress. Because unless you can demonstrate a reason to think that there was a point at which nothing existed, the only option other than that is that there's an endless chain
Where did the first human
moments.
come from?
Ooh.
Don't
Ooh.
talk about some evolution shit. We came from monkeys, bro. Because that ain't it.
Okay. So the idea that you would make the claim that you are read in science and then say, don't make the claim that we came from monkeys, bro, is painful. That nails down the blackboard. I assure you, the moment you said, where did humans come from? Several hundred people watching this all gasped and went, oh, he went there. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. We have very, 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 very well established, extremely highly, extremely highly. Hang on,
please.
No.
And why do they not have a?
Okay, you wanted to have an honest conversation. Part of having an honest conversation is listening when you get answers. Now, as it happens,
coming from monkeys.
I've never said I come from monkeys because we don't come from monkeys. If you wanted to actually learn about this, you would know that we have a common ancestor with other apes. But we don't come from monkeys. Now, you happen to be in luck today. Do you know why? Because we happen to have someone in the chat right here with us who has a PhD in an area not unrelated to this. Would you like to speak to her? And she can help to educate you at the same time that I can.
Please.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce you to my very good friend, Dr. Dig, who's coming in right now. Hey, Dr. Dig, how are you?
Hello.
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. Afghan is wondering if we come from monkeys.
No, we don't. Damn, I didn't know I was that funny. Monkeys.
If you guys didn't know.
It's all right. It's okay.
The chat was wondering what I was.
Okay, so don't worry about the chat, Afghan. Just listen because you have someone here who could actually educate you about this stuff. Okay. This is your opportunity. It's a rare opportunity to get to speak to someone like this. So you can ask questions, but do it with a spirit of inquisition and curiosity, rather, inquiry. And curiosity, right? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Dig.
Okay, so we don't come from monkeys. We have a common ancestor with monkeys. So do you know like a phylogenetic tree, like an evolutionary taxonomic tree?
No, I'm gonna be honest.
So these trees are used to show like John, maybe you can pull one up so he can see. Look, pull up like the taxonomy tree of humans, and then I can explain it because it'll be a good visual to him.
Let me see if I can find one to show in the stream. There's a Smithsonian one.
That probably would be good, yeah.
Let's see if we can show that. There we go.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Oh, the tree of life.
It's not a tree of life.
No, that's not the tree of life.
Oh.
So, the big branch is like the trunk is what is leading us to the point that we're at. Now, you see how like the yellows and the reds, the yellows break off before the reds break off. So that means they went off.
Before, is that monkeys on the pictures? Can't really see.
These are the early hominins.
Oh, Homo sapien, like basically pre-evolution humans.
No. Homo sapiens are what we are now.
Yeah, I know, but
there's
like a name for it.
No. Oh my God. Okay.
I'm not saying they are. I'm saying
no. Stop it.
Okay.
You have the education of like a toddler. on this.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, so what this is showing is that these are early hominids. So we are Homo sapiens, but there are lots of other species before that, and that were existing at the same time, that have the same origin, which is like where if you see the tree, how if you go all the way up the trunk, like right before the green branch comes off, that's where where y'all started. Now, that's not the starting point like in evolution. There is evolution that got us to that point beforehand. And where all these branches come off are where there were differentiation events.
Okay, what was the first human then? How did that come about?
So
The first one, like the first one. Very first human.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's very early. You are very annoying.
No, I'm asking a genuine question.
What do you mean by very first human? Do you mean like the very first Homo sapien?
Human.
Can you let me finish?
You said what do you mean by a very first human? I just answered.
I am asking you a clarifying question, and you're just asking me the same question. Do you mean the first Homo sapien, the first individual in the Homo line? Is this the...
No, I mean the very first human.
Okay, when you're saying human, that's just an amorphous term in comparison to what like this diagram is.
Come on, you know what I mean by a human, man. Just a human, first human.
He's trying.
know.
Where did that come from?
Okay, there is something we can explain here. Okay, so species, every animal, every creature that has ever been born was the same species as its parents. But that doesn't mean that species never change. What happens is that over time, the characteristics of the members of a species change. And it's not a sudden change where between it's like saying what was the first day that someone became an adult? What was the exact time that someone became an adult? And if they were, and if it was a minute, well, it's a stupid question because
it's not a stupid question. It's an honest question.
Well,
where did the first human come from?
Yeah, it shows.
Going on about one tree.
I'm answering it for you now. So the change from non-human to human doesn't happen in an instant. There isn't a moment that it happens. What happens is that the characteristics of species change over time. And then eventually you end up with a point where the species have a certain set of characteristics that you or I might call human. But there isn't an immediate moment where you can say, this was exactly the first one, and then the ancestors of this weren't human. It happens slowly. Have you seen those LED changing lights where it changes from one color through to another color, but it's a very gradual change. So you're watching red, and hang on. You're watching red, and then before you know it, you're watching blue. There isn't a moment that the red changes to blue. It's a gradual shift. And this is the same thing with speciation. So your question...
Do you have proof of all of this?
Yes, we do.
We do. Yes. So here's my example. John, I'm going to do the bread. So here's my example that I'd like to use is we have, you have a raw loaf of bread, and you have a clear time point on that.
No, with
you
humans.
put it in the oven.
Not with...
Listen to the example, because
the
bread is an analogy to the development of humans. Just have a listen.
Okay.
So you start with a raw loaf of dough. You put it in the oven, and it bakes. And at the end of it, you have a fully baked loaf of bread. Now, you cannot differentiate, like the bread is now 1% baked. the bread is now 25% baked. It's just a very gradual process that happens that turns the bread from raw dough into a fully baked loaf of bread. Now, what we have, so now this is an example of like,
I just wanted to say that. Sorry. Yeah, just what does bread have to do with humans?
I'm giving you an example.
You're talking about bread in the oven. How does that have anything to do with
because it's a gradual process. Are you not able to generalize?
Okay,
are you not able to understand? The human comparison is the genetic change in the population of creatures that were previously not human and are now human. I don't understand why you're struggling so much to understand this when I know 10-year-olds who get it instantly.
Okay, can you please give me a human analogy, please? Because I can't understand about bread. Please.
Okay, we can go at this. We can go at this a different way. We can go at this a different way. Dr. Dick, shall we speak about like the sort of the genes in a population, right? Like the alleles in a population, and explain how.
I don't think he's going to understand that. That's why I was trying bread.
Yeah, but he can't generalize. He can't understand metaphors. So it needs to be specific. So to be completely specific with you, we had ancestors who you would not consider to be human. So your question is, how could we? How
back then, weren't they?
They weren't tall. They were slightly shorter than us. They were slightly shorter than us. In fact, we had ancestors who, if you looked at them now, you would consider them not to be human, and we would too, because you couldn't breed with them. So the thing that generally separates one.
Did you just say lichens?
You couldn't breed with Vikings?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
I'm ignoring.
I thought you said lichens.
Vikings.
No, we're ignoring. Vikings were
Vikings were humans.
Very big back then.
Vikings were humans, and they weren't very big. Come on, let's be.
They were big,
let's tenuously try to remain connected to reality if we can.
From Denmark.
We're talking.
I've heard they're very big.
We're talking here about
our doors in Copenhagen.
Okay.
They're very big doors around
Lovely.
Copenhagen.
So you're talking about the possibility that certain groups of people may have been on average a little taller than other groups. But listen closely. The thing that separates one species from another often is the ability to breed, right? If a member of one species can't successfully breed with another, then they are considered to be different species, right? So if you go back in time many generations, you would arrive at what you could call people who aren't actually human, in that they couldn't successfully produce fertile offspring with modern day humans today, and we would consider them to be a different species, a different type of thing. Now, if your question is, how has that happened?
Would you agree 1,500 years ago?
1,500 years ago is a blink of an eye. In evolutionary time, it's nothing.
Let me just I'm not answering your question. I'm just asking another question. You said, so 1,500 years ago, they wouldn't have technology, right?
This is a wild pivot.
No, I'm just asking you.
Yes, they did. They
did not have technology.
They had wheels. Some people would say wheels are technology. What are you talking about? Did they have cell phones?
Okay.
No.
How? Okay, let me give one example. How would you describe a mountain?
Dude, you are all over the map. Let's just take a pause. No, yes.
Please.
No.
I'll get to the point.
No, because you don't have a point. Just a second, right?
You've
been up here for. It's a terrible point. You've been up here for 26 minutes.
Come on, man. Let me at least ask you.
You came up wanting to have wanting to have an honest discussion. An honest discussion involves also the discussion being slightly structured. You're all over the map. You came in wanting to argue about the impossibility of infinite regress. You were unsuccessful in doing that, so you pivoted to the Big Bang. You were unsuccessful in critiquing that, so you pivoted to evolution. You were unsuccessful in understanding. Understanding. We did.
You didn't give me a genuine answer.
We did.
You came with bread. You gave me a bread analogy.
We gave you a number of instances, both specific and general, in which gradual processes can lead to change. right? We've explained this. We have explained this, and you're struggling with this, so now you want to talk about technology and mountains. My friend, the reason why the reason
I didn't
why
even ask you a question.
the reason why you think you don't have honest discussions is because you're not disciplined enough to actually have them. Pick a lane, pick a topic, listen to people who know more about this stuff than you, and learn something. You're so puffed up in your own incredulity that your eyes are closed. You're completely blinkered right now. You're making a clown of yourself through your unwillingness to listen to things. Dr. Digg was showing you the phylogenetic tree. You couldn't understand it. Dr. Digg was showing you an example of dough becoming bread as an example of a process which is not graduated. There isn't a specific moment that dough is no longer dough and it's now bread. But you'd completely missed the analogy. I gave you a specific example of how the genes in a population change gradually over time, and eventually you have a new population that couldn't have bred with the other one. That's more specific. You couldn't get that either. You are currently painting yourself into a fool's corner, where I am confident there's nothing I'm going to be able to say to you, and there's nothing that Dr. Digg is going to be able to say to you, and there's nothing that anyone is going to be able to say to you that's going to get you out of the little paddling pool of ignorance you're currently splashing about in. Now, there's a certain degree of choice you have to make here. If you want to carry on being scientifically illiterate, you're 21. You should know better. By the time I was 21, I'd already read books on genetics. I'd read books on evolution and natural selection and basics of biology and basics of cosmology because it was interesting to me.
College degrees by 21. You can do this. You can be educated.
Yeah, you don't have to be a clown. There's a degree of choice here. We're trying to help you, and you're not helping yourself. I'm not insulting you.
All my questions. Are you done with the insults?
Nobody's dodging questions, and nobody's.
You've been dense this whole time. Come on, man.
Nobody is dodging, and nobody's insulting. I'm just telling you that you are demonstrating an unwillingness to learn, where you've got people here trying to help you learn, and you're so committed to not knowing that you seem resistant to move away from that position.
Okay. Did you answer my question though?
Which one? You asked so many.
Okay, you didn't come up with any answers, and when I was asking another question, you didn't even let me finish my question.
Which of the many inane questions you asked would you like us to answer again?
I asked, where did the first human come from? You're just talking about species.
Do you remember my answer to that?
That wasn't actually the question. You said...
Yes, it was. I asked you, where did the first human come from?
No, and I tried
You came with the bread analogy, man. Come on,
You said,
you're the one.
when did the first person
You're the one who has the
exist?
PhD, and you came with the bread analogy. Come on, what is this?
I actually answered your question. Do you remember what my answer was?
But why is she here then?
She's here because she's got a PhD.
To answer my question?
She's got a PhD in a related subject. So you should benefit from her. She was the one who suggested showing the phylogenetic tree. I wouldn't have thought to do that. That was her suggestion. Everyone appreciated it apart from you. You were incapable of understanding what that represented. So we moved on to other stuff.
How did the bread analogy answer my question?
Because it showed a graduated process that doesn't have specific moments. It was to show that there wasn't a first human. And then I further clarified it by saying that what you and I would consider to be human is a cluster of genetic traits.
You said yourself,
there wasn't a first one.
Nothing.
This has got nothing to do with that.
And if you had let me finish, Afghan, I would have explained how we don't know when the first human existed, because if now you might have celiac disease, you might have a gluten allergy. I don't know what it is, but please just stick with the bread thing for a minute so I can explain it, because it will make sense.
Okay,
now,
go on.
You are asking, when did the first human exist? We can't say exactly, but this is the information that we have. If we look at the evolution of humans and the information that we have, you can compare it to the bread analogy and the snapshots of when we're looking in the oven to tell how done it is. those are comparable to records from the fossils that we have. So
What? The fossils?
oh my God, I don't think I can do this, John.
That's fine.
Like respectfully, I honestly don't think I can.
I think he's committed to being ill-educated. So I don't blame you for giving up. But I appreciated. Look, what you've contributed towards this, which will have helped other people, but not him, is the phylogenetic tree, which I eventually managed to show correctly on YouTube. Forgive me for being clipped there. I cut off the top of the image, and also the bread analogy, which is a really, really good analogy of a process where there is not one single moment where you can go, now it's bread, whereas a second ago it wasn't. That's a perfect example. Yeah. So thank you for contributing that. I appreciate you. Thanks, Dr. Dig.
Thank you. I'll be around if other people have questions that, in honesty, like I'm very happy to do it, but I can't do it with this one.
We got you.
I will be around for you.
All right. Okay, no worries at all. No worries at all. And welcome in. Sean James is in the house, people.
How you doing?
We are good, Sean. Lovely to see you, friend. We're in the middle of speaking to Afghan 27. We've been speaking about this for 33 minutes. So as we're at this point, with maybe a few more people waiting in the queue, I'm going to just put a poll to the audience so that they can decide if they want us to carry on having this conversation or if they would prefer us to draw a line here. And then, Afghan, you can come back and ignore some answers another time. Again, if you want to. So I'm just going to put this poll to our audience right now so that they can steer the conversation that we have now, because I'm happy to keep on going with you, but I have a suspicion there might be a willingness for us to draw a line here after 33 minutes of pain and move on.
I do have a slight correction, though.
Go for it.
Doe is a deer, a female deer.
Also,
Afghan, here's because we're talking about who was the first human or what have you. So if I can give a certain analogy. So we know that, for example, Latin evolved in different regions to be different languages. Like one of the languages, Latin, became French. It's like asking who was the first person to speak Latin. I'm sorry, to speak French.
They were speaking
Latin. Hold on.
I was comparing my belief system to his belief system, and they just came up with bread. I was being genuine. I genuinely wanted to learn.
Do you understand the analogy I just gave?
He won't understand it.
But
So there wasn't a first human. You're asking who is the first human. There wasn't an identifiable specific human. That's the first human. A population, Homo erectus, slowly evolved over time.
I understood that, but the bread analogy, I understood nothing.
Okay, well,
it's a female deer.
All right.
So look, the votes have come back. So Afghan, we're going to move it on because 35 minutes is long enough for this kind of particular type of pain. But you're welcome to come back another time. But listen, learn. You don't need to be as ill-informed. I'm not insulting you. I'm just giving you facts. You are ill-informed about this stuff. You could do better. You should do better. If you're interested enough about it to get on TikTok and speak about it in front of hundreds of people, then you should be interested enough about it to read a book. Look up some basics. Get yourself a 10-year-old's book on evolution, and you will be 100 times better educated on this stuff than you are right now. It's embarrassing that an adult person would know this little about this stuff.
Questions, bro.
No, good for you. I'm saying good for you for asking questions, but you are asking your questions from a point of committed incredulity. And so I'm saying,
let me finish my point about Islam having to do with anything of this.
No one's.
You were asking we don't need God, and you didn't even let me finish my point.
Well, you can come back and we'll have a talk about whether we need God. But you were the one who wanted to speak about science.
Take care.
All right, take care. Back. Okay, there we go. That was that. Okay, so. I got to read out some super chats and then we will get our next guest in, which looks like it might be Sean. You're back home, aren't you? So it looks like we will take in looks like Haggis or was it Haggis? I can't read the text on the YouTube side next, but just read a few messages first so they don't stack up too much. We have Base to Shara, great to see you. Yay, good to see you, John. Hope you and your family are having a lovely week. We are having a lovely week. Thank you. It's very, very warm in the UK right now, so we're all a little bit hot, but it's all good and lovely to see you as always. And Texas Panhandler, thank you for this, says, biblical morals are hard to swallow. Anyone who pays attention and really thinks about them will reject them in part, if not whole. See it all the time. Yeah, because they're absolutely grim. Because biblical morality is completely horrendous. Almost exclusively. The odd moment of, like, yeah, you should forgive, or you should be kind, or you should help the meek, or stuff. Yeah, great, lovely. But buried amongst an absolute mountain of horrific moral preachments and disgusting moral failures. Horrendous stuff. Nismo, hi Nismo. Hi John, loving the channel. If God made everything out of nothing, then why did he need a rib to make Eve? And if so, then wouldn't Eve be trans? You're correct, he is a very silly God. Extremely silly, these stories are all silly. Nobody should believe a word of this. Garbage man.
That's actually a good point.
It's a very good point.
He wouldn't have needed dirt or clay or anything to make man. He wouldn't have needed a rib to make women.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wouldn't need the laws of, I don't want to go too far in the weeds. He wouldn't even need the laws of, physics and the universal constant. He wouldn't need any of those either.
No, when you can do magic, you can do anything. It's super cool, apparently. Garbage Man said, is there a reason we don't bring up Judas as the fictional example of being able to know God and still rejecting him? Yeah, or the angels, the angels in heaven, who apparently Satan, Lucifer knew God. They were up in heaven enjoying their free will, and apparently they were, decided to look at something else, another option, another way of being. So yeah, I think Judas is an example. It could be argued that maybe did Judas actually really know God? I don't know. But yeah, it's all very, very silly, isn't it? And Punctuated Equilibrium says, cheers, John. I'm a little full yet from yesterday for Memorial Day, but I guess I always have room for your cooking. Oh, well, thank you. We like the pleasing aroma of roasting also. And Eliels says, caller was instantly disrespectful to the woman. It did sound a bit like he was giving a bit of a chuckle, but it might have been something else, and I don't want to accidentally misrepresent that. But I know what you mean. And also says, the questions caller asks betray his lack of education. Now, look, the thing is, if someone has a lack of education, we shouldn't be judgmental about that. But to have a lack of education and subject, and then demand that somebody else, make an account of it when you just are out of your depth and you don't know what you're talking about. It would be like me, I've used this exact example before, wandering into a dentistry conference and demanding that people explain their theories and ideas on best practices, as if I have some idea of what I'm talking about. Have some humility. Come in and ask questions and say, I don't understand this process. Can you explain it to me? And to be fair to him, he did kind of ask that. But then he was offered quite a number of explanations, both allegorical and literal. And he seemed either unwilling or incapable of grasping all of them. I think we really, really bent over backwards to try and make that work for him. We showed him a phylogenetic tree. Dr. Dig gave him the example of a gradual process like baking bread, where there isn't one instance in which the bread is no longer dough. It's a process. Sean gave the example of language changing from Latin to French. I gave the example of a population of creatures changing slowly, but there not actually being one moment where there's a first human. The answer to where did the first human come from is there wasn't a first human. There was a cluster of genetically similar creatures in a population, and eventually the average characteristics of those creatures we would call human. But there wasn't a moment where there was a first human, because it's not fixed like that. It's like the graduation from red to blue on the color changing light. There isn't a first moment where it's no longer red. It's gradual. There's a fuzzy bit in the middle where it's like a reddish blue or a bluish red, hard to tell, not quite sure. That's what it's like. It's a gradual process.
We are all ignorant on a great many things. Every single human on the planet is ignorant on a wide variety of topics. But for me, there's so many people that combine ignorance with arrogance and smugness
Yeah.
Like they're just completely ignorant about a topic, but they're so confident and so smug on that topic. It's particular when you combine the two, it's particularly grating for me. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
It is.
Like,
it is.
yeah.
No, we can't judge someone for not knowing stuff. And in fact, not knowing stuff is brilliant because you ask and then you know. And as Sean said, we're all ignorant about lots of things. But come with some humility. Don't come with, making demands. You can't show me an instance of an infinite regression, all of that stuff. That's not the energy if you're driven genuinely by curiosity and a willingness to learn. Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, "Good morning. I'll watch later. Love all of you and thank you. And thank you, T. And I know things are really hard for you at the moment. So in my thoughts, we're all sending you lots of love. So thank you for that. Okay, we've got a few more messages, but we will have them later. Let's just get in right now. It looks like haggis. It's either haggis or hackis, but I can't tell because the text doesn't make a difference between G's and Q's on my system here. But let's see if it works. Hackis, are you there? And is it haggis or hackis?
It is haggis. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, and now it's obvious that it would be haggis. Welcome in, friend. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Have you made your way north to try our national dish?
I have not. Well, I have made my way north. I've been to Scotland a few times, and I love it. But I have not tried haggis. Perhaps something I need to do at some point.
You're missing out. If you're ever in Glasgow, hit me up. We'll go for beers and haggis.
Nice one. Okay. What you got?
Yeah, so I was drawn to the live stream by the title "We Don't Need God." I've been deconstructing for the past 2.5 years. And I have found many of your videos and live streams as well, when I can watch them, really interesting. So I no longer believe in the Christian God like I used to, but I wanted to try and offer some hopefully reasonable, grounded arguments as to why we might still need God, if you were up for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So I've got 3 arguments, and I've not fully sounded them out or anything, but let's talk through them. So my first one, and I kind of had some conversation with somebody in the chat a few weeks ago about this. I'm no expert in the field, but I understand that addicts, be that drugs or alcohol, are often only able to manage their addiction by or overcome that by doing it for something greater than themselves. So for some, that can be their children or their family, and for others that's a belief in God. When I was younger, I spent some time in Ukraine in rehab centres, and I know that the rehab centres that I volunteered in have much lower relapse rates than the government-led ones, I guess secular ones. I wondered if you've given any thought to that or are aware of any of these. I don't have any data to back it up. What I was told when I was younger.
So I hear what you're saying, and I always say that I grant that religious affiliation can give benefits to people, and some people are helped to come off, addictions, help with addictions by programs that have, if not an explicit religious layer, an implied one, right? Giving yourself over to a higher power and all of that stuff. But I think that there are always ways to achieve that stuff without the baggage that that God brings, without the baggage that religion brings. And I also think that if someone's got someone's got their own sort of inner personal idea of the numinous or of a God, it's like their own personal thing, and it's not wrapped up in doctrine about with sin and the need for salvation and discrimination against same-sex attracted people and things like that, then I've got a lot more time for it because I see it as being benign. I don't see it as being too much of a problem. I mean, I don't love it because I still think that collectively we do better when we base our beliefs on evidence and sound epistemology. But I can see how those things can be comforting to people, helpful to people. I get that. But what I would say is that there are no instances in which the only solution to something can come from a religious organization or program. So I remember Hitchens saying, there's no deed that could be done or statement that could be said, good deed done or good statement said by a religious person that couldn't also be done by a non-believer.
Yeah.
And yet, if you think about bad deeds and actions that can only be done by a religious person and never by a non-believer, there's an embarrassment of riches. And so you've got AA and you've got organizations like that have got a religious flavor to them, but then you've got secular sobriety, and you've got organizations like that do the same thing, and I believe they do just as well. AA used to not publish their recidivism rates, but I have reason to think that they weren't any better than those of similar organizations. And the benefits that come with religion are very often not about the religion itself. They're about the side benefits. So like if you're a religious person, you get community in the church. Well, community is fantastic. And all the studies in sociology and psychology show that community is massively beneficial to people. Physical health, mental health, emotional well-being, and those things often come with religion. But I think those are the benefits that people get despite the contents of the religion rather than because of them.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I am still part of that community. I still attend church every week, even as a non-believer, for the community aspect, because I like the people that I spend time with there. I like the people that I say worship with, even though I'm not the one doing the worshipping. But yeah, I feel like maybe that's something that's missing to an extent in secular society, and I wonder if that's still useful for people.
What, community?
Well, yeah, community obviously is useful.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, and that's partly why we do this. We have a small community here, just a few hundred people, but it's real, and people get something from it. They get fellowship, they get support when they need it, they get validation from other people, they get feeling accepted and heard, and all of those things that come with community. Okay, it's just a virtual one. We're not all hanging out together and volunteering to fix each other's roofs. It would be great if we could, but yeah, definitely, I think that's a really big thing, and I'm all for building communities, and you can build communities around other things. So when I say we don't need God, I just mean like it's time to move on from ancient superstitions. We don't need witches anymore either, in terms of like, burning people at the stakes for being witches. We just don't do that anymore. We've realized that's not a thing, and we've let that idea go. And we should do the same with these sorts of ideas. It's sort of silly, superstitious nonsense.
Yeah, that kind of relates to the second point that I'd had, was the societal standpoint. There was I don't know if you've ever seen any of Brit's videos, No Nonsense Spirituality on TikTok.
I don't think I have.
No. So she, much like you, has come out with a really good book called No Nonsense Spirituality. And she made a post earlier this week talking about how Christian circles are often better at forgiving mistakes than secular groups and offering a way back into the group. Though, in fairness, that's usually only from those that are in the in-group, like somebody who is already on the outside. That can be a bit harder to forgive those mistakes or blunders. And that kind of ties into what we were discussing about community. That way. I see people in the chat saying Brit's awesome. I really like her videos as well. I think they're really good.
Oh, I'll check that out. Thank you. Yeah, there's always good people to discover on TikTok and YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. My final point that I wanted to talk about was the existential crisis that religion offers us a way out of. I'm scared of dying one day. I'm not afraid to admit that. I know it's something I can't avoid. I understand that when it happens, I'm not going to be aware that it's happened. There will be nothing to be aware that I'm dead, and therefore I have nothing to fear. But it's still scary. It's still something that's scary. Pure nothing for the rest of eternity. And I think that a belief in God offers a way to cope with those feelings. And even if that is just delusion, I don't think that is unfair or unfounded to something to take away from people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm careful about who I have these conversations with. I remember speaking to my grandmother in the last year or two of her life, and she was telling me how much she was looking forward to, being reunited with her husband who had died 20 years previously.
And at that point, it would just be cruel to say.
Of course, I wasn't going to go, sit her down and go, look, the concept of a soul is incoherent. Of course, I wasn't going to do that. So you pick your moments, and I don't make outgoing calls. I don't go and knock on the doors of people and say, as Sean says, have you heard the bad news? I don't do that. We just set up camp in a little corner of the internet here. And my whole thing is about legitimizing non-belief. So look, if people want to go and have their beliefs, have your belief, have your, hope in an afterlife, if that helps you get through life now. I personally don't find that for myself. I value life more, understanding that it's limited. I think about the fact that I wasn't bothered for one moment during the billions of years before I was born about not existing. I'm unlikely to be troubled much by it afterwards either. I'm not looking forward to death because I enjoy being alive. I fear the loss of people that I love much more than I fear my own demise. It's a scary thing, but it's part of being human, is engaging with that stuff honestly, rather than burying it and being in denial about it and, mollifying ourselves with ancient superstitions around it. I want to live in the world as it really is. If somebody else doesn't want to, okay, well then that's their value and they can live the life they live. I just don't want them to impose the implications of that belief system on other people. So if someone else wants to feel better about their mortality by thinking about a religious concept, that's fine. But if they're going to then treat me or people I care about badly as a result of that, then Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, I agree. No, fair enough. That's all I had. So I'll leave it to other guests. But yeah,
all right, Haggis.
For that, and hopefully that's been good. Food for
Thanks,
thought.
friend. Thanks
Cheers.
for coming up.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Thanks. Bye. Bye. Okay. There we go. That was Haggis. I've never tried haggis, but I may do so one day. It's one of those things, if you're going to eat it, you just want to not think too much about what it actually is. Maybe it's okay. I would say the same about horse or something. Well, there we go.
Are you able to turn up the volume of video for the guests without messing with the volume for the spectators?
Yes, I think I am. Is it coming in a little quiet?
I think, the speakers on my laptop are garbage. So I think I'm going to get myself, some earbuds or something to compensate. But I didn't know if you could turn it up a smidge.
I can try and do that.
For the TikTok guests, they said the volume's perfect for them. So I didn't want to mess things up for them at the same time. Yeah.
I'll see if I can. Let's see if I can. Control. I'm a bit loath to mess with it in case it starts being terrible.
Fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'll just lean in and really try to listen, because I can sort of make it out. But go ahead.
Oh, I can try something to try and make it better. Yeah, it was basically the whole video thing didn't work earlier, so I had to re-engineer a different way of doing it. I had to stop the stream and reboot. I see Daniel Green in the chat. Daniel, how are you, friend? Sending you big love, my friend. We had Silas in here yesterday, and we were not yesterday, the day before, and we were talking about you in reverent tones. Okay, I think I've now got a bit more control over the level of guests on video, but we'll see. Hopefully, it will be okay. Big love to Daniel. You are completely awesome. If anyone doesn't follow Daniel Green, please give him a follow. He's absolutely amazing, inspiring person on TikTok. Okay, let's get the next guest in. Who have we got? We have got Moonlight Studio is back again to speak to us again. There we go. Bringing Moonlight in right now. Hey, Moonlight. Are we there?
He's not quite morphed in yet.
Not quite in. Oh, yes. There we go. Hey, Moonlight, welcome back. Are you there, Moonlight?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, now it's raining here again. I can't speak again.
Yeah.
I'll have to go and come back.
Call us back when it's less noisy. Wow.
That's a
very,
heck of a storm. I hope he's
so
okay.
I'll go
Calls
and,
us
yeah,
live from the hurricane.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. That sounded pretty hectic. Wow. Okay, well, we will bring back in Fantasy Cheese Basin. Again, name of the month. There we go. Bringing in Fantasy Cheese Basin. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. There we go. Welcome back.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm very good.
Good.
And I was pleased to hear Mr. Hitchens' name mentioned, by the way.
Yeah.
Christopher.
We
He's
miss
a
him,
hero
don't
of
we?
mine.
Yeah. We all miss him.
Yeah, he's brilliant. I want to talk about existence and time and things like that, and trying to understand. Well, I'm trying to understand. I won't, because my brain will just explode. I'm trying to understand. What am I trying to understand? I'm trying to understand things, life always being here. God, it's so difficult to put into words what you actually think.
Well,
sometimes.
You talked about you mentioned a few things: existence, time, and then you said life always being here. So if
Yes.
all separate topics, but life on Earth certainly was not always here, because Earth hasn't always been here.
Yeah. Yes. I don't mean. I don't. Sorry. I really
Do
don't.
you mean life? You mean life in the universe? Like we don't know if there always was life. We don't even know the nature of existence. Meaning, what I mean by that is, like, we don't know why there is something rather than nothing. We don't know.
Correct. That's
If the universe, if the universe is eternal into the past, or if it had a beginning, and if it did have a beginning, what was the cause, and what does that even mean? Like, you're pondering some of the greatest mysteries of life that I love to ponder, and it's frustrating because I so desperately want the answers, and we just don't have them.
It's frustrating.
I wish I could be like, hey, buddy, here's the theory of everything. But if I had that, I would be famous, right?
I don't think. I'm not sure if we can get there.
I mean, we might not. Yeah, we might not ever get there. I mean, we have. Know. Yeah, the Earth itself has a finite amount of time, because the sun has a finite amount of time. So we have a limited time to as human beings, as mankind, we have a limited time to accomplish what we want to accomplish, unless we somehow go into like the Star Trek age, but I don't think that that's realistic. But life's mysteries are amazing to ponder, and frustrating at the same time, because we don't necessarily have the answers to.
Are we meant to understand it? Are we capable of understanding it?
Well, it depends. So it depends. So meant to understand, to do this or that.
Yeah, meant is pretty loaded. Meant is a loaded term.
Yeah, it's vague. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, whether we're capable of understanding it, that's actually an interesting thing I've pondered myself. So I don't want to go on too long of a rant, but let me explain like an analogy. So if we were to take a computer and go back 500 years into the past, you take a human being, a Homo sapien of that era, and a chimpanzee. Neither of them will know what the heck the thing is, right? Or what it does, or how it works. One of them, the Homo sapien, is lacking the knowledge. The other one is lacking the cognitive ability to fully comprehend computer science. That is the chimpanzee. So just like our muscles have limitations, our minds have limitations as to how sophisticated or what level they can cognate. And ours would be no different. Ours just happens to be much higher than, as far as we can tell, all other species on Earth. So the answer to your question is, do we lack the even cognitive ability to understand some of the life's mysteries? We may lack it. I don't know.
It's it troubles me that I can't understand it.
It troubles you in what way? Like it's frustrating, or does it trouble you in another way?
It annoys me.
Yeah, I get it. Me too, buddy. We're on the same page. Like,
Yeah,
I
it
agree.
annoys me that I don't look like Brad Pitt, but life sucks. What can you do?
I know that, but you can't change that. You can change your thought.
I at least want his abs.
And understanding. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been trying to understand this since I could think. And I still haven't gotten anywhere with it. And it always goes round in circles. And to imagine a time where before I'm getting confused with my own thoughts now, so I apologize. It's confusing.
Dude, I think we can say that it's really frustrating, because however much we know, there's always going to be stuff we don't know. And one of the things that happens when you become more educated about stuff is you realize how much you don't know, right? The more like a paradox. The more you learn, the more you realize about your own intellectual shortcomings and what you don't know, right? Every time you kind of close a gap in your own knowledge, you open up two more. And that's, some people would say it's like the curse of being human, and some people would say it's the fantastic thing about being human, is that you're never going to run out of things to learn about. You're never going to run out of ways to increase your own understanding and appreciation of reality and all the incredible things. The universe is going to give you a constant stream and constant supply of stuff to learn about and ways to enrich your understanding. And so rather than being frustrated at the limitations, maybe try to change your perspective and go, this is so cool. I'm never going to run out of cool shit to learn about, and start today. Go on Amazon and buy books. And
it's not enough.
What is it that you want?
Answers.
Everything.
Yeah, you want answers. Hey, do you know what's even more dissatisfactory? Is that a word? Unsatisfactory than not knowing these big questions is receiving bullshit answers. Like that's even worse. Settling on it was magic or some other thing that isn't actually shown to be true or substantiated. That to me is more grating, but than just not knowing. At least the not knowing, you get to ponder and think about these things and read about these things. And is this guy closer to an answer, or this gal, is her answer more plausible? Thinking about those things, like, it's depriving you of that stuff.
I was listening to some documentary about Charles Darwin and his exploits and his understanding of evolution, and the people around him said, they said that Charles Darwin, for all he'd seen and all he'd understood, that they reckon he was leaning towards the possibility that only a god or something otherworldly could have created the earth and everything that we know. I'm not saying that is true. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what they said.
Yeah.
He was thinking about. And is there another transcendence into something else? Another sort of theater of thought that we haven't accessed yet?
There's no reason to think so. And I don't think we should be greedy.
And I don't mean a god. I don't mean a god or anything. I'm not going to go into religious speak, because I've just no interest in it at all.
Yeah, sure.
Just another. Then we're back to the brain, aren't we? In understanding things.
We'll tie this up. But I think what I'd like to say is we don't need to be greedy. Like, reality is fascinating enough. Reality gives us an embarrassment of riches, of moments to feel awe and reverence and a feeling of wonder at how incredible things are. We're never going to run out of things to learn about, and we're never going to run out of things to be amazed by. And the explanations are more incredible than the BS that the woo-woo clan come up with. So I don't think that we need these other layers of being or thinking or whatever. I think we have it. We have everything we need right here. Let's get to it.
And we certainly don't need God. I just had to throw that in there.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I'm not getting into that realm. I'm not.
No, I know.
No, we know you're not.
I was alluding to the prompt. That's all, fantasy.
Yeah, okay.
So,
but you bring up good points, and thanks for calling in and just reminding us like how amazing the mysteries of the universe are. Not to sound all deep and everything, but like I enjoy thinking about these things, and yeah, it can be frustrating. But thanks for coming in, and come back again.
Nice talking.
Cheers, pal.
You too, buddy.
Thanks. Okay, still say his name is the best. Fantasy Cheese Basin doesn't get better than that, does it? Okay, we'll get Brian in a moment. But I just want to quickly take horizontal inquiry. It looks like horizontal inquiry. Bringing in right now. Hey, horizontal. How are you?
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I'm 24.
Thank
you. Usually the prompts that you put up are something like, why should I believe your God? But I want to make an argument from an atheist perspective about religion.
Sure.
Would that be okay with you?
Sure.
So the claim that I'm going to make is that actually we do need God because it provides an evolutionary benefit most of the time.
Evolutionary in what sense?
So in literal evolutionary senses, because rulings like, well, don't be promiscuous, no cousin marriage and stuff like that have been memes that have affected human populations in a beneficial way in an evolutionary sense.
But you can do that without God.
Now, certainly you could arrive to the same conclusion using no God reasoning, but using God makes it an overgeneralization that you arrive at with improper reasons for the right conclusion, right?
You can sort of accidentally stumble.
Why not use proper reasons for the right conclusions?
Well, sometimes you can't expect that people will be swayed by the proper reasons, right? We have a distribution of like intelligences in the population, and dogma helps the people that wouldn't reach these conclusions reach them.
I hear what you're saying, but there's something a bit sort of missionary about this attitude of saying those poor dumb people need us to make up stories for them to get them on the right track. I always want to aim higher. I think we deserve better, and I think people deserve better, and I think we should be more aspirational. Let's educate people. Let's if we're going to aim, if we're going to talk about like what principles are going to be good for us evolutionarily, it's going to be like, let's fix our epistemology. Let's teach children critical thinking. Let's educate people. Let's lift up women in cultures where women are not given equal treatment, because that's a massive driver of progress. Those are the things to focus on, and those are the things to aim for. For me, leaning into mythology and superstition and magical thinking, because occasionally out of those traditions you get good ideas that are then lifted up by virtue of being attached to these perceived authorities, is not, I don't think that's the way to go. I think we can do better, and I think we should aim higher.
And also, you get the entire, if you're going to take religion or anything else for that matter, you get the entire package with the thing. So with religion, there are certainly some benefits to religion, sense of community, etc. And you could maybe come up with other benefits like you're attempting to do now. But you cannot just pick and choose those things without taking the whole package, including the bad things. Like if there's a Christian who's a raging homophobe for religious reasons, how do you reason them out of it? How you're going up against their all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God who says homosexual relationships are an abomination. And so you can't reason with that. That's just one example of a bad that comes with that sort of dogmatic thinking. So you can't take the good parts and then just like pretend the bad ones won't be there, because they will be. And so we should find better ways to achieve the good parts.
Okay, so a few things. Obviously, an ideal situation is ideal when it comes to John, right? Of course, we would rather that these things are understood properly, right? The thing
Right.
is that it still is the case that there is a descriptive layer of people not being convinced, people being stubborn, people requiring a dogmatic layer to reach these things in a mimetic way, in a more like it might not be proximal to everybody to engage in science and become like, you know, a scholar of some sort to understand evolution in the same way that we do. But here's the thing. I think that of course you have to tally up all of the benefits and detriments evolutionary that something would provide you, right, to end up with the final score of what its evolutionary benefit is. This is responding to Sean's point, right? But if you take into account everything right now, who are the people that are actually like projecting the most evolutionary benefit in society? The people that are having the most kids, the ones that will persist best, are actually religious people. So that's actually credence to my point, isn't it?
Well, I don't know that having more kids is necessarily a praiseworthy goal. I mean, like, you know, and that is a very religious way of thinking, is that like, oh, this is better because they have more children. If you want to talk about societal benefits, which you're approaching this from a pragmatic reason, look around the world at secular, less religious societies, democracies throughout the world, and compare them to highly religious societies such as the United States. In all of the areas of, you know, objective measures of societal health, teen pregnancy, um, drug addiction, violent crime, and on and on and on. And there's actually, I'm not saying yet necessarily causation, but there's definitely a reverse correlation that the more religious the society, the worse they actually do. I'm not convinced that in sum and total, religion there's like some evolutionary benefit to religion. I think that there are evolutionary benefits to our inquiry, our tendency to anthropomorphize things, our pattern seeking, etc. And I think our tendency to be and our curiosity and our discomfort with not knowing. So when you take all of those things that by themselves are beneficial, I think religion is just a byproduct. Our tendency toward religion is a byproduct of these separate things that have evolutionary benefits.
Okay, so I think there's actually a little bit of a conflation happening here. When we say better just plainly, and when we refer to evolutionary benefit, benefit and evolutionary benefit are not necessarily the exact same thing. When we say evolutionary benefit, we're referring to that which helps the likelihood of one persist for longer, right? Is what we're referring to.
You mean a species, and all that's required is that we live long and we procreate enough, and I don't think we need religion for that. Even if religious people are, you know, like rabbits and non-religious people aren't, I don't think that that's like a necessary thing for the species to procreate enough to propagate. And then we just need people to live long enough to sexual maturity to where they start having kids. We're well past that now as a species. Religion is completely unnecessary for the survival of the species to continue.
Yeah.
Well, okay. When it comes to necessity, certainly a non-religious population could have enough kids to perpetuate, like, fairly, right, for long enough in a sustainable way. The thing is that when you evaluate evolutionary benefits, they almost have this relative formulation to them. That which oversteps another, that which has more than another, is going to increase in prominence because of the normative way that it perpetuates itself more so than the other. You know what I'm talking about? It increases in prevalence in the population, right?
What increases in prevalence?
Well, a trait that has just a slightly larger evolutionary benefit than another trait will slightly increase in prevalence over time because of the way that it perpetuates.
Well, there's a lot of nuance here. So, for example, if there's a trait that allows someone to live to 95 instead of 85, I think there's a tendency to say, well, that's an even greater evolutionary benefit, but neither somebody at 85 nor 95 is going to be producing offspring. And in both cases, they've lived well past sexual maturity to where they're going to pass on their genes to their, you see what I'm saying? There's just a lot of nuance here. And I feel like kind of the road you're going down is, it's fun to play devil's advocate, but I don't think, or in this case, angel's advocate, I don't think you're quite onto it with this one.
So I actually disagree with the idea with the 85-year-old. So if somebody was sufficiently sterile, increasing their lifespan doesn't increase fitness, because fitness is a literal number of offspring that reach a specific age where they can reproduce. So obviously 85 to 95, you don't have any change at all. It's not an evolutionary benefit. It can't be.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. That maybe you misunderstood. I'm saying many people would call that, because one's living longer than the other, it's an evolutionary benefit, but it's not necessarily, because in the example I gave, it's not an evolutionary benefit. They're not likely to pass on their offspring.
Yeah.
So I think we were agreeing. You just kind of misunderstood.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, so we would agree with the false interpretation of something like a longer lifespan from 85 to 95 as an evolutionary benefit.
Yeah, just making the point that everything that makes us live longer isn't necessarily by default an evolutionary benefit.
Correct. The thing that is an evolutionary benefit for religion is the fact that it leads to higher fitness.
What do you mean by fitness? Fitness for so fitness in the evolutionary sense is just your physical attributes being fit for the environment that you're in. So like human beings are unfit to survive at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, but other species of life are fit to survive there, but not fit to survive here.
Okay, so fitness is actually defined in an evolutionary sense as the number of offspring that one has that reach adulthood and reproductive age.
I'm open to be corrected on that. I'll look that up.
I think it feels to me like we're kind of in danger of getting a bit lost here in a discussion which isn't particularly meaningful, because really what I'm concerned about is whether these ideas are helpful or harmful on balance. Like I'm not really that interested in whether they're helpful from an evolutionary point of view, because I don't think that's really the focus. For me, the focus is, do these notions in our culture cause more harm than they help? And I grant that they help, right? Lots of people get lots of solace and lots of good stuff from their religious ideas, but certain religious ideas are harmful. They cause a real world, measurable harm in the world now. So I'm really not that interested in whether we might be able to say, in certain circumstances, religious stuff might confer some sort of evolutionary advantage, because even if that's true, where we're
doesn't
at,
make the religion true.
It doesn't, and where we're at as a human species now, we're at a point where ideas aren't having a massive impact on our biological evolution. For example, it's different. We're in a different environment now, and I sort of think we could waste lots of time arguing about something which isn't really that important. What's important to me is, do they hurt people? Do these ideas hurt people? Do these ideas cause real measurable harm? And they do. Tens of millions of people with religious trauma, tens of millions of people staying scientifically ignorant, teaching bullshit to children in classrooms, persecuting people based on their sexual orientation or other things like that. These outdated, horrible religious ideas that are still propped up by an aura of respectability around religion, which is bestowed but not earned. That's the issue that I have. That's what motivates me to do this stuff. So even if you could point out some perspective through which presenting good advice or good ideas in a religious way was helpful, I would go, okay, well then that's one of the benefits. I'll list that alongside religion is really good at providing community, and we'll put one in the column for religion. But let's look in the other column, and there's all of this downside, and that's the stuff that we're focusing on.
So this is going to sound fairly rude, but evolution and the thing that I'm describing is working on a layer below your considerations. So the fact that 1 + 1 is 2 doesn't really care about your caring about it. So in the same way, when we talk about the evolutionary benefit of religion, it is the case that if there is an evolutionary benefit, we regress into religion regardless of how nice it is or how much we like it. You see what I'm saying?
You're saying that it will be selected for. When you say we regress into it, you're saying it'll be selected for, but you're reversing the direction of the cause there. What you're saying is that, look, if religion has an evolutionary benefit, then it would stand to be the case that religion would be selected for, right? Religious proclivities would be selected for if it conferred a benefit, because that's how selection works, right? If something gives you
part's definitional,
right? But that is what it means in terms of evolution, is that traits that are successful differentially outperform traits that aren't. So if being inclined towards religion did confer an evolutionary benefit, then we would see it being selected for culturally or in some way. And you could say that is what we see, because religion is everywhere. But that's not quite the argument you made. You didn't make the argument religion is going to be selected for in the evolutionary arms race. You made the argument religion could be helpful because it might promote some good ideas under the rubric of religion, which was then going to tell people, give people a reason to follow them because they're framed religiously. That might be true, but as Sean said, it also smuggles in a load of horrible ideas under the exact same roof, and watch the people around us living out those ideas every day. So I just think it's a kind of pointless conversation.
I also don't. I want to know why I should care. Let's say it has an evolutionary benefit, and we asked you to clarify what it means. And what John pointed out is you talked about like people who are not sophisticated enough to, understand concepts like humanism or what have you, which I don't necessarily buy. I think there's an innate biological tendency for us to care about the well-being of others, but like you also agreed that the species will continue to propagate with or without religion. So. Let's just say, and I don't buy it, but let's say for the sake of argument, there is an evolutionary benefit by whatever definition you mean by that. Why should I care?
Okay, so a few things there. When I was referencing things that would be beneficial in the religious sense, like the non-cousin marriage, I was trying to give a reason for why we notice the evolutionary benefit. It's not necessary that that's the actual reason for why there is one. We just see it in data that there is an evolutionary benefit because religious people have more children. Now, your consideration of the facts don't really care about your consideration of them. It is the case that 1 + 1 is 2, or considering of it as some sort of bad thing wouldn't really matter, right?
Yeah. So let's say it's a fact that religious people have more children. Cool story. I don't care. Like, I don't mean that to be rude. I'm just like, okay. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make it true, and I still believe reason and rationality should be promoted. Skepticism should be promoted. And like, I'm just like, okay, cool story. Like, religious people have more kids.
You notice how then it's a necessity, like a mathematical prediction, like a dynamic, that it's going to remain and it's going to prevail.
Not necessarily. I do think religion will persist. Other people have other opinions on that. It's speculative. But we could still mitigate it. We could still promote better ideas surrounding religion, dealing with belief-based salvation, etc., harmful ideas. We could still push back about it. We could still do our part. And religious nuns is growing in the U.S. and abroad. And, and we should foster and promote that. Do I think there will ever be a time when no religious people exist? No. But we do have the potential to move the pendulum, and we have seen it move in both directions at different points in society.
Yeah.
All right, that'll be all for me today, I guess.
Thanks.
So thank you for discussing with me.
Sure.
I'll see you guys around.
Take care. Thanks. Sure. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. There we go. Right, let's get Brian in. Hey, Brian.
How are you doing?
Very well indeed, friend. How are you?
I found my smoking hat from England to wear just for you.
We're honored.
Oh, I had something interesting happen this last weekend that, and believe it or not, you guys pop into my head when I realized it. Had a little bit of a health scare, ended up in the ER.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it no big deal. I mean, it was then, but it's just tightness in my chest and a little shortness of breath, but you instantly go, uh-oh. So, so my wife drives me to the ER. We get there, and, you get checked in. Of course, chest pain, you always get checked in quick, and they do all the tests. They can't find anything wrong. Everything looks good. They think they saw pneumonia. Anyway, I won't go through all the details. But at the end, when he wasn't sure what was going on, he ordered a CT of, you know, from my chest all the way down to my pelvis. And I'm an old X-ray tech, nuclear medicine tech, so I'm well versed on medical tests. And so I asked him, so why all of that? And he said, I'm just going to be honest, you know, I'm looking for cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, of course, that when you hear that word, you kind of like perk up.
Yeah.
I noticed what my wife did, though. First thing she did, well, we finished talking. It was a quick discussion and walked off. First thing my wife did is she's on her phone. She's texting. And she jumped right to her prayer chain at church. She's a Southern Baptist.
Right.
If you know anything about Southern Baptists, they love their prayer chains, especially the ladies. I won't be careful there. Don't want to. But it instantly bothered me that I haven't told her yet. I'm going to share with her either today or tomorrow. Now that we're out of the situation, I said, honey, you turned to that phone and a prayer chain first. You could have turned to me, walk up to me, hold my hand, and said, I'm with you. Don't worry, I'm with you. And but she went right to religion. She's trained to go to this prayer chain. Yeah. She's trained to ask God through this prayer chain to help me.
Yeah.
And in my head, where I went was, you know what? There's nothing I can do about it. There's just nothing I can do about it. I'm a guy. Maybe that's what guys do. I don't know. But I jumped to, it wasn't thoughts of God. It wasn't praying. It was just, there's nothing I can do about it. What I needed in that point was what your previous discussion was about, community.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to know I wasn't alone. And if I tear up, I'm sorry. I needed to know I wasn't alone.
Yeah.
That's all I needed.
Yeah.
I needed to know that. And I noticed she went to the prayer chain. So I wasn't going to share that with her then. It would have hurt her. But I'll share it with her. And because this is the woman 45 years I've been with.
Yeah.
Who, when we took her mom in when she had Alzheimer's, and she died within a year. And I watched her holding her mom's hand, singing while she died. I'll never forget it till the day I die. So basically what I'll share with her is, that's what I want, honey. When I leave, if it's possible, I want you doing the same thing. I want to be able to see you standing next to me so it's not alone.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know what else to share. I just...
Brian, sure. Just something to keep in mind. I'm sure you know this and you've thought of it yourself, but just in case, I totally understand why you feel the way you do, and I think it is important for you guys to communicate and for you to communicate your feelings on that. So if the situation comes up again, because you want to know how to properly support each other in trying times. But obviously, from her perspective, as a believer, she was trying to increase your chances that it's not cancer, or that if it is cancer, you're going to survive. In her mind, it's like her giving you chemo, or she's actually doing something, even though we look at that and say that's ridiculous. Yeah. From her perspective, she's trying to do something proactive to where you have a better chance at a better outcome.
Oh, I agree completely. That's why I didn't share then.
Yeah.
I decided to wait. So that's what I guess my point about that was, that's where she goes. That's where that's how she chose love. That's how she cares. But it just dawned on me, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just, we're in two different places. And I just have to politely share, hey, when that happens next time.
Your feelings toward that are absolutely valid. And I would feel the same way in your situation where, you're going through a trying time. The person you love, you need them to be there for you. You need them to hold your hand and be right there. And then the first thing isn't for that comfort or for them to come to you. It's to come to others and let's pray for I can totally understand your perspective, and hopefully the talk, the communication, just as you understand her perspective, she can understand yours, and maybe next time there'll be a better kind of outcome or better response to
It wasn't a huge deal. I mean, I wasn't hurt per se. Just something when you're deconstructing, everything's changed. Everything's different. You're looking at things differently. I was glad I didn't jump into a prayer. I was glad I didn't all of a sudden say, God, if you're there. No, that's not what I needed. I mean, that's what we do. That's because we don't know. It was interesting. Y'all were talking about that other guy was annoyed about it. We're about not knowing.
Yeah.
What's going to happen, because it drives me freaking nuts when my mind goes there to go where, okay, what's going to happen after I die? I go nuts, especially thinking about where the universe came from and, who made it. If there's no God, how in the hell did this happen? All this stuff. It pisses me off because I don't have an answer. But
join the club, man.
But I agree with you completely. I don't need to replace it with utter bullshit.
Yeah.
And I know that's strong to say, but that's where I'm at.
No, it's not. It does the profoundness of the questions an injustice to just invoke magic or come up with some bullshit that's wholly unsubstantiated. It really does it an injustice. I have respect for the mystery itself, and it should be respected.
The last thing I'll share is that the other thing is, what kind of hurts is when you die and you're gone, you can't even think about it. You can't even think that you're gone. It's so my mind can't. You try to wrap around, I'm gone. Okay, that's going to be annoying. No, it won't. I'm not even going to know. I mean, it's just, at least before I was born, before my dad's sperm met my mom's ova and I started, I didn't know that I didn't know. I didn't know anything.
Yep.
Right.
But now that I know that I'm alive, does that, my mind?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can console yourself with at least one thing, which is that the experience of suffering a loss that you can contemplate after the loss is completely different from suffering a loss that you can't contemplate after the loss.
Exactly. So anyway, I just, things are just happening that make you think. I tell my wife and I tell my friends that know that I'm deconstructing, that especially the Christian ones, it's like, stop with the thoughts and prayers. When you know somebody's hurting and needs something, go get them that thing they need. Mm-hmm. And it might be you. Show up at their door.
Yeah.
Christians should know that anyway. But they fall back to, I'll pray for you. No, they need a meal. They need you to sit down with them for an hour. You don't even have to say anything.
Yeah.
Human beings need contact and community.
And action.
And action. I would agree with that too. So so anyway, that's what I have, and I thank you as always for letting me come up. But
thanks, Brian.
I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Good to see you.
Bye.
Take care and keep well. Thanks, Brian. All right. Yeah, I totally get that. I totally get that. And of course, these sort of instincts to respond to things in a religious way are a muscle memory for so many people. They're almost like, they're the equivalent of, some people used to like have a cigarette after doing the deed, right? Like it's just like a muscle memory. Do that thing in this instant.
Yeah.
Without even thinking about how that might land for someone else or for someone involved or someone in the center of it all. That's
thoughts and prayers,
like the weakest thing ever. Okay, we're going to get the next guest in a moment. I need to read a few super chats because they're starting to
Piling up.
They're piling up, and they're about callers that we had a while ago. So the further away we get, the sort of more distant they'll be from that. So bear with me while I read these. So Eliel said, "I beg of you, this caller has stopped being honest. This was about our friend before who was refusing to engage about the science, and no matter what Dr. Dig and I did to try and explain it to him, he just couldn't hear it." And then the knight who says knee says, "He is proof that sometimes you are as thick as you sound. Let him get back to colouring and eating his nose nuggets. How can he be this thick and alive?" I mean, look, I try to not get into sort of personal insults with people because I prefer to let the ideas speak for themselves. But it's hard when someone is so sort of willfully unwilling to look at basic facts. And then Mokemeister says, "What the fossils?" Also about the same guy. He generated a lot of engagement, this chap. He should probably come back. Afghan, if you're listening, come back again. And Eliels also says, "Afghan, you're coming off super untruckable. Maybe this helps. Maybe that will tip him over." No babes? Yikes. Yeah, well, sapiosexual's where it's at these days, people. And Eric says, "You cannot wake a man who's pretending to sleep." These are all about you, dude. You could have done better in that call. You could have been more genuinely open and less fixated on demanding that you didn't understand everything, which is kind of what was going on.
I actually like that. You cannot wake a man who is pretending to sleep. I like that.
Yeah, very good. Very good. And then Eliel's responded, no, I love people who want to learn. I love explaining. He's just aggressively and actively non-educated. I think that's a really, really good phrase. Aggressively and actively non-educated is exactly what I was talking about as well. So very, very good indeed. And then I'm pleased to share with you a message from Fro, who said, "Just an update, John, I am much better today." That's fantastic, Fro. We're all pleased that you're better. Be gentle with yourself, be kind to yourself, keep on going, and we look forward to speaking to you soon. And Fliberty Giblet says, "October will be 10 years clean for me." So this is about the do we need the religion stuff. "I found the foundation of my recovery had to be me, not some higher power, right? Anything external to me could be gone in an instant. Job, kids, belief in a God, etc." I think that's really profound. And that's one of the things I really don't like about programs like AA is they do basically condition people to give up to a certain extent ultimate control and responsibility of their lives. And I don't think that's great. I think that figuring out that actually you are in the driver's seat, no one else is sitting there, and there are no other driver's seats. It's on you to get yourself well, and you can do it, is the way to do it. So that's not to say that, these programs are very helpful for some people. I grant that, but it's not the only way. Not the only way. And Eric says, according to this logic, the Taliban is evolutionarily ideal because female education correlates to lower birth rates. That's harsh but true, right? So if you're only coming at this from the raw kind of evolutionary angle, which is why I just didn't want to, I'm not really interested in this. You could say that stopping women becoming educated and stopping women becoming achievers in the jobs marketplace keeps them at home, and you're going to have more babies. And from an evolutionary point of view, that's wonderful. But what a horrible argument. What a horrible perspective. What a horrible agenda to push and to value. So I think that's a really, really good comment, Eric.
And
thank
again,
you.
why should I care if it's an evolutionary benefit?
We don't care at this
point. That means nothing to me. Yeah.
We don't care. We're much more concerned with what's actually going to help people.
Yeah.
And the V-Dude says, if all religions stopped existing tomorrow, people would still have babies. They absolutely would. There would be nothing you could do to stop that, for sure.
Yep.
And then finally, Tim, good to see you, says, by this caller's argument, poverty creates more children, so it's evolutionarily beneficial to be poor, which is a variation on the same argument Eric made. Absolutely right. I don't like these kind of arguments. I wonder if we maybe spent a little bit too much time on that one. But hey, there we go. Let's get in Ninja of Love, and then Ash is waiting. We'll get Ash in, and then Moonlight Studio is back as well. let's bring in Ninja of Love. Good name. Hi there.
Hi, thanks for the compliment.
Sure.
Yes. So now I read your comment says we don't need God.
Yeah.
Now that's very vague.
Yeah.
You don't need God for what?
Anything. It's an outdated, silly idea. It's like we don't need, there's lots of things that we don't need anymore. We don't need to sort of pray to our ancestor spirits for a good harvest. We can just recognize that there's a certain amount we can do about that, fertilize the crops well and tend to them properly and understand that the weather is outside of our control. It's just like it's an old silly idea. We just don't need this stuff anymore. And if you grant that the God actually exists, if a God actually does exist, and it's the God that has the kind of powers and attributes that most people think, then whatever happens in reality is going to be according to the will of that God anyway. So you're just a victim of whatever that God's will is going to be, and you don't need them. They don't need anything from you. There's no point praying because God's going to just do what he wants to do anyway. You might as well just get on with it and stop with the silly, superstitious nonsense. So that's my perspective. What's your view on it?
Well, no offense, I believe that second argument was a straw man argument because you're kind of propping up a viewpoint of God that's not necessarily the definition of the word God.
Fair enough.
So you're making an argument of, yeah.
So unless you're granting that the God is not all powerful. If you're granting, if you have a conception of God,
I do grant that.
All right.
Yes.
Well then, so if you have a God which is not all powerful, then it changes the argument slightly, but not entirely. So what God do you believe in?
For example, I believe that God is a divine consciousness, a loving divine consciousness, and there's a whole lot to get into once you unpack it.
And what limits that God? What limits that God's powers?
It's not the creator of existence. It's in existence. Existence is a mystery. Spontaneous combustion or eternal. We don't know. We can't wrap our human brains around it. But we can know that the shaper and there's a conscious force in existence that's shaping and sustaining the universe, which is a collective conscience.
The evidence for this would be
logic and reason. So, for example, we can logically conclude that there's no one who existed before existence. So that's one step in understanding that there is no creator of existence. But within, we do know that we exist. That's the logical conclusion. And within existence, there is a conscious force that tends to lean towards life and construction. Like,
what's the evidence for this conscious force?
That there's a tendency towards life. There's a tendency towards like there's 8 billion people, there's trillions of plants and animals that live and continue to try to thrive to live in something that seems to be
99% of the organisms that have ever lived on this earth are now extinct and will never live again. That seems to me to be a tendency towards non-life. And we're just part of the lucky 1% that seem to have made it so far, tenuously holding on to life on this planet where 97% of the water will kill us, and the sun will kill us, and there's lots of other things that will kill us. I'm not seeing this tendency towards life.
The vast majority of the universe is lethal to any form of life. But even if we were to grant that there is a tendency of the universe toward life, it's a non sequitur to say, therefore, there is like some divine consciousness. One doesn't follow from the other,
which isn't God, according to you as well.
If you're use reason and logic, like if there's a car driving on the freeway, you could use logic to say that there's someone in the car driving it. Well before we
can for that, and I can articulate the logic, but articulate the logic for life exists in the universe, therefore there's a divine consciousness,
which isn't God, according to you.
Okay, so like if you start from a apathetic, there's no energy, no good or no bad, or no good or
energy?
No bad conscience.
Hold on, one thing at a time. You said there's no energy.
I did not say that. I did not
No,
say
you
that.
did. You might have said it by mistake. You said like take it from your perspective that there's no energy. I don't hold that there's no energy. Energy is like
No,
the.
I never said there's no energy, sir.
I swear you did, but if I misheard, then I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying right now.
Yeah,
But
sorry. Yeah. Go
do I
ahead, Con.
correctly understand you? Because you came in and you said that God is not this creator. So you seem to think that there is a creative energy, but that isn't God. And then as well as this unprovable creative energy that we so far haven't heard a convincing argument for, as well as that, to add insult to injury, we now also have a thing called a God, which isn't the creative energy, but we need to believe in this God for some other reason. All I'm hearing is lots and lots of claims, a kind of cool story, bro, but no actual evidence for any of them.
Well, you said a lot there. I don't know what you want me to answer first. What do you? I mean, if it was up to me, I would just kind of talk and say what I believe. But you guys are like interrupting me a lot, so and that's okay. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, what is it that you want me to answer?
We're
Like,
just trying to
pick one
clarify.
thing.
We're trying to
Pick one
clarify.
thing.
We're trying to clarify the reasons that you have for the beliefs you're expressing, which are quite unusual.
Mm-hmm.
So most people don't come in here and say, I believe in God, but God isn't the creator of the universe. Most people think that those two things are the same, right? So if I understand you correctly, I stand to be corrected. But if I understand it correctly, you said you believe in God, but God isn't all powerful and God isn't the creator of everything. So there's something else which is the creator of everything that you're alluding to by referencing laws of logic and things like that. And so there's something else which isn't God, which is the creator of everything, a nameless thing of some sort. And then you also have a God, but I just don't see any evidence for any of this stuff. So where are you getting all of this from? Because this just sounds a bit like, do they call it bong rip philosophy? This just sounds a bit like the sort of amused musings on stuff. But give me some evidence for any of this.
Okay, so we got to take one thing at a time. So first thing, let's just see if we could agree on this. There's nothing that existed before existence, because that would be a contradiction within itself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know if there ever was a before existence.
There's
It
no
could be
reason to
something
think
is
that,
already.
but exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I agree with that too. So
Yeah,
it could be eternal, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
so we're on the
Agreed.
same
So we
page.
agree on that.
Yeah.
So we're not going to say that the definition of the word God does not mean a creator of existence. That doesn't have to be. If
Fine.
anyone says that, that's their own interpretation of God.
No, agreed. You don't have to believe that to believe in a God. Some people believe in Thor, and Thor isn't like believed to be the creator of the universe. So I'm good with that.
Okay. So now the next step is, what is an existence? What will be when you look at the word definition of the word God? It's not a question of if there's a God. Just according to the definition, without any bias, it's just like, what is God? What is the most powerful force? What is the creating force? Okay, go ahead.
I don't accept that. Yeah. So
great. So give me your definition.
Fictional.
You can give me your definition. You can give me your definition, and I'll go by that.
Hold on.
Your definition, sir.
Are you going to let me explain what I disagree with?
No, it's fine, because all I need to know is your definition of the word God. We can go by that.
I'm going to explain why I disagree with what you said, and then you can respond. So you said that it's not a question of if a God exists. Yes, it is a question. I'm sure I could find leprechauns in the dictionary. Just because it's in the dictionary doesn't mean it exists. So yes, if you look up Merriam-Webster, they're going to have the classic theism definition, and they're going to have the more broad definition. That's definition 1 and 2. I don't believe either exist in actual reality. So existing in the dictionary does not necessarily mean existing, period.
Well, one of the definitions is, what is the most powerful force in the universe? So that's not a question of if there's a most powerful force in the universe. It's just saying, what is the most powerful force in the universe?
That's actually not one of the definitions. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yes, it is in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. You can look it up right now.
Okay, so again, it doesn't mean that the thing actually exists.
Do you want to go by?
Do you agree that a word existing in the dictionary and being defined in the dictionary doesn't mean that the thing being defined actually exists in reality?
Yes, in this particular case, because it's not saying, is there a most powerful force? They're just saying, like, let's just sit here and speculate and see what is the most powerful force in the universe, in existence, or in the universe. So it's not a question of if there is the most powerful force. You just have to decide what is the most powerful force.
The most
in that
powerful
particular
force
definition.
doesn't even have a coherent meaning. Like if I push a ball along the ground, I'm applying a force to it. And if my brother, who's stronger than me, pushes a ball along the ground harder than I do, and the ball accelerates more, under F equals ma, he's applying a more powerful force. But does that mean...
we talk about a force in the context of God and religion, we're talking about a force that creates and sustains life in the universe.
But that's making a whole load of assumptions that would have to be demonstrated that such a thing exists, right? So do you see what you did there?
That God doesn't exist.
You equivocated.
God isn't a creator.
You equivocated between the most powerful application of force must exist because we know that there are instances in which forces are applied. Therefore, one of them must be mathematically of greatest magnitude. And you then said, because we know that must exist, we are now entitled to believe that there's a creative. I can't remember exactly what your frame was, what your framing was, but the last thing you said, the last thing you defined, as if recognizing that there's a most powerful force then defines that thing into existence. All the work is ahead of you to do that, to make sure that to define that. You haven't done it to show that it exists. Can you?
I don't understand what you asked.
So you said,
said a lot there.
Well, not that much. What you said was there is a most powerful force. I showed you that most powerful force doesn't really mean anything. Forces are just the application of force on an object for some reason. So saying there is an instance in which there is that with the greatest magnitude doesn't magic into existence any kind of creator that oversees stuff or has any awareness or anything like that.
Well, when we say most powerful force, we're looking towards what is the creator and sustainer of the universe.
But you can't demonstrate that the universe requires a creator or a sustainer. And you've already admitted in this conversation that if we accept that there's probably an unlimited sequence of events and there was never a point where something didn't exist, that there isn't a creator.
Well, you have to look at the word universe is different than existence. The universe is basically just a collective conscience.
The set of all things that exist is the universe.
Yeah.
No, that's existence.
Define universe.
Excuse me?
Define universe.
Universe is a collective conscience.
No, to define the universe as a collective conscience is to take huge license with the term. The word universe does not imply collective conscience. That's imparting your personal predilection of what you want the word to mean onto it as if that's standardized. It's not. That's not what the universe means. I'm going to take Sean's definition.
Look it up right now.
Universe.
The whole body of the whole. I'm trying.
Look up existence.
He's doing it. He's looking up universe.
Hold on. Let me say one word.
Stop talking over me. So here's universe.
Go ahead, bro.
The whole body of things and phenomena. I'm trying to, if you'll let me.
That's how I feel. But go ahead.
Okay. So the whole body of things and phenomena observed or postulated cosmos, such as a systematic whole held to arise by and persist through direct intervention of divine power. That's one definition. The world of human experience, an area of space or a world similar. Yeah, an area of space or word. Jesus Christ, are you going to let me finish? Yeah, so an area of space or whole similar to the world of human experience believes that an alternate universes exist. So that's like giving an example. So these are different ways that the word is.
There could be multiple universes.
The entire celestial cosmos.
According to the definition.
Your definition was consciousness. Your consciousness.
Your definition. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Your definition was consciousness, a group consciousness, or a combined consciousness, or collective consciousness, or something. That's not in any meaningful. A divine consciousness is not what most people mean. He was giving you a list.
Did I use the word consciousness?
Yes, that was one of the definitions. Existence has nothing to do with that.
Okay, I'm going to give you the one from. I'm going to give you one from the. Okay, this is getting very silly.
So with something that's working to create and sustain a universe, doesn't need to be creating and sustaining.
No. Take a breath. Okay, So I'm going to give you the Oxford English Dictionary definition here, which is total existence, the whole of space and everything in it, the entire cosmos, right? So I think we can just go with that. In that definition of just being the totality of all things, we can't then jump from that to saying it's a divine consciousness, because you would have to first do the work of establishing that anything divine exists. You have not done that. And then you would have to do the work of making the ludicrous claim that everything that exists is consciousness. But I can show you things that exist that are not consciousness. So universe cannot be taken to mean exclusively consciousness, divine or otherwise, or a creator of anything. Because to call something a creator,
a divine consciousness is the first thing that appears in existence, and then once
if you believe in magic, yes, if you believe in magic, then a divine creator is the first thing.
Why is that magic? Why is that magic? Do you have a consciousness?
I have a consciousness, yes.
Yes, so their consciousness does exist. So
it comes from the operation. It comes from the operation of my brain. It comes. It comes from the operation of something physical, which existed. Which existed.
Consciousness is brains.
Prior,
Are you saying
yes.
that the only thing that has consciousness is things with the brain?
At the moment,
as far as we can tell, yes.
At the moment, we don't
have a consciousness.
Correct.
No, plants don't have
consciousness. As far as we can tell,
don't have particular nervous systems. Don't have any consciousness.
Animals have brains.
Yeah.
No, not all particular animals don't have brains.
Now,
like,
hang on a second. Oysters aren't conscious. Now, I'm not going to make. I'm not going to make the claim that it is impossible.
They do things.
I'm talking right now. I'm not going to make the claim that it's impossible for consciousness to arise without a brain, because there might be other ways that consciousness that could happen. But the time to believe that is when it's demonstrated, not when we've had a good old tug on our bong and we've decided that it sounds
cool. If you're
cool.
not going to use logic and reason, I'm going to end this call right now. Can you commit
logic and
reason?
Logic and reason aren't going to get you a license for making the assumption that consciousness can happen without a brain.
Are you going to be able to use logic and reason? Yes or no?
I use it every day. It seems like you could use a little more.
So in this conversation, are you going to be able to use that? Yes
I think I'm doing that right now. I think you're just getting a little emotional about the fact that you've made a claim that minds can exist without brains. And I'm saying that whilst that might be true, we have no reason to think it's true. And the time to think it's true is when someone demonstrates
it. Why don't you have a reason to believe that's not true?
Because you haven't provided any.
That's not true. If you see plants, if you see all different types of life, including fungi and different things that show forms of consciousness,
you need to just calm down.
Ninja,
just take another.
You guys are actually not here to learn. You're spiteful contrarians.
Okay, so we're not
using logic. You're just mad.
We're here to have a conversation, and you're shouting and you're talking over people. It's very simple. You made a claim. You claimed that there's some sort of divine consciousness. John said the only thing that we can reasonably infer are actually conscious have brains.
You guys,
you claimed there's more to consciousness, and John said it may be the case. The time to believe that is when. The time to believe that is when there's sufficient evidence to believe it. So if you believe it's true, provide the evidence. Okay, so enough with the meta. What is your evidence that consciousness exists anywhere besides the brain?
Ignorant.
Say willful ignorance if you have no evidence.
Willful, weaponized ignorance is what you're spewing.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your cooperation.
Spiteful apathy.
Okay.
Is what you guys do.
Okay. The thing is, let me give you an example. So at the moment, rain falls from clouds, right? Every time we see rain, it comes as a result of condensation from moisture in clouds. If I was to say that you can have rain without clouds, you would be entitled to say, well, we've never seen rain fall without clouds. By what mechanism could we have rain without clouds? If I then started jumping up and down and accusing you of being willfully weaponized ignorant, it's a reasonable question to say, so far, we have no evidence at all that consciousness can arise as a result of anything other than something that does thinking, a brain, right? A brain of some
No,
sort.
that's not true, sir.
What would be
That
an
is not true at all.
So
There's
then
all
give it
different types of-
so respond to then. Show us what consciousness can happen without brains. How does that happen?
We could even just look at plants, for example,
What reason do we have to believe plants are conscious?
because they have mechanisms to grow, continue
It's
life,
called
heal
chemistry.
themselves.
Chemistry.
This is where we use logic and reason.
Let's take them.
Do
Hold
these
on.
things look?
Let's
Just do
take
logic
them.
and reason. Just do
Let's take
logic and
them.
reason, sir.
Stop shouting
Just
logic.
let me speak for once, man.
I'm trying to do logic and reason. You make one argument at a time. Okay, so argument
You guys
number
are
one.
fake
One
and
premise.
disingenuous, and I'm
One
going to end
premise.
this call.
Okay, so you can end it if you want to.
Disingenuous,
If
weaponized,
you
ignorant,
want,
and who
we
won't
asked
let me
you.
talk.
We asked you for evidence. We're taking them. We're not going to let you.
know it.
Another major crash out. This is another major crash out. So
yeah. So one at a time. Plants grow. What is your argument? Please draw the logical conclusion from this. X grows, therefore X is conscious. Do crystals grow? Things grow throughout the universe that are not conscious.
He's
so we're
dropped.
taking.
He's
Okay.
dropped. But finish your point, Sean, because it's a good point.
Yeah. So I mean, because basically we asked for evidence that plants are conscious. So his first argument was plants grow. Growing is not a unique trait to something that is conscious. There are many things that grow all throughout nature, or what have you. There's no logical entailment that X grows, therefore X is conscious. And so I just wanted to take them one at a time.
Yeah,
one argument at a time.
He wasn't match fit. So even if you can say something like, look, plants grow towards the light, that looks like conscious behavior, right? It's responding to the environment. If you take a plant and it's growing towards the left because that's where the window is, and then you rotate it to a different position and it starts growing towards the right because now that's where the window is, you could go, aha, the plant is conscious. It's chemistry. It's chemistry. That's how photosynthesis works. It's chemistry. There's no reason to think that plants are conscious. That is an asinine argument. It's idiotic. We have precisely zero evidence of consciousness arising without a brain anywhere. Now, I wanted to make the point that that doesn't mean that it can't possibly happen. It might be the case that there are alien species somewhere that don't have brains. They evolve consciousness through some other means that we wouldn't recognize as a brain. Let's put our sci-fi hat on and say some kind of energy field that forms as a result of some special thing that for which there's no analog here. Okay, well then that would be an example of consciousness arising as a result of a different physical process that we just don't recognize as a brain, but we would categorize it as some other consciousness.
Or if AI ever becomes conscious.
Or if AI ever becomes conscious.
That could be the case, but you still have a substrate.
You still have a substrate.
Physical thing. Physical thing that is creating that consciousness.
Right. None of these things would be divine. Divine is just another word for magic. So if you find yourself arguing for divine something, stop. Check yourself. You're being silly. You're arguing for wizard stuff. Don't do it. It makes you look silly. Anyway, if anyone wanted to rate that caller, the time for doing that has now passed because I'm just going to have to take the name off. And we will get Ash in, and then we're going to get in James, and Moonlight Studio is back. So if you're in the queue, stay where you are, and we'll speak to you very, very shortly. That was quite the crash out, wasn't it? He completely lost his bananas. Unnecessary. Ash, welcome in, friend. How are you?
Well, that was an interesting one to witness.
Yes.
Like, he just kept getting louder and louder. I'm guessing that's going to be clipped up and put up on YouTube at some
point.
point.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways, I just thought I'd say hi to you guys. It's all good. It's good to see you guys in. And just going on a bit from, I guess, like the previous guest was trying to use collective consciousness as his term for God and existence as collective consciousness, is it? I don't know. I guess it was very confusing.
Yeah, it was very confusing.
But essentially, there's still some, like from the previous callers from before, there were some interesting questions. I think one was like when was the first human like kind of existed? I think I think mitochondrial Eve is probably our closest thing that we can like link to that. Like a skeleton in Africa from 200,000 years old because mitochondria always comes from the mum.
Yeah.
You know, and
but
you can
even
trace it
there,
back, so
if you asked, was mitochondrial Eve's mother human, you would say yes.
yes.
So
That's
the whole point of that, when was the first human? To ask the question is to misunderstand how population genetics works. It's to misunderstand that when we categorize a category like human is a word we use for a cluster of genetic traits that we call human, and you can't pinpoint it to one individual.
It's fascinating. Like I get it. Like there's common ancestors that we share. Like if you go through, and there's always the missing link when it's like, which is the one that was exactly human? Like we wouldn't be able to reproduce, or maybe who knows if we could or not with the previous, like, was it Homo erectus? I'm guessing not, because it is a different species, correct? So again, it will get to a point where, do you know when they say, did the egg come before the chicken or the chicken after the egg? I think Neil deGrasse Tyson says it just came from something that wasn't quite a chicken.
Yeah,
like the mutations happened, and therefore it's now technically something different.
That's right.
So I guess the only closest answer we can give that guy is that if the evidence we have is tracing back to 200,000 years, then that's a point. It's not 6,000 years ago, it's much older. There could be a point even before then, but that's an answer. And either you're happy with that answer or you're not. But that's a you problem. I think the interesting thing about a lot of these discussions is, again, we're trying to find answers with just life and meaning. And I think a lot of it's driven by emotion, because that's what kind of hides where we're trying to look in which direction.
Yeah.
But essentially is, I think a lot of these things could be kind of answered from just like looking within. You know, why is the search of like, okay, a lot of people have stated they fear dying. I guess many of us do, like just the idea of dying, but when you're dead, you don't experience anything. It's like before you were born, you don't have any feelings before you were born. But it's, no one likes the idea of dying, and it's limited time. So it's our mortality that we kind of fear. And it's kind of making use of the time we have. And the question is how do you want to spend the time that we know that we have? Arguing over the, creation of life, some of the deepest questions, because we always like to know. It's fascinating, but sometimes it can really cause people to act in a certain way and make other people feel terrible. And this is why I'm really against like religion, because it's a dogma. It's like we don't do this and we don't do that. And, I feel like it's from a human claiming it to be from a God's words, And I think there is definitely pushback needed on religion and these kind of thoughts, because I agree with what you said, John. Is like, if you do believe in such a creator, so as long as you're not hurting anyone, go for it, see what makes sense to you, because you've got a limited life. You should focus on the positive things and just get through it. But
that's it.
Yeah. But again, it's always interesting to see these kind of conversations and how things, like, I think the other person was, as he was shouting, I would say that's called aggressive learning, because there was a sequence of questions he asked, which you answered very shortly and quickly. And he was like, yeah. And he was just moving on to the next point, kind of just, I don't know what it would be like for school for that guy, but Jesus.
Hard work.
Breathe,
Hard work.
Just breathe.
Hard
But
work.
yeah, pleasure to be on and see you
Cheers,
guys.
Ash.
Take it easy.
Take it easy, buddy. Thanks. Okay, let's get in James next. And then we have Moonlight is back. And then we also have Indy on the YouTube side and Gregor's as well. So if you're waiting in the queue, thank you so much. Continue to be patient. I promise we'll get to you. If you're in the queue, I won't finish the live stream until we've spoken to you. So if you're prepared to wait a bit, we'll get you up. Okay, James, how are you?
Hey John, how are you, mate?
How you doing?
Everything is good.
Good.
All right. So my usual complaint with atheists is they do criticize God, especially the Christian God, for all the reasons. Even for the benefit of doubt, I agree. But in the counter question I ask them is, then why don't you play God for a day and then give me the list of things you will change? And then atheists always fumble on that question.
I wouldn't fumble on that. I think it would be pretty easy.
I want to try it with you then.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So compared to the God of the Bible, I mean, it's so easy to improve on the God of the Bible. You could do it. I could do it in 2 words.
Okay.
No slavery.
No slavery.
Job done.
Yeah. Then, okay. Now you created a new world, but in that new world, there will be a lot of humans who will complain to you, criticize you, because for that set of people, you are not a good enough God, right?
Hang on a second. I didn't say that I'm creating the perfect world. I said I'm iterating towards a better world. So I showed you in 2 words, we can already improve the world based on the one that the God of the Bible said. So do you agree that my world would be better than his?
Yeah, that's what I'm coming there. So you will improve, then one other person will improve things. So there is no ending for improvement. There will be always one more perfect version of the world we can find. You agree?
So many ways to improve on the world of the Bible God. I mean, they're countless. Don't get confused between realizing that this is an evil, horrible God who's full of horrible rules and actions and pronouncements. That's one perspective, and the other is saying we could do it perfectly. No one's making that claim. No one's claiming to be able to engineer a perfect reality. We're just making the claim that it's trivially easy to make it better than the one that guy made.
Yeah, exactly. So if you look at the logarithmic scale, to me, they both not much difference, because let's say your version is 1 million, 1 millionth, 1 millionth, and then Yahweh's version is 1 million, 1 millionth, minus 1. So if you look at the ratio, there's not much difference between you and Yahweh.
Speak to all the people who have suffered under slavery for the last thousands of years, and they would have a different view to you on that.
That's why I said about the ratio. The ratio means compared to the scale of magnitude, you and Yahweh are not much different.
Hold on. John only gave one example. I'm sure he can give 100 more examples that would continually raising the ratio. But even if there's a very slight ratio of John being better than your God, that excludes that God from being perfectly good if somebody can possibly be better.
True.
Even to the smallest degree.
But my counter is there will be another God who is better than John. And there will be even more another version of God who is better than that God.
So you agree that God of the Bible is not perfectly good and in fact is arguably bad, right? Would you agree with that? Like you're basically arguing, yes, but like, could you conceptualize a perfectly good world or what have you? To begin with, we're not all knowing, and that is an entailment of being all powerful. If you're all powerful, you have the ability to know all things. So we're not all knowing. So conceptually, there will be limitations to us playing this God. But the fact that our limited minds can come up with cancer is gone, tsunamis are gone, slavery is gone, and keep coming up with things that would actually vastly improve the world that we live in now, sort of shoots down the idea that this all-powerful, all-loving God actually exists.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, that's what I was saying. Say, for example, iPhone is a good invention. But if you remove iPhone, you will ask me a question, is the world better without that? If you compare them, how many billions of years have Earth has existed, the iPhone moment is just a blip in a second. I'm talking about you have to consider the large volume of the logarithmic scale. So a world without slavery, a world with slavery, to me, considering how many billions years the Earth has existed, it's not any difference.
You're just saying the argument. Yeah, the argument you're making right now is that a small improvement is just not relevant enough for you to accept the point. But that's a silly argument. But that's a silly argument because you either are maintaining that God is perfect or you're not. So I would start by asking you, is God perfect?
Yeah, so that's why the perfection I'm coming to that.
No, hang on. We're going to develop an argument here. Is God perfect? Yes or no?
Yes, I will say yes.
Okay, that's one. Okay. So point 2. Would you agree that if something can be improved on, it's not perfect?
No, as long as there is an intention to prove, the God works in a way as time progresses. I believe he's improving the world for the better.
Define
no,
perfect.
Not
Define
having that.
perfect.
I think we don't need definition on that.
No, we are going to be we're going to be
no,
accurate here. We're going to be accurate here.
If something like, so if I get a perfect score on a test, I got 100%, means I got 0 wrong answers on my test. Can I improve that? Can I improve from 100% to something greater?
No, you cannot. Yeah.
Right.
Perfect.
So you cannot improve perfect. If I got a 99% or a 99.9, like let's say the teacher was grading some, very incremental thing, critique or whatever on my paper, I can improve it. So a necessary entailment of being perfect is there's no more room for improvement. If there is any room whatsoever, no matter how minuscule for improvement,
then
it's not it's not a perfect paper just by the definition of the word perfect.
And we've demonstrated that. We've demonstrated the argument fails already. Yeah. The argument has already failed.
When I said God was perfect, this was not the definition I was going for. When I said God was perfect in the sense, his intentions are good, he's improving the world.
His intentions are good. He's just not very good on the execution, is what you're saying.
My intentions are good. Am I perfect?
I don't believe your intentions are good either.
You think I have bad intentions? Really? That's kind of awful. I think you have good intentions. That's think
horrible,
John has
James.
good intentions.
That's horrible.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll introduce another word.
No, hang on a second. Can we just mark what's just happened? You've downgraded your God. You've downgraded him from. You have. He's going to be pissed about this because you've just downgraded him from being perfect and all powerful to being well intentioned but inept. He would love to have made a world without slavery, just couldn't quite manage it. He dreams of a world without children's cancer wards, just can't quite figure it out yet, but he's working on it and his intentions are good. I used to know a guy who owed me some money. He owed me the money for about 11 years. It went on and on and on and on. And, it wasn't a huge amount of money, but occasionally we'd speak. And he wasn't even a friend of mine. He was just someone we'd had some dealings and he hadn't paid his side of the deal. And I would say to him, are you going to settle up with me sometime? And he would say, I do have the intention to. Like, his intention to pay me didn't help to pay my rent, funnily enough. It didn't put any food on the table for my child. It didn't help me in any way. His intention was worth precisely 0. And the good intentions of your God, who dreams about engineering a world where children are not born with 6-month lifespans, don't matter to me at all. I don't care. We've already demonstrated that God could do better. Therefore, God is not perfect.
That's what I'm coming for, John. What I'm saying is there is no end for a betterment. It will be always 1 more plus 1, 1 more plus 1. Then where do we define the perfect state of the world?
We're not talking about a perfect state of the world. No, we're not. You're equivocating between a perfect state of God and a perfect state of the world. I'm not granting that those two things are equivalent. We could grant that a perfect God would need to iterate towards a perfect state of the world, right? But it would still be the case that process of iteration would be better without having
perfect. Okay, you agree the world is perfect state or not?
No, I don't. No. I don't think. I think the world is very imperfect.
So that means there are things to improve. And then there are things even more. So no matter how perfect you make the world, there will be 1 more perfect version. There will be 1 more group of people.
I don't necessarily buy that.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily buy that. If you have a standard for which you're measuring perfection or a thing that you are working toward, then the achievement of that thing, if you don't have something you're working toward, you don't have improvement. If you have a thing, an idea of perfection that you're working toward, then there is a state which leaves no room for improvement. And if God is all powerful, he could have instantiated that immediately. But not only did he not do that, he created a world that's not just like, oh, it's got a few imperfections here or there. This world is freaking awful. And he himself has done awful things, like committed genocide on the entire planet except for a floating zoo. ordering a genocide of the Amalekites, the Midianites, the Canaanites, etc., allowing slavery, set rules in place for stoning women to death, for flawed virgin tests, and on and on and on. And you're calling this God perfect, which being entirely without fault or defect. If somebody condones slavery, is that a fault or defect in your opinion?
I answered the question already. So now that's
No, I didn't ask you that one direct. I didn't. Nobody asked you that one directly. Is it a fault or defect to condone slavery?
Is it a fault or defect to condone slavery?
Yes.
Yahweh has condoned it. That means if I believe that Yahweh was perfect, then my answer would have been perfect. Obviously.
So basically, if you start with the dogma that Yahweh is perfect, then literally he could be as big of a cruel, sadistic monster as he wants, and those things will be necessarily perfect because you've decided that Yahweh is perfect.
Okay, I answered that. I have heard that same argument before. Nothing new about it.
And I'm addressing your response to it. So basically, you think it is perfect to condone slavery, and your reasoning for that is Yahweh did it, therefore it's perfect to do so.
I did not say that. That's the thing I say. You're not letting me speak.
Okay.
So
all right. Now,
let me finish. Let me finish. You spoke.
So it's not a fault. So just so we're on record, your position is it is not a fault or a defect to condone slavery. That is your position. Let's move forward.
Okay, fine. So now you accepted a challenge. You said you will create a perfect world.
I didn't say that.
I want to see how. No. That man said that he can create a perfect state. It's easy.
No, I didn't
say.
I didn't say I could. What I said was, in order to have a standard for improvement, you have to have some idea of perfection that you are working toward, a concept of what perfect means. Now, perfect could mean zero suffering in the world.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not omniscient. I'm not all-knowing. Nor am I all-powerful. So I am unable, because of the limitations in my power, the abilities that you grant God, omniscience and omnipotence, I am unable to instantiate a world that is without suffering. If God is all-knowing and all-powerful, God could, otherwise you would have to change the definition of all, correct? Okay,
good.
So yeah. So then the world is not perfect because it contains an enormous amount of suffering. It's far from perfect because it contains an enormous amount of suffering, right?
That's where I think I and you differ. So genocide. Okay, take genocide for example. Obviously, I say it is imperfect. You will agree it is imperfect.
Yeah.
So, but I do genocide all the time. I do genocide every day. In fact.
Oh Jesus! Bacteria, some other stupid thing when you take antibiotics.
No. Let me explain what I mean. I Control-Alt-Delete 200 files in my trash. But those files might think, oh my God, we've been mercilessly deleted. What did we do wrong? But as a system administrator, I have to do it. So the concept of life being destroyed by another human is different from the creator. That's where you and I have a different view on genocide. So as a creator...
Okay. All right. So basically, what Hitler did was that a fault or defect in his character?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Why?
I think we don't need to explain on that.
No, we do, because committing genocide against human beings, we agree, is a fault or a defect in someone's character. But when God does it, is it a fault or a defect? Yes or no? Here comes the special pleading.
No, it's not. If the creator of the life, owner of the life, it is his. We are all his property.
That's an immoral argument. That's a disgusting argument. Disgusting argument. You're basically, the reason why that's a disgusting argument, James, and you should be ashamed of yourself for making it, is that being the creator of life comes with it moral responsibilities for the life you've created. If you've created the life in such a way that it has the capacity to experience suffering, then that act of creation carries with it a moral obligation not to instantiate the suffering. not to make them suffer. The fact that your God claims to have created life doesn't mean that he's then able to kill, hurt, be completely indifferent about the suffering of all of those creatures. It's literally just an appeal to power. Your argument is an appeal to power. You're giving up your own... you're giving up your own sense of morality and just going, whatever the boss does is absolutely fine because he made everything. That's not how it works. You know, I have a child, so you could say that I created my child. Did the fact that my wife and I created a child give us license then to make the child suffer, to not care about the suffering of the child, and ultimately to kill the child if we feel like it, just because we made them? It's an idiotic argument. Do better. That is a terrible argument, James. Don't make it. Don't make it. And your computer files are not capable of experiencing suffering. So your little cute quip about Control-Alt-Delete from your computer files doesn't do the thing you hope it'll do, because your computer files don't have the capacity to experience suffering. If they did, then it would be immoral for you to have destroyed your computer files.
What if someday those files are all AI artifacts who have consciousness?
Then we will have a very difficult, nuanced discussion about what moral obligation we have to these creatures and entities that we've created that can experience suffering, and arguably we will then have a duty of care towards those things. But I promise you, the corn on your computer ain't that.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking you a question. I have a AI swarms who have sentient conscious instances. What's your view on that?
Then we would have to talk about moral obligations towards those.
No, let's talk about now. Let's talk about now.
I'm okay with that, James. So let's say I develop a super advanced AI version of the Sims game. If people don't know Sims, you kind of create your own societies and you kind of control the world. You're like the god of that world. Now, let's say it's super advanced AI, and the characters within the Sims game are sentient, have complex emotions, can feel pain, etc. If I just decide, hey, I'm the one that programmed this thing, they're my property, their universe is my creation, and I go ahead and I decide to burn them, drown them, do whatever I want with them, I would be a hellacious, immoral dick. Would you agree?
No.
Oh, Jesus, really? Okay.
Because at the end of the day, they are on computer simulation.
If they have sentience, they can think, they have thoughts, they have complex emotions, they can feel pain. They are every bit as living as we are. And you're okay with me being a torturous bastard who's going to burn them and drown them and make them suffer through that? That says something about you, and we just have different values.
Have you seen what GTA 5 and Fortnite players do for those characters?
The characters that feel absolutely no pain and have no consciousness whatsoever, I don't care. The fact that you don't think that there's a distinction between a computer simulation that has no thoughts or emotions or can feel nothing and an actual sentient being, and you're okay with treating both in the same way, it boggles the mind, and it makes me wonder, because you don't sound dumb. It makes me wonder if you're just arguing for the sake of arguing, or if you really see my point.
It feels a bit that way, James. You have the manner of someone who's trying to come up with arguments as a kind of exercise. Do you really believe the trash you're saying at the moment? Because this is total nonsense you're speaking.
Because we started with the assumption that they are simulation, even though they are sentient. End of the day, they are simulations and electrical pulses running in a RAM.
So are we.
That's exactly I came. So for Yahweh to do the genocide is justified, but for Hitler to do it's not justified. Because I have the character control. The game mechanics is inside the player has to have the behavior, but those rules are not applicable to the administrator of the game or the...
This is a really horrible ethic that you're describing. You are describing an ethic in which it suddenly magically becomes moral for your God to do absolutely anything. So if your God declares, raping babies now is a good thing, that's also fine because he's got admin rights. Do you understand the implications of what you're saying? It's absolutely horrible. It sadly makes you look like a horrible person for holding these views. You should do better. You should do better.
You
Because
specifically picked that example. You know that it triggers people, but God, Yahweh has murdered babies.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why we regularly run God is evil here, because we can demonstrate in multiple places how the actions of this God are absolutely evil and abhorrent.
But you have not come up with the actual defense, other than calling the names of God a idiot or bastard. You have not come up with the actual defense here.
Haven't come up with what?
A difference between
What is your difference here?
A difference between what?
No,
creator.
we don't have
difference.
a difference. We don't have a difference. We are consistent. We don't like suffering. We think causing suffering is bad. And so we think it's bad if God does it. We think it's bad if you do it. We think it's bad, period, for any conscious agent to sadistically cause pain, unnecessary suffering to another thinking agent. We universally call it bad, and you're okay with it as long as God does it.
You are saying, but you're not justifying why. I clearly said
because
there's a distinction between.
because I value the well-being of others, and I don't like seeing harm done to others. I don't think there's an objective reason why. Do you value the well-being of others? Yes or no?
I don't value the well-being of my simulated creatures. If my electricity bill is running out,
do you value the well-being of others? Yes or no?
I said if they are simulated creatures.
No, take out the if. Take out the if.
Take out the if. Answer the question I asked.
Human beings. Do you value the well-being of human beings?
As a human myself, I value other well-being of other humans. Yes, yeah.
Okay, so if God harms the well-being of others, you're okay with it?
I said he's a creator, the owner of the life. That distinction,
right. So the answer is yes. Yeah. So literally, there's no. God can behave anyway if he's the creator of the universe. There is no standard for which you would call God bad. He could be as monstrous as possible, and no matter what, you would still consider him perfect. So the word perfect has lost any sort of meaning because there's nothing he can do that you would consider a fault or defect.
And
right?
it gets even worse. It gets even worse because if you think God is truly sovereign, then everything that happens in the world must be according to God's plan. And if you think God's plan is good, then that means that when we look at things like Hitler and people like that must have been part of God's plan, because if God had wanted that not to happen, he could have engineered the world differently. So that means that you actually think all of that stuff is good too.
No, because I don't believe in omniscience, because I am an open theism believer. So
this God who created everything didn't know how it was going to play out.
Yeah, because I believe God does not have the foreknowledge of the future.
Is God all powerful?
He's the most powerful. Yeah,
most powerful.
Is he all powerful? So there's limits to his power.
Yeah.
So there's limits to his power.
Like illogical things, like a circle with 3 triangles.
Obviously,
setting aside logical contradiction, like a circle square, is he all powerful?
All powerful, yes, yeah.
Okay. Does the ability to know all things fall under the subset of all?
No, it is not. For example,
words really don't mean words. All doesn't mean all. Sean, all doesn't mean all anymore. All just means some.
I'll explain why. Okay.
All just means the ones I like.
No, it's not. And so, for example, pi has infinite
you're all over
digits,
the map.
right?
You're all over the map.
If God has to know all the values of pi, he needs infinite time to compute it. He himself, he can be a powerful computer, but still even himself needs infinite time.
There's no logical contradiction in computing, and not just he wouldn't need to compute because he would already know all the digits of pi.
No, God does not know all the digits of pi. He has to sit and compute.
This is getting very silly. Can we bring this back to how morally depraved you are, James? Because the ethics you're talking about here is like a way of trying to just create an argument whereby because God is the originator of everything, he doesn't have any moral obligations towards the things he's created. If that's a view you hold, it's a really horrible view. It's a really, really horrible view. So I don't know what your intention is in coming into these conversations, but if your intention is to show people that God is good, to show people that God is worth following. You're doing a very, very poor job of it, because the God you're talking about is a moral monster. I would not follow a God who cares so little about the well-being of the creatures he's survived.
So to this live is the designers the designers of the atheists who can design a world, they are no worse monster than God.
But what's the purpose of James? What's the purpose of your conversation? Are you trying to proselytize for Christianity?
No, my purpose of the conversation is atheists are better
than don't worry about that. That's not the purpose of your conversation. That's just a comment you're making. I'm asking, what are you actually trying to achieve ultimately by having these conversations? What's your aim?
Yeah, my attempt is I gave atheists to create a better version of the world.
You're missing the point. I'm going to ask it to you once more, and if you evade it again, I'm going to interpret that as being you don't want to answer it rather than you're incapable. What is the ultimate purpose of you having these conversations where you engage with atheists and try to show them things? Are you proselytizing for a particular religion? Do you think it would be good if more people believed a particular religion? Are you advocating for God?
I am advocating for God as he is the absolute creator and owner of life. Yeah.
Okay. So you're doing a very poor job of it, because everything you've done so far has convinced the 550 odd people watching this that your God is an absolute monster, completely horrific, created a world full of beings capable of experiencing suffering, and then doesn't care whether they do. He could intervene, chooses not to. He's just an asshole, and so are you for promoting this.
You are calling names, but you're not explaining. You're not seeing the distinction between us and God. As I said, we have moral duty, but God is having a different morality.
Do you think God thinks you're doing a good job right now? Everyone listening to this is going, my God, that God sounds like a total freak. Thank goodness I don't follow that guy. He's absolutely horrible.
To be honest, he doesn't care. We are on simulations under him.
Your entire argument is if a human being behaved the way God did, he would be like the biggest genocidal maniac to have ever existed in all mankind. He would be an absolute fucking monster if God were a human being. However, he's God, so none of these awful things he does, ordering, like causing rape, genocide, everything, all the awful thing God does aren't a fault or defect simply because he's God. That's your entire argument. Yes, he's a cruel, sadistic monster, but he's God. That's literally your argument.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
Are good at cherry picking. They only choose the suffering. They ignore the good things.
It's like having a cake with bits of shit in it, and going, they don't want to eat the cake because it's got a few bits of shit in it.
Yeah,
they're ignoring the lovely icing on top. Look, it's got Smarties on the top too.
As I said, I do genocide every day. I delete a lot of files.
Yeah, James, this is shocking. This is shocking. You should be better, James. You should realize that what you're arguing for here is a complete lack of morality. What you're essentially arguing for has got nothing to do with morality. You're arguing for a morality-free zone.
It is morality. Because do you know why?
No morality.
I don't for the computer to be in a
No, you're arguing for a morality-free zone where the only thing that matters is raw power. God made him. Mm-hmm. He can fuck him over as much as he wants. That's all you're saying, and you applaud that. You think it's good. That reflects really poorly on you. Really poorly. You should be ashamed of yourself for advocating for this kind of thing. This is just raw power. It's disgusting. We look at Kim Jong-un in North Korea. That guy has unbridled power. He can do anything he wants. This is what happens when power is not constrained and when the people with the power have absolutely no care about the well-being of the people they have power over. That's why when we look at North Korea, where he's got multiple palaces and most of the population are starving, and they live in an absolutely brutal regime where if guys don't get the right haircuts, they can be executed for it, we recognize that it's bad, even though he has the power. You're just leaning into that, James. You're just saying that's good. In your view, you think that's good. And it's not. It's not good. It's totally indifferent to the suffering and well-being of entities who are keenly capable of experiencing those things. So I think you should think about that, James, because what you're advocating for is terrible, and you're doing a terrible job of advocating for it. So if there is a God, he's going to be looking down at you, messing up his business, He's got his head in his hands right now going, oh my God, that guy James is on again.
And by the way, why do you think North Korea only have allowed haircuts? Definitely that's fake news. I don't know where you found that.
Right. Okay. Well, whether it's fake news or not, it's still the case that it's an extremely authoritarian regime in which the leader has absolute power and people do not do well because he doesn't care about
your
them.
reputation is damaged here, right?
By the way, we've done a little.
So he's a God apologist and a Kim Jong-un apologist. That tracks.
Yeah, it does track. Yeah, we've done a little poll over on the YouTube side. Unfortunately, it's quite hard to do custom polls on TikTok, so I could only do it there. But I said, is the God being described worth following? And 92% people said no. Amazingly, 8% people said yes. I find that remarkable. But there you go. Yeah, I think, James, if your intention here is to come in and spread the good news, you failed. All you've done is made people think even less of the God you follow. And sadly, a bit less of you for following such a monster with such poor arguments. So my advice is go away and think of some better arguments and come back and offer those. Because we have spoken before. Last time we spoke, your arguments weren't quite as poor as this. So something's gone wrong in the machinery. It's broken. Go and have a think and come back with some decent arguments. These ones didn't work.
Right, man. Enjoy the time. But I just want to leave it that North Korea.
Yeah, off he goes.
So I spent a year in South Korea, and I've actually spoken to people who have managed to escape North Korea. And I know enough to know what's going on. His apologetics for like Kim Jong-un, that's actually really pissing me off because God is at least some like fictional character that in theory is an awful human being, but like that actually makes me pretty mad.
Yeah, especially if you've lived it. You've spoken to people who've been on the sharp end. Okay, we are going to get Eric in right now. Eric, if you can make your surroundings a little quieter, we would all appreciate that. That would be really good. But you're up, Eric. How are you?
Eric, good, how are you? I'm sorry. I unfortunately had to leave just because I can't get rid of the background noise. I'm at work, that's why. Sorry about that.
Okay, if you can get somewhere quieter, call back. We'll speak to you then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, that's a shame. We were looking forward to speaking to Eric, but it was not to be. It sounds like there was some sort of mouse conference going on there or something. There we go. Okay, a couple of super chats and messages, and then we will get our next guest in. Looks like Indy is back with us, so we'll get Indy in just a moment. In the meantime, we have... what do we have? Can Best. Oh, thank you very much, Can Best. Great job. John, thank you so much and for the donation. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind. Thank you very much. And Oren, good to see you, said, biggest black hole equals God. Caller, think this through. Yeah, that dude was super confused. And Jillybean said, thank you. Thank you, Jillybean, for your donation. I really appreciate that very, very much indeed. And Jillybean also says, dictionary definitions describe how people use words, not provide declarations about reality. That's really true. That is really, really true. They give us
no, that's true. It's just words don't have intrinsic meanings, but it's important when a person is using esoteric, non-standard definition. So when you go to what's called the lexical definition, that means the dictionary definition. It's going to show you all the most common usages of the word. And when somebody deviates from that constantly with this word and the next word and the next word and the next word, it's not very believable that they're trying to have a genuine conversation. Because if they were, they would be communicating in a manner and using like commonly understood definitions in order to communicate concepts. But words don't have intrinsic meanings. It doesn't mean they're factually wrong. I could call a pencil a dog and I'm not factually wrong. But if I do that in the course of a conversation and I'm referring to this, it's actually a pen, this pen as a dog, I'm not actually trying to communicate right now. Communicate effectively right now.
Yeah, and if you want people to think that your pencil has a tail and comes to greet you every time you come home from work, the conversation ain't going to go well. So yes, exactly that. Okay, just a couple more. Eric said, if God has no moral obligations, worship is pointless because he's within his moral rights to simply lie to believers about the rewards of faith. That's also true. all his promises, if he's just the system admin, he could just be messing with you. So all of this stuff, or whatever your religious commitments are, whatever your religious beliefs are, the system administrator could just be completely toying with you and messing with you. You have no reason to think any of it's true. I hadn't thought about it like that before. Great comment, Eric. Thank you. Eric always brings it. And Jamnik says, thanks, Jamnik. 1, host explains how caller is being an arsehole. 2, calls the caller an arsehole. 3, caller only hears the insult and asks for the explanation that came before the insult. Yeah, I mean, look, it's wrong of me to... That was an ad hominem for me to have said that. But I wanted to point it out. Like, the God that he was describing was such a horrific character, so uncaring and so indifferent to suffering. And he was mirroring that. So that means that those same characteristics that he was venerating in his God, he was displaying himself. And those are the characteristics by which we would use that kind of term to call someone a pejorative term. So maybe I was wrong to say it. But, if you kind of quack like a duck and walk like a duck, all of that stuff. So sadly, and then Jay Danger says, Mr. Doc's apologizing for slavery in chat. Call in. Oh, right. Yeah. If you're in the chat, we want to hear from you. Don't have all the best conversations in the chat. Come and have them up here with us. Okay, we are going to get... Moonlight Studio has been waiting the longest, so we'll get Moonlight in next, and then Indy is waiting. We are always happy to speak to Indy, so we'll have Indy after that. But for now, hopefully, Moonlight Studio is somewhere quieter, without the storm and the rain. Hey, Moonlight, are you there? Or are we still coming in?
The transporter is still trying to...
Oh, yes, it's trying to bring him in. Let's see if it works.
Scotty's fiddling with the dials right
now. There we go.
Good job, Scotty.
Okay.
Moonlight, welcome back.
Okay, hello.
Hi, we got you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
How you doing? We got you.
Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to speak about what James said. It hurts me that I'm also called James, by the way. And if he says God is perfect and heaven is perfect, right? Why can't God make it as perfect as heaven? Because maybe he might say that heaven was not that perfect. Lucifer rebelled against God, and later the angels came to earth and did all those kind of stuff. But after what Lucifer did and what the angels did, there haven't been any records of heaven being imperfect. So I think God should be able to make the world as perfect as heaven is.
Yeah, and he should be able to. He just chooses not to.
Also, when he asks you that, and also when he asks that, if you were to be God for one day, how would you make the world perfect?
Yeah,
I think we studied geography in the university, and we have this list that are the major issues that the world has right now, and their names are the SDGs and the MDGs of the world. So if you should research that stuff and actually be able to solve them, that could solve at least, I think, 90% to 85% of the world's problem right now. And then talking about referring us to the games like GTA, God could speak directly to his people. That's what the priest and the pastors say. God speaks to them. But if we could actually speak to any of his GTA characters, let's say Trevor or Franklin in the game, I think he has a lot of stuff that he could tell them that would make the game better for him and for those in the GTA world. So why doesn't God tell us something that is better, that will make things better for us here in this world, instead of making it worse for us every day?
Yep. All the right questions. And I can assure you that whatever answers you hear back...
If you get me on what I'm saying.
Yeah. Whatever answers you get back are going to be insufficient. They always are.
Yeah. Well, what it just boils down to, his argument, and James, you're welcome to, I don't know if you're welcome to come back today, but like, I don't mean to talk when you're just not around, but like the only argument that the explanation is just that God can do it. He created the universe, so he could do whatever he wants. That's it. There's no at that point, there's no actual moral assessment of good or bad. It's just good by default because it's God. Literally, his characteristics don't matter, his actions don't matter, his words don't matter. Nothing matters. It's just that he's God, so therefore good and perfect. That's literally all it comes down to. That's the argument in a nutshell.
Okay. All right. And like I've here for a long time since Afghan spoke, and I think I don't know if I should call you an John, please, are you an atheist? Let me say.
Yeah.
Okay, so for atheists and Christians and Muslims and those who believe in religion, I feel there's this thing that we can't all seem to solve on our own. Like example, I wanted to ask you if are you here to help people who are deconstructing like the issue of what they are doing that is right, or help us understand what creation is and where it came from.
I'm not sure I quite understand the question you're asking. Just frame it once more for me, Moonlight.
So so like my question is, you see, most of us here are those who are like actually have actually deconstructed from like our religion. We have realized that it's all just a myth and it's all lies made to keep us where we are.
Yeah.
And following people like you make us feel like the decisions that we made are very legit and are very right, and we should just be ourselves and be good people to each other.
Yeah.
You see, and then when Afghan and I think Ninja came on live, they asked about creation, and it's like both of you are trying, like you are trying to use scientific means, and they are trying to use common sense to actually justify what you are saying.
Yes.
If you do get me.
Yeah. I mean, they
okay. So
there are.
So
sorry, finish your question. I'm sorry. I thought that was it.
So like I think that you are explaining by using science, but just like we apply common sense to Bible and Quran issues, they are applying theirs to science. And when like they apply their common sense to science too, it doesn't make sense to a certain point in time. So I feel it's better if we should let the story of creation, like the beginning of man, be like, I think no one knows how we all came to be like where we are now. Because when you ask a scientist that, okay, so now where do this ape come from? Where did the Big Bang also come from? Like there are a lot of answers that you give. When you ask the Christians, so now where did God come from? They can't answer you. When you ask the Muslims, so now where did Allah come from? They cannot answer you. So it's like these are blank spaces that are there. But I feel that if we atheists are able to let that side be, we can actually help people deconstruct. But I don't know if maybe you have an answer for that. So that's all.
Yeah, so if I understand what you're saying, so science should not trudge on topics that don't involve science, which is finding explanations for how things work and why they work that way in the natural world. So science should not tread on philosophy or theology or history. It can be applied to make historic conclusions, but like science should stay within science. However, when religion treads on science and makes claims about science, for example, in Genesis, that plants existed on Earth prior to the sun or the rest of the stars, that is a claim that applies to the actual real natural world that we live in. So it is now fair to, and also the global flood, whether that actually happened. If the global flood happened, that is something, even if it was divinely caused, that is something that happened in nature and there should be evidence for it. So when religion makes claims that about facts that pertain to the natural world, and it's an area of study that science can assess the truth value of, then it's fair to bring science into it and say, for example, there was no first man and first woman. We evolved from an earlier species of primate. That is a false claim. It is absolutely fair to do that. And on the flip side, I agree with you. Science since the existence of a God is an unfalsifiable proposition, that's not an area science should or to my knowledge ever does tread. There's no peer-reviewed papers on whether God exists.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, true. And the one thing I wanted to ask John is that most of those that are deconstructing are like, let's say Christians, right? And you said in one of your lives that that makes the number of Muslims higher than Christians as time goes by. So that means that, like, by and by, we would be most Christians would be deconstructing and become atheists as time goes on. Like, and that would make Islam a major religion in the world. So isn't that like kind of a threat or something to society, since
So
most
the
most of the stuff religion for
demographic
is
the
violence,
demographic
and
yeah
if
the demographic trends at the moment is that people are leaving Christianity in higher numbers. I would never make the claim most Christians are going to deconstruct. I would never make that claim. We don't have data to support that claim. But it's certainly a lot of people are leaving Christianity at this point, and the nuns are the largest growing demographic in the US, not globally, but in the US. Muslim communities are having more children, which explains the rise of Islam as a percentage of the global population. And we will probably reach a point, I think it's by 2050, but don't hold me to that, where Islam may be the majority religion in the world. And make of that what you will. I think that there are some problems associated with that fact, because I don't think that it's necessarily a helpful thing for lots of people to believe, given that some percentage of people who identify that way are inclined towards violence. Not all, of course. There are many peace-loving Muslims. Some of them are my friends. But it is something to be concerned about. But that isn't a reason not to help people out of the Christian faith or out of any faith if those belief systems are hurting them, doing them harm. So yeah.
And earlier on I saw that, and earlier I saw that, John, you were I think you and Sean were arguing about divine things being divine, right? Like you don't
a divine mind.
You don't believe in magic, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to tell you a story about when I was in high school, right? Sorry, I failed to mention that I'm a Ghanaian. I'm from Ghana.
I hear the call to prayer in the background.
In high school. Yeah. The Muslim. So like in high school there was this issue where these two lovers, did this covenant, right? And one left the school and the lady was still in the school. Like, we don't know what happened, but the lady was never okay since the guy was not in the school. So one night we have something called prep in Ghana high schools, where we study from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. before we go to bed at 10 p.m. That's what we do in Ghanaian high schools, every school in Ghana. So while in prep at 7 p.m., this girl began to act unusual. So we went in and called the principal and other teachers come and see how things were going. They came in. The girl was on the second floor of our school. So she kept on doing this thing, and the headmistress was trying to help her out. And this girl screamed. I will never forget this. This girl screamed. And as soon as the girl screamed, the lights of our first and second floor and half of the last floor went off just by the girl's scream. I don't know if it is divine or whatever it is, but whatever happened then, I had never seen it before. That's my first encounter with that kind of stuff. And as soon as that thing happened, the boy appeared from nowhere. and he brought in Ghana we believe in leaves and that kind of stuff. So he brought in some leaves and did something for this guy, and then the whole thing stopped. And then they had to break up and everything. That was the only time the girl was okay, and the girl left our school, and we never saw or heard from her again.
Yeah,
So
dude,
for
things
me, I
happen.
never believed in divine stuff or magic until I
Coincidences
experienced
happen. Coincidences happen, and they explain things like that. It would be weirder if those kind of things never happened. It's not a reason to believe in anything like that. Moonlight, we're going to move it on because we have a few others in the queue that I don't want to keep them waiting too long. But thank you for coming up, friend, to speak to us again. I'm glad you managed to find somewhere quieter.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Keep in touch, and we'll speak again soon.
Thank you so much for speaking.
All right, friend.
Okay.
Take care.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do that. Right. We did have. Where was it? We did have someone else. We had Eye on Anti-Semitism in the TikTok queue. If you'd like to join the queue again, we'll get you in after a couple of calls just on the YouTube side. Let's just bring in Indy, who's been waiting a while. And then PVG also had something to add on an earlier call, I believe. Indy, are you there?
Yeah, mate, can you hear me?
Can't hear you.
Hello.
How can we not hear you?
Hang on.
Can't hear you, I'm afraid. That's quite strange.
Hang on. I'll just try.
All sorts of audio issues today. It's not been a good day with
How's
the tech
that?
for some reason. But
John, I'm able to hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Were you able to hear me on the YouTube side?
Yeah, absolutely. But just not him. Indy, you might need to leave and rejoin or refresh the browser. It's weird. It does that sometimes because I can hear Sean fine.
Yeah, okay.
So it suggests to me that it's something, potentially something your end.
I'll come back. Sean, let him know. I'll try and come back.
Okay, try and refresh your browser, Indy, or leave and come back in.
He's going to come back.
Yeah, he's going to come back. Yeah, I couldn't. None of us could hear that, I think, unless anyone else could, but I certainly couldn't. Yeah, you can hear Sean, but I don't know. Maybe it's not something like that.
I couldn't hear you on the video side on that particular call.
You couldn't? That's interesting.
No, I could hear him though, and he could hear me, but he also couldn't hear you.
Right.
So
okay.
There's some weirdness.
So yeah, video's been a total pain today. I normally have another computer running video, and it wasn't working when we started the stream. So I shut down the whole stream and started back up with video running on the main computer, and it's a little bit weird. You could all hear both. Okay, well, if that happens again, I'll be quiet and you guys can have the talk.
Sure.
While we're waiting for Indy to come in, then let's speak to PVG and see if we have the same issue. PVG, are you there?
PVG, can you hear John?
Is not there yet. This is so dull. It looks like my fiber line is coming in the next week or so, which will be very good.
Nice.
That'll help with connection issues. And then I think there's probably a new computer for the studio coming, which might help with these other issues or not. I don't know. All very irritating. But I think this might be a video end thing, because the fact that I can hear you,
PVG, PVG, can you hear me?
I don't know. It's kind of strange.
John, can you hear me?
Okay, well that isn't happening. Can't hear PVG.
You can't hear me either. I was also speaking on there, and I'm not hearing PVG either.
Okay, so something strange is going on.
But I can hear you on their side.
Right.
Like I can hear. Yeah. Anyway, it's all wonky right now.
It's pretty wonky. Yeah, it's pretty strange. So let's try Indy again and see if this works. Indy, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, so
Sean,
you hear John,
you
right?
Can hear Indy.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, so John,
I can hear John.
He
Right.
can't hear
All
you.
you guys can hear, and for some very strange reason, I can't.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I
He
think
can
I
hear
might know
both
what
of
it is,
us, but
actually.
you
It might be when earlier on you asked me to make them louder. I think I might know what it is. Might be this. Try this now.
Indy, are you hearing both of us?
Yeah, mate. Yep.
There we go. Okay, sorted it. Okay.
Yep.
Happy days.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
Sweet. How are we?
Very good indeed. Yeah. All good.
Beautiful. I'm just in the final stages of preparing coffee. I I think last time we spoke, I was in Melbourne visiting my little one.
Yeah.
And then Sunday night, jumped in the car and reached Perth at about 11 o'clock this morning local time. So
that's a
what,
long
2,200 miles, I guess.
Long old drive, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah, in about, I think I did it in 44 hours. So I am, as Kramer said, stick a fork in me, Jerry, because I am done.
Good stuff.
I'm,
well,
yeah,
good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. You too. Yeah, I was driving across, as you probably know, as you said, it's a long drive, and it's a pretty, it's not the most exciting drive. They call it the Nullarbor Plain for a reason. It's the treeless plain. I think there's about 1,800 miles there where you don't see a tree.
Right.
So yeah, that was fun, and then you're basically dodging the it's a bit of a pinball game of dodging the kangaroos and the camels and the emus and stuff, and trying not to write your car off, and
Fair enough.
and then just weaving your way between the rabbits that are addled with Khaleesi virus. And I was thinking about it because the rabbits are completely, they're frothing at the mouth. And for those who don't know, do you know when the first the first rabbits were introduced to Australia by the English?
I don't.
It was the first fleet. It was the first fleet. It was literally the first boat that got here, dropped a rabbit off, and just destroyed the ecosystem perennially from that point. So the very first opportunity that we got to to write something off, we took advantage of it. So and so they're all frothing at the mouth, and they don't get out of the way of the cars because they're all a little bit they're not right in the head because of the Khaleesi virus.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't used to have to give them Khaleesi virus. That we used to be able to give them myxomatosis back in the day.
Right.
And then they got immune to it. They got immune to myxomatosis, so we had to discover Khaleesi virus. So I'm not sure how that happened. We'll have to put some and work out. It must have been magic. I think it must have been God magic or something. They developed an immunity to the myxomatosis, so we had to come up with something else to keep them under control. I think that was the CSIRO, was their final diagnosis, was God magic. Is that your understanding, Sean?
Do we have Sean?
Sorry, I have a tough time hearing. Which part of it did you ask is my understanding?
When the rabbits in Australia became immune to the myxomatosis, and we had to come up with another way to keep them under control. I think it was God magic was the final diagnosis.
Yeah, God, everything is God magic, Indy. Everything is God magic. We should know that by now. Every human achievement and everything else that happens is always God magic.
You get like referred cringe for the poor old Christians. Like, remember I told you I got stuck in a cult when another cult after I left Christianity, and it was more it was kind of Hindu based, and I still meditate now, and I find the benefits of the physical benefits of meditation and stuff really good, but like at least with the Hindus and stuff, there's like, they were kind of around the mark. They talk about billions of years and universes expanding and collapsing, and in a way that almost kind of sounds a little bit like inflation. And but at least they were talking like I think my favorite statistic at the moment is if you think that the Earth is 6,000 years old, it's the equivalent of thinking that the continental United States are 27 feet wide. Like that's how wrong you are.
Yes. Yes. Or the width of a football pitch is a human hair. Yeah.
So they're not far off. They're close. They're getting closer all the time. But at least the Hindus were kind of accidentally right. With the billions of years and the way that the mountains and the oceans recycled themselves and things wore down over a long time and were born and reborn. And but I'm just really fascinated at the moment. I love that saying, as above, so below. And you look at the Abrahamic religions and the way that they sort of personify their God and make him sort of as mean-spirited and as churlish and nasty and racist and all of that stuff that they were. And the way that plays out in society, you know, the way that it leads people to treat each other and give themselves permission to treat each other based on the fact that they see themselves as having a mandate from a God who thinks that that's not just okay, but would prefer if they did it. You know, would be and would be kind of upset with them if they didn't. Versus, I think what I still kind of like about the Hindu thing is you kind of get this mix of like these gods who are unashamedly kind of Greek and kind of, you know, these gods of destruction who could wake up one day and just decide, well, I'm just going to have a volcano today. I'm just going to kill a few 100,000 people. And it didn't shy away from the nastiness of that. And yet you do kind of get this connection to a more sort of, I don't know, you know, like that more meditative side where you're connecting to something that's a little bit bigger than yourself and a bit more ancient. And so I kind of get a kick out of that. But yeah, it just gets harder and harder to listen to the calls. Some of these calls that you do, it's like the cringe that you get for these people, the things that they're willing to say with a straight face.
Yeah.
On a public forum, it's like it gets harder and harder to hear. I like I said to you before, the patience that you guys have with some of these guys is unreal. But yeah,
they try us sometimes. We're not always our best selves, but you know, one tries and we keep on going.
I think you're getting better than they deserve, but it's every now and then I tune in and you're in the middle of actually tearing strips off someone, and it's usually pretty well deserved. It seems to take a fair bit to get you guys going, so yeah, it's usually pretty well earned when it does happen. But yeah, I just thought I'd share my insights about my my trip across Australia. It's a nice drive if you ever get the opportunity to do it. But yeah, we'll have to get to the bottom of how those magic rabbits got that immunity to. If we can work out the magic that they used to get immunity to, we could become immortal. We could become gods ourselves.
Definitely God magic for sure. Indy, thanks for calling in again, friend. Always good to see you. Pleased to hear that you're doing well, and get some rest after your long journey, won't you?
I'm off to bed. Good to see you, lads.
Take care, pal.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye. Okay, that was Indy, and let's get. I think I still had. Do we have a name on the screen there? No, we didn't. Okay, we didn't have that there. Okay, fair enough. Let's get PBG and hopefully he can hear us. I think it's going to work now. PBG, are you there? The system is all up and running now. We don't have an audio problem anymore. It's
PBG,
more just.
Can you hear us?
I think he just might not be quite attending. So
PVG?
Maybe not. He can hear
Papa
us.
Victor Golf.
Okay, well, we can't hear you, dude. We can't hear you. So there we go. Now we can hear you. Yes, I felt confident that this was something not at our end. Welcome in, PBG. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. You had something to say about an earlier caller. Is that right?
The horizontal inquiry guy.
Oh yeah.
Was he trying to defend religion, saying that cousin marriage has a benefit?
No, he wasn't. He was trying to defend religion for basically just saying that he was pointing to certain useful commandments that some religions may have, and saying that those useful commandments would have more authority if made by a religion than made by secular sources. So things like perhaps laws against incest or stuff like that would be good because coming from a religion would boost their perceived authority. So he wasn't arguing for cousin marriage, no.
Oh, okay. Because I had a hard time understanding that. Because Dr. Big did educate me on because there were only about 100 to 300,000 human beings about 60,000 years ago, but we are about 7 billion now. So there was some breeding, some cousin mating involved, but then more than the cousin mating, we also interbred with Neanderthals and other species, hominid species, and that's what saved us. It's not the cousin marriage. So yeah, I thought he was defending cousin marriage, so I just wanted to...
No, he wasn't doing that. So no, you can rest easy. Rest easy.
Can I just quickly add in a bit about the previous caller, the
Sure.
Aussie guy?
Yeah.
He was talking about Hinduism, and in Hinduism, what the mainstream Hindus believe, or the contemporary Puranic Hindus believe, is the creator god, Brahma, is imperfect. And it says that he created this imperfect world full of suffering and injustices and things. And the protector god, which is Vishnu, apparently comes and does divine interventions and things to sustain a good world and fights against injustice. Then they also argue that Shiva, the destroyer god, destroys everything. But then if you ask the Shaivites, who are the sectarian people who worship Shiva, they say he only destroys the evil things, not the good things. And
Right.
the good things, just, they're programmed to kind of expire on their own. There's no, by the creator god. So there's no involvement there. But then it sounds less damaging than Christianity. But if you look at it, because it kind of makes the gods imperfect in itself. But when you look at Vishnu, it also says that God has a plan. God, when there's injustice, God will intervene and God will make everything all right. But that doesn't happen either. So it kind of comes back to the same inconsistency that God's letting all this happening anyway. So
yeah,
it's I guess I just wanted to add that in. That's all.
Good stuff. Well, good to hear you, friend. Hope you're doing okay. And
yeah, I'm all right. I'm just writing down the timestamps, so I'll go back to doing that now.
Excellent. I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much. There's a tricky thing, which is I would like to lower the latency of the YouTube stream, which means that rather than being like a 20-something second delay between what actually happens here and what arrives on YouTube, it can be cut down to 10 or even less. But I think if you do that, you can't have the closed captions. So it's a bit of a balance. I have to have a think about how best to do it. Maybe I'll chat to Justin and see what.
Okay. The closed caption has no bearing at all. From what I observed, even if you enable closed caption, YouTube doesn't enable the transcript option
for some hours.
6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours after the video has been archived. So it's
right.
not from the time when the live has started, but it's from the time when the live has finished, and 6 hours after that. That's when YouTube.
But there are people who really like the captions. Even if they're watching the live later. And so it's a tricky one. I mean, as an interesting thing for people in the chat now, if you're watching on YouTube, we've got 367 on the YouTube side right now. Would you prefer it if I lowered the latency of the stream? So rather than it being a 20-second gap between what happens here and what you guys see, it was much lower. Does that appeal to you? And on balance, I'm wondering if that might be worth going for, even if it means we don't have captions available later. I wonder. I'd be interested to know. I might put a poll up at some point for the audience to see. Pastor Ferry suggesting I do a poll, maybe a poll about this. I could do it right now. Would you like it if the delay on the stream? No, leave it in case someone. Did he say leave it in case someone shits the bed? If the stream was less, I mean, if they're going to do that, it's going to go out anyway, right? Seems fine. Prefer to have captions. Don't care. Don't use captions. Worth it to me. Find captions helpful. Okay, so maybe I'll leave it as it is then, and I won't do the poll. And we won't sacrifice the captions for the sake of a quicker stream. And the thing is, it would be something like when we say, rate the caller, right? So I say rate the caller, but people on YouTube don't hear me actually say that until 20 seconds later. It just makes a bit of a weird delay for anything interactive.
40 seconds actually. 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's a fair bit, isn't it? Okay, well we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
That's fine.
Have you actually quantified the delay, John?
I haven't. I mean, there's an easy scientific way to do it, right? I haven't also established whether the delay is a constant. I don't know whether it's a fixed amount. Yeah, my guess is about 25 seconds or so. But accessibility is worth
after you get fiber, because potentially fiber could affect the delay. I don't know, but maybe.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. But yeah, I'll think about it. Interestingly, the consensus in the chat seems to be maybe keep the captions, don't let them go. So prefer the captions when I miss the live stream and I'm watching back later, says Rage Room with Robin. Okay, well, interesting. Something to think about. All right, well, PVG, good to see you, friend. Take it easy.
Good to see you. Good to speak to you, John and Sean.
Keep well.
You guys take care.
And you, buddy. All the best. Take care. Bye. Bye. Okay, that was PVG, and let's get so TikTok queue currently empty, and we do have we've got Espresso Jack in the YouTube queue, so we'll bring in Espresso Jack right now. And Liberatis is saying you need to do a prompt on divine command theory. Tell Christians it's the same belief Islamic extremists use when they fly into buildings. It's true. It's absolutely true. Sean always says one revelation away from ISIS. I think that's absolutely brilliant and completely true. Let's bring in Jack right now. Hopefully you're there. Espresso Jack, can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. I love it when it works. Always a sense of relief. How are you doing?
Well, I've been better, but that's kind of the reason why I'm calling in today. Normally I'm more on the political side, but this time I'll stay more close to the topic that you presented. Sure. That is, we don't need God, right?
Yeah.
So I'm getting screened for cancer today.
Right.
But that got me thinking about the whole there's no atheist in foxholes argument.
Yeah.
And how secular cope is different with faced with fatal illness or anything like that. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on it.
Well, I can tell you as a cancer survivor that during the time that I had cancer and was being treated for it, it never occurred to me once to pray to any gods. Not once. Even when it wasn't clear whether things were going to be okay, even when there was a possibility I might be watching my final autumn. I remember watching not to sound too sentimental, watching the leaves fall from the tree in my garden. And I always love watching the tree go around the cycle of the seasons. And I remember having the thought to myself, I wonder if this is the last time I'll ever see the leaves fall. And even in the midst of that, it never occurred to me for one moment to pray about anything. I put my faith in the doctors who treated me. I put my faith in the expertise that they had and the training and the technology that they had access to. And that was enough for me. It never occurred to me to, start looking to anything beyond that. And I have friends who have been in the military and have been, and Sean may be able to speak to this from first-hand experience, I don't know, but have been in very tricky situations where it also wasn't clear that they were going to survive them. And they told me that it didn't occur to them to pray either. They were too busy looking after each other and protecting each other and themselves to start doing that. And so I think the phrase, no atheists in foxholes, is demonstrably not true.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah, I've literally been one myself. Yeah.
That's kind of how I felt. And a little bit something more about me is when I was very young, for about 7 years or so, I was physically abused by my stepdad to the point multiple times where I thought I was going to die. But that was when I was Christian. I grew up believing in that, and I didn't pray when that was happening. Even I only prayed at night for me to be able to get out, or for some guidance or something, because I was between the ages of 9 and 14. I didn't really have any way to get out of there myself.
Yeah.
And it just, it's interesting to me to see how some people who didn't really believe or never believed, once they get into the situation where their life is in danger, or they have some kind of critical illness or something like that, then the people who try to ease their pain and their worry are the religious people who try to ease their pain, simply go in and say, oh, well, just pray with me, God will take care of it, stuff like that. It's in God's hands. And all the while, like you have a team of doctors, nurses, pharmacists, everybody that has worked their entire life to try to help you,
Yeah.
not get any credit.
Yep. Yeah.
And
I find it
it's a shame.
offensive. I find it offensive, really offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when I was successfully treated, it didn't occur to me to thank any, imaginary beings. I personally thanked the people who treated me. I got to look them in the eye and shake their hands and give them a hug and say, thank you. Thank you for giving me, my life back.
Right.
So, I find it offensive, and obviously we all hope that everything is going to be good with you and that you're going to be okay, and that either everything is fine, and if it's not fine, that you get the treatment you need to sort you out, because it's amazing how much progress has been made in this area now. It's not the thing that it used to be, and we're obviously all rooting for you and hope that you're doing okay.
I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, my wife is a former radiation therapist, so she knows a lot more about it than I do. But
good.
Yeah, hopefully it's not, but if it is, I know I'm in good hands. So.
Good. I'm sure they'll sort you out if you need it. But let's hope that everything's clear, and let us know how you're doing, won't you?
Will do.
All right, Freddie. All the best.
See ya.
Take it easy, Jack. Bye. Okay. We all wish Espresso Jack well, obviously.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. Call queues are currently empty. A couple of super chats to share before the next thing happens. So Tim said, nuns, not nuns. Nun isn't N doing a cartwheel. Yeah, nuns as in none in there, not none as in sister nun. Gets so confusing. And when we say like the nuns are the biggest group, fastest growing demographic, I used to imagine loads of nuns. I can't get it out of my head. Even though I know what I'm saying, it's the people who tick the word none on which religion are you? I am none. It's not the people who dress like penguins. It's not that one. And Full Baked Media said, I'm back at Ninja of Love. Oh yeah. What a magnificent crash out. He scared my cat. I had to put on headphones. Just astounding. Yeah, that was a crash out for the ages. I haven't yet clipped, but I listened to it last night. I watched it back last night. The crash out of Sean the other day. Sean with the W. That was a crash out. It is amusing. I mean, obviously, on balance, we do prefer the sensible, respectful, kind of normal conversations where we can explore points and exchange views and all of that kind of stuff. But it must be said, the crash outs are quite funny. And that guy earlier completely lost it. It was something to behold, wasn't it? Really, really a thing. Right. We seem to have another guest over on the YouTube side. It looks like Rob Value. Rob, I'm going to switch the camera off just to save bandwidth so we don't get crackly audio. So I'm switching the camera off, but going to bring you in. Hopefully we will hear you okay. Are you there, Rob?
Hi, yeah, I am.
Hello. How you doing?
Hiya. All right, thanks. Been listening to your show for a while. It's really great. You guys do really good work here.
Thank you.
Just wanted to share a funny little thought that I have. When you get Christians trying to argue that the flood was real,
yeah,
and obviously people come back with, well, there's no evidence for it, and then they're trying to prove no, there really is evidence for it. I find it a bit strange because what they're trying to argue for is no, God really is a genocidal maniac who killed everything.
It's not the flex they were hoping for, is it?
Yeah, and it's like, why are you trying to establish that?
Yeah, I guess the answer would be that they still see that as being a necessary, moral, good, and righteous act. You know, the greatest act of genocide ever. You know, kill, as Sean said, kill all the fluffy kittens. You know, kill all the fluffy bunnies and all the dolphins and all the whales and because all the sea life, by the way, would have also died in such an event because the oceans would have been full of non-saline water, so all life would have died everywhere, apart from Noah and his family in their floating zoo. It's terrible. What a terrible, terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah. I just find that hilarious, really. This is the first time I've had the courage to call up. So that's all I wanted to say for the moment. So,
well, good for you, Rob. Thanks for calling in and thanks for listening. We appreciate you. So thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, there we go. Take Rob off. Right, let's double check. The TikTok queue is empty. So if you are on TikTok and you want to speak to us, if you disagree about us not needing God and you think we do need God, well, then God probably thinks you have a duty to tell us. So step up and let us know why you think we're wrong. And similarly, if you're on the YouTube side and you think we need to know about God, well, you know what the link is. It's in the chat all the time, but I'll put it in just once more. There it is. Just click on that and in you'll come. The tech all seems to be behaving itself right now, so that's quite good. We appreciate that. And Real Jiffy Cone says, nuns wear their uniforms out of habit. I'll go. Boom, boom. He's here all week, folks. If anyone didn't hear, Jiffy called in the last stream and completely pranked me, called in as a Phil bro, and I totally bought it hook, line, and sinker because he was such a realistic.
I could have heard his end of it too, because I couldn't hear the other side on that one.
Oh, well, you can watch it on the stream. It's on the
and I was
on YouTube.
I was like, I wish I could get because I love addressing that whole Phil bro
grounding
tag and grounding it. I love addressing those. And anyway, but it turned out you were just a fish on a hook the entire time. That was pretty good.
He had me good and proper. It was excellent. Unlike Ems. I mean, Ems is never going to prank anyone because Ems sounds like friggin' Ems. Like who else sounds like that, right? So Ems would
probably the most distinguishable voice on all of TikTok.
Right. And he would need a major voice changer to get away with pranking anyone. But it was brilliant. Jiffy was absolutely awesome on that. Yes, and it did make me bring up Poe's Law because when you can't tell the difference between the real thing and the parody as well, it's an interesting thing. So anyway, so no guests right now, which I guess means that I can share some more comments with you because I do have a good collection of them over here, and they are funny. So this is my new thing. When I'm going through I try to read all the YouTube comments, and there are a lot, but I try to read them all. And when I come across one that I think might be fun to share or talk about or respond to, I do it. So here's one that we could look at. So this one is from George. George is a fairly regular commenter under the videos. George Aguilar, who says, after criticizing me and someone said something about it, he said, I'm not hating on him. He's just not an honest person. He keeps asking the same questions to things he clearly doesn't care about. He's not looking for God. He's looking for attention as he seeks to mock and ridicule people on the phone as though it's morally correct. There's no point in his quest since he will end up in the same place with the same questions. The only good thing for him are the likes and the donations from his Cup Noodles supporters. Well, first of all, I don't think it's very nice to demean the people who watch and tune in for this stuff and support the work we're doing. I don't think it's very nice. But more to the point, I'm not on a quest. I'm not asking questions because I'm seeking. I'm speaking out against what I see as a perceived injustice. I'm speaking out against a belief system or belief systems that tell people that they're bad for not being convinced. This is something that I think more people need to be saying. So this is not me pondering. I'm not sitting in public scratching my chin trying to figure out what I think or trying to figure out what's true. I've been doing that for 30 years. This is because I'm pissed off. I do this because I'm angry. I do this because it's hard to see so much avoidable harm being done and say nothing about it. I don't think it's okay to do that. I think when you see injustice happening, when you see things happening that are wrong and people being hurt, I don't think silence is an ethical option there. I think you have to say something. And that's what motivated me to write a book. And that's what motivated me to come on and start doing this. That's it. I'm not looking for adoration. I don't need attention. I had a really, really super successful career in something much more glamorous than this. I don't need any of that stuff. I do this because I deeply, deeply care about it. And I deeply care about the people whose lives are harmed and hurt and ruined in some cases by it. So that's what motivates me. It's never about seeking and all of that other stuff.
I will say I spent a fair amount of time literally looking for God because I wanted to find God.
Oh, yeah.
When I started to doubt, I looked for God. And you know what? I was doing the wrong thing then. Not because it's not a good thing if God exists to actually look for him, but what we should be searching for, and what I always search for, is the truth. If a God actually exists, I really want to know. This isn't there isn't this thing, and it might not be the Christian God. And if there is a God, I hope it's not, because I think the Christian God is evil. However, if a God actually exists, if there's an all good creator of the universe, whatever it happens to be, whatever the nature of that God is, I genuinely want to know. That would be an amazing piece of one of the great life's mysteries.
It would.
You know,
it would.
Why is there something rather than nothing? Is there such a thing as a God? I genuinely want to know. And so there isn't, and I don't have an aversion to, knowing there's a God if there is actually one. I just want the truth. That's it. I want to align my beliefs with reality as much as possible.
Absolutely.
And so when Christians, Muslims, whoever calls in, if they have an idea, I am open to it. It just never pans out that their arguments or the reasons they believe, I never find them to be sufficient. Otherwise, I would be a believer. But that could change. There could be that one caller that calls in, and I'm like, hey, you know what? That's a really great point. I probably won't change my mind on the spot. I'll be like, let me have a think about that, and then do some, for lack of a better term, soul searching, and maybe it'll pan out, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, for sure. And when I say I'm not searching, that doesn't mean I'm not open. I'm completely open.
Right.
Bring the evidence. I'm open. And I do also, like Sean, I did go through a period of bit of searching, but much younger, many years ago. And I just got to a point where I'm like, okay, well, this is clearly there's nothing here, as far as I can see. And I made peace with that, but I remain open to it. But the idea that the work here would be framed as searching and questioning, it's not. This is like calling out bad stuff that happens. And Boogie the Cat says, I feel the same way about MAGA. I use my YouTube channel with cat videos to also spread news about how the country is being destroyed. I have only a small platform, but can't be silent. We should all do it. We should all be passionate about the things we care about and spread the word about what matters to you. Look, if you think it's all about Jesus, fine, good. Spread the word, do your thing, but be ready to explain why you hold those views and be ready to have them tested. Okay, let's get on the YouTube side and bring in Frank. Frank, are you there?
Bonsoir.
How are you?
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
I am Frank from France.
I'm not sure you are, but what would you like to say?
I would like to say that the Eiffel Tower is a proof for God.
Let's have a normal conversation. This is obviously someone else pranking now. This is someone who's taken the Jiffy's lead and is now trying to prank me. So, who is it, and what would you like to say, really?
No, it is true. If you look at the Eiffel Tower, it is very clear evidence of God.
I have heard worse French accents, I must say. I've heard worse ones. Not that many, though.
Oh, come on. I wasn't that bad.
There you go.
Yeah, come on. It wasn't that bad.
It was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But to do an authentic one is very, very difficult unless you...
I could speak Norwegian to you. That would be... then you wouldn't understand what I said.
Then I wouldn't understand, no. But how are you?
Was there a punchline, though? What would have been the argument that the Eiffel Tower is proof of God?
Yeah, right.
I was thinking that since I was thinking of going to the scriptures where it is talking about the Babylon Tower and saying that that the Eiffel Tower is proof of God since it's a construction next to the Eiffel Tower.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And he confused their language, so they end up with a bad French accent.
Exactly.
But Fro, imagine what would have happened if you'd accidentally convinced me. Imagine if you came in meaning to prank it, and by accident you converted me. Then what would have happened?
I converted you.
By accident.
I would have felt so incredibly guilty.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I would have felt like the biggest charlatan in the fucking room. I will tell you that.
It would have been sad. But how are you doing? Are you doing all right?
I'm doing good.
Good. We are.
So you don't think my French accent is that very good? I understand.
As I said, I've heard worse. I have heard worse. Just not that many. So.
Well,
but
my American accent is worse. So.
That's. I agree. That's worse. I agree. Don't ever do that again. Yeah. but pleased to hear.
Good to me.
Please. Yeah. Right. Pleased to hear that you're doing well. Are you all back? Are you back home and doing well, or are you still being looked after?
No, I'm not back home yet.
You're not yet. Okay.
I'm coming back on Thursday. Is the plan?
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's excellent. Good to hear you sounding better. Your throat sounding better. All good stuff, man.
I finally have a voice. I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like I've been like. Someone said to me that I sounded like it's chain smoking sex operator.
Oh gosh.
And I kind of.
Yes. Well, thanks for coming in to let us know you're doing okay, and thank you for pranking me. I appreciate that.
I at least tried.
You definitely tried. You definitely did.
If you look at the Eiffel Tower, you see that it is mentioned in the Bible. Was my next thing I wanted to say. You see it in the Babel of Tower.
The Babel of Tower. Well, there we go.
Babel of Tower.
Fro, thank you, friend. We're pleased you're doing all right.
Question.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
A real one.
And then we'll get Neo in. If Neo is waiting in the TikTok queue, we'll get you in just a moment, Neo. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Give us your question.
So, what do you think is one of the worst ways to convert?
Convert to religion?
No, from religion.
Oh, I don't know what would constitute like a bad way versus a good way. I would say you could be convinced of something that is true for bad reasons. You can believe true things for bad reasons or untrue things for good reasons. So I think.
What do you mean by that, Sean? Can you elaborate that a little tiny bit? Because
I think there was a time, for example, it was reasonable for people to believe the Earth was flat.
Right.
All the evidence, when you look around, with the lack of information that they had, I wouldn't say it's unreasonable for someone to believe the Earth is flat. However, that they were believing a false things for good reasons. The point.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm bringing it up is
Okay.
because I met someone here in the
Okay.
mental hospital that said they left their religion, and I asked why, and he said that because I was in psychosis.
Because
and then
why?
In psychosis, he was
in psychosis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And in psychosis, I didn't see God, and I thought to myself, that is the most ludicrous, stupid reason to leave your religion. So I was wondering, like, what do you think about that? Because I don't know how to continue that conversation. Like, okay, you had a experience that's like contra actively against God. Like, how do I? Yeah, I thought of that. That is probably the worst reason I have ever heard for leaving.
Honestly, if somebody's on a mental health journey, I think that journey is more important than what they currently believe. And I would just say at that point, theology, beliefs, epistemology, philosophy, all that stuff comes secondary, and whatever is helping their mental health at that point, I think should be the primary concern and focus, rather than what they actually believe.
So is there any bad reasons to leave religion, you think?
I think a bad reason is just if it's based on unsound reasoning. That's it.
Yeah, but isn't being in a psychosis a bad reasoning?
Say again.
Isn't being in a psychosis a bad reasoning?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Do you have a thought on that, John?
I mean, it could be said that if somebody's religious beliefs are making them have psychotic episodes, that's a very good reason to leave. Because
well, that's not why he had it. He was on EMD or LSD or whatever kind of drugs, and he had he told me he had an anti-religious experience.
Right. I mean, look, I think ultimately, I don't really ever really frame this stuff in terms of like good reasons or bad reasons to leave a religion. I think if you're interested in knowing what's true, if you want your beliefs to be true, then you kind of follow reason, and it's going to lead you. I think that when you follow reason properly, it inevitably leads out of religion, because just in my view, religion doesn't have the facts on their side.
He said something that was kind of like baffled me. He said that in his psychosis, he saw the world as what it was, not needing God. And when he came out of his psychosis, he didn't feel Jesus in his body anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I see what you're saying, because like you could say that someone could say, you know, that an imagined fairy told them to leave their religion. That's not a very good reason for leaving, right? But
exactly.
But that ties into what Sean was saying earlier. Is like you can have a bad reason for believing a true thing. So ultimately, if that gets you out of a controlling religious system, then it turns out that it was probably a good thing, even if it's not a sound epistemology.
He said he was ever grateful for having that psychosis moment, and I looked at him and I was like, "What? Really? Do you mean that?" And he said, "Yeah, it brought me out of religion." Okay, yeah. Anyway, okay.
All right.
Love you.
Thanks, dude. Keep well, and good to hear you sounding. Good to hear you sounding well.
Bonsoir. I love you, and take care. Bye bye.
See you soon, friend. Take it easy. Okay, very pleased to hear that Fro is doing better. Let's bring in Neo, and then we have Goldie Goldfish after that on the TikTok side. Neo, are you there?
Yes.
Hello. Welcome up. Thank you for waiting patiently. Appreciate that. Hello. Welcome in.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Sure. Would you like to address our prompt or speak about a related issue or whatever you like?
Yeah, I guess I would start by saying that, I definitely don't think I'm as educated as you in this conversation. I may be out of my depths here, but I just wanted to have some dialogue and share some of my idea. I'm sorry, did you say something?
Of course. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, share some of my ideas and, maybe hear some of your thoughts and have some good dialogue and maybe learn something. That's about it.
We love that. We love that. So fire away, share some ideas.
Okay, so I guess I would want to talk about kind of just a God, right? Outside of religion. Personally myself, I take Christ, but not in a normal sense. Like I'm still discovering things. I'm not like a status quo Christian per se. I have different beliefs and what have you, but I wanted to just talk about God in general, right? I wanted to understand, are you a hard atheist, or are you like agnostic atheist, just to have an idea, just to go off
Yes, Sean and I are both agnostic atheists in that we lack a belief in a God. This is for anyone who it may be less familiar with the terminology, right? So agnostic atheist is somebody who doesn't have a belief that there's a God, but is not making the positive assertion there are no gods. And the agnostic part just means that they're not claiming it as knowledge. So I'm not claiming to know that there's no God. I'm just saying that I lack a belief in a God and I could be wrong. Okay,
great. Got it. That's fair. I respect that. My brother is also agnostic, and I respect every idea, every belief, if it's morally sound. Anyways, I think for me, the two things that convinced me of God is life coming from non-life. We've never seen that, right? I think that, like, as we see as humans observing, we always see life come from other life. And I think abiogenesis is kind of what some atheists I hear use the argument. I just find abiogenesis unconvincing. That's the first one I would want to talk about.
Can I respond? Should we respond to that? Let's deal with that first. So first of all, don't think that abiogenesis is an atheistic idea. It isn't. There are a lot of people who are not atheists who are working actively in the field of abiogenesis and doing active research on it and making enormous progress in that field now. I don't know if you realize how fertile a field it is. It's like it's such a promising and fertile field. It's not just like an idea that someone thought of once as a kind of, that would be a cool idea. It's actually it's a field in biosciences which is one of the most fertile and promising areas of research at all at the moment, and many of the people working in that area are theists. They just accept that in the same way that a theist can accept that there are natural explanations for weather, there are theists who accept that there may be natural explanations for how organic compounds could have formed from the available resources, and those organic compounds could have become what you and I would call life. In terms of life coming from non-life, can you just realize that a living thing is made up of non-living stuff? Do you realize this?
Yeah, we're made up of a lot of water, right?
Not just water. Every single atom in your body is not living. A living thing is a conglomeration of non-living things configured in a certain way,
right,
so as to have certain properties of behavior that then we label life. So the sorts of things are takes energy from its surroundings, or metabolizes stuff, or reproduces, or we've got certain indicators for things. When they do this, we call it life. But every molecule, every atom in your body is not a living thing. It's not living. There's no magic quality of life that makes you alive. The thing that makes you alive is the behavior that the atoms in your body produce when combined in a certain way. So really, we're just talking about chemistry. We're just talking about chemistry, right? And we know that the ingredients for this are found ubiquitously throughout the observable universe. We have every reason to believe that there will be an explanation in the next few decades for how these things could have come together by well understood natural processes and resulted in, all you need is replicators, right? You need very, very simple, essentially molecules that reproduce, and that the reproductions sometimes have errors, and the errors sometimes lead in one direction of being helpful, and sometimes lead in another direction of not being helpful. And once you have that leads to life. That leads to everything else we see.
By the way, I have a philosophical proof that abiogenesis happened, if you'll indulge me on this. So the word abiogenesis is broken down. A means without. For example, someone who's asexual doesn't have a sexual preference, or doesn't they're non-sexual. It's like a means without. So abiogenesis, without biological, without a biological, genesis means beginning. So all it's, so if we accept the fact that the world at one time did not exist, that means there was a time that life on Earth, biological life on Earth, did not exist. So I understand the current structure of life as it is now. Life comes from previous generations of life. Setting aside that maybe abiogenesis is happening because we're talking on a microscopic level, and we don't observe it because it's happened microscopically, and it maybe get eaten up by other life. But let's set that aside for now. If life did not exist, if biological life did not exist at one point on Earth, and we accept that that's true, and biological life does exist, then life factually had a non-biological beginning. So now the question is, how did that happen? So even if the answer is we don't know, and explaining it as God did it, it was God magic, itself would need to be substantiated. So I hold everyone to the same standard, right? Like my understanding from listening to scientists such as Dr. Diggs speak on the issue is they're making great progress to explain it. There's been a lot of experiments that have generated some really awesome things. However, abiogenesis happened. The question is how. And if we don't have an explanation, the only right answer right now is we don't know how it happened or under what conditions or what have you. Anybody who comes up with an explanation, whether it's a scientist or a person of religious faith X, if they're claiming a cause, they have a burden of proof that they have to meet. So if you're going to say God did it, you have to come with the same standard of evidence that you would give a scientist for proposing an explanation. And the question is, can you do that?
Right. Like I said before, I'm not studied enough to know so much about it. I have a surface level.
Me too.
Knowledge of abiogenesis. I hear James Tour talk about it.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. he doesn't have expertise in this area. He's a materials chemist, but he doesn't have any expertise in this particular area.
You're saying what would be the I guess someone that would be
someone who has an expertise in biochemistry, which he doesn't.
Oh, but he's just chemistry. Okay, I see what you're saying. So
he just like materials. Yeah, he's got it. His specialism is in a totally different area. He's ill qualified to speak about this. We have Dr. Dig with us. Welcome, Dr. Dig.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome back. So is there a particular aspect of this, Neo, perhaps you might want to ask Dr. Dig?
About abiogenesis? I guess from what I've known about it was that, molecules don't innately head towards life. And then the other thing would be we haven't replicated it, right? In the labs, we weren't able to replicate it. And from my understanding as well, it's a very complex, a lot of things have to intertwine, and if one thing goes off, it kind of messes up. So I just feel like it's very hard for it to happen. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it would, a lot of things, a lot of variables would have to happen, and precisely. So if it did happen, I think if I'm not wrong, it was a very, I guess the percentage of it happening, I wouldn't say a miracle. That's what I want to know. What is the possibility of it happening? Like I said, I don't know much about it, but this is the little that I do know about it.
Okay, so you brought up 3 points. I'd like to go point by point. Can you repeat the first one that you said?
Yeah. So from what I understand, the basics of abiogenesis would be, hydrogen, and I forget the other things that have to intertwine, right? Like molecules, but I do know that molecules is a part of it, right? And then molecules innately don't head towards life. Like molecules are just indifferent to life, right?
Okay, hold on. I'm writing this down so that we can break it down. So molecules is part of it. They don't tend towards life? Is that your statement?
Yeah, that's from last time I researched it. That's one thing. Like I said, I'm definitely out of my depths here, so I'm just trying to.
That's okay. I am not, and this is my jam. Just don't yell at me like that first guy about bread. We can talk about bread, but
okay.
So you are correct. Molecules do not tend towards life, but what we have learned and we have replicated is that it's not necessarily that they tend towards, because I think the use of the word tend implies like a purpose and a drive, and molecules are not living beings. Like, so in this case, what we're talking about is DNA and RNA and the elements of those. So nucleotides and then amino acids. They don't tend towards anything unless you want to get to the like very particular level of like chemical bonds, but we don't need to get to that level. What they are capable of, though, is forming self-replicating units. And that is the first stage. That's the first element of the equation that we need to eventually get to life. So when I say self-replicating elements, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think it kind of froze a little bit. Then I heard you saying that it's something replicates. It has the tendency of replicating, right? I think.
Yes. So these molecules in question are DNA, RNA, nucleotides, and then amino acids. Those things are capable of, not necessarily tend to, but they're capable of forming self-replicating units. And those self-replicating units are the first step towards what we eventually get to as and describe as life. Okay, you with me?
I'm with you so far, yeah.
Okay, now we have proven that these, actually, let me take it back one step. We have proven two things. One, that these elements were present at the beginning of our planet because we have proven that they exist out in space on things like asteroids. We get hit with asteroids, or we send probes out to asteroids all the time and look at their chemical composition, and they have amino acids on them, which is proof, which is evidence that the very, very core elements that make life are existing out in places like space where no life exists. You with me?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing that proved abiogenesis was possible was what's called the Miller-Urey experiment. Do you know about this experiment?
No, I haven't researched it, no.
Okay, the Miller-Urey experiment happened in 1953.
Okay.
And it proved that the basic organic elements of what becomes life are could be created from things that were non-living. So chemical components that by themselves are not alive, but came together in a system that replicated the conditions of early life. So that means the atmosphere had the same components, so like more ammonia, that the ocean was simulated, conditions of the ocean were simulated. They simulated all these little conditions, and then they struck that chamber with an electrical discharge that mimicked lightning. And that lightning was the catalyst of combining these non-living elements into things that could create life. That was our first experiment that proved abiogenesis. That was in 1953.
Real quick, I'm sorry to ask. In the beginning, so when in the beginning of when we were created, was lightning also the catalyst, or was it like a volcano eruption? I'm not sure. That's
This experiment, and our best guess is that it was lightning.
Okay.
Yeah. Now let me look one thing up, because I don't like to give information that's incorrect. So, 1 second. Okay. Now, the second step of what we figured out is that RNA, so after these non-living molecules are combined into RNA, we have experiments that proved that that RNA can self-replicate. So we call that, and so it's referred to as in vitro evolution or test tube evolution, which means we can observe things that are naturally happening in a test tube that would then lead to life. That naturally occurring process is that DNA molecules, which are called, DNA molecules that are enzymes are called ribosomes. Those ribosomes are self-replicating. That was like the next big step that showed us that abiogenesis is probably the correct theory. Are you with me on that?
Yeah, I think my question would be the jump from molecules, hydrogen, or whatever the elements are, I'm not sure what they are, to RNA. I guess that would be the hardest jump, right? That's the part where would be the hardest transition, right?
Okay, so the molecules that I'm invoking here, those are the building blocks of RNA. So the building blocks of RNA got together and then started to self-replicate.
Okay, but I'm asking so you're saying it's RNA is partly molecules, I'm guessing, right? Is that what you're saying?
Do you know what, yeah. So do you know what the central dogma is of biology?
No.
Okay, central dogma, and this is a very simplified way of explaining it. So I want to give you the caveat that it can loop around on itself. It can work in funky ways, but the basic understanding that we have is central dogma. It means we start with RNA, we start with DNA. DNA is then translated into, or transcribed. Oh no, I'm getting it wrong. Hold on.
No worries.
I always mix it up. Okay, yes, I was right the second time. So DNA is transcribed into RNA, and then RNA is translated into protein. So if we can prove that elements of that process can happen independently of life as a whole, then we're off to a good start that those elements can combine and get to life without any kind of intervention.
Okay.
So we've proved that the building blocks come together. We have proved that those building blocks can act autonomously. We have proved that the autonomous actions of those elements are absolutely essential for life. So we're building. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, so now, the big overarching question you have then is, well, if we have these autonomous things, blah, 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 I'll take all of that as fact. You don't have to, but we're doing that for here. We take all those things as fact. And then how do we get to life? How do we get to a dinosaur? How do we get to a human?
Yeah.
The way that we do that, we don't necessarily have all the answers, but we have the basic premise. And the basic premise is we have ingredients, like those autonomous molecules. We have time, because the world is 4 billion years old.
Right.
And then we have inevitability of what the physics of those things is doing. And we are at the point of observation where we can look back way, way, way far in time and see that the right ingredients were present, there was enough time, and they just inevitably did the thing that they were going to do, and that created life.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess my biggest thing was that you know, the like you, I guess from what you're trying to summarize what you're telling me is like the ingredients we had at the time. Those ingredients, they're I guess from my understanding, molecules are part of RNA, right? That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of like a property of RNA molecules, or
it's an element. It's a building block of RNA.
Right, it's a building block of RNA, right? But then I asked you they tend to. You said they tend to combine, or they would combine if they were in the right circumstance. Is that also fair to say?
Yep. They combine. Yep, and then they self-replicate.
Okay, so got it. So I guess I get what you're saying. So I guess my second point was that we haven't been able to replicate it, from my understanding, because I guess of time. Is that fair to say?
So what is the it that you're talking about we can't replicate?
Abiogenesis, like I think from what I heard from James Tour saying was that we haven't been able to replicate abiogenesis from beginning, from scratch, all the way to, I guess, forming something that's living. There's always a caveat or an activator that we use in the lab, right?
So that statement is essentially true, but it's missing an enormous point, which is that we don't have billions of years, which is how long it took for that process to go from RNA to something living. We don't have billions of years, but let me look it up because I'm pretty sure. Give me 1 second.
And while you're looking that up, Neo, I just want to see if you agree on certain principles. Let's say we don't yet know how life started and under what conditions. Let's just say that's the case, and out of my realm of expertise. Would that be sufficient reason to believe God did it?
Would that be sufficient reason for God
to believe God did it?
Not entirely, but I guess partially. Like you know.
Well, let me ask you this: at one point, we didn't know what causes lightning and thunder. Was that partially sufficient reason to believe it was Thor or Odin or some other deity of any kind?
No, that one I would say no.
Right. So basically, us not knowing a thing or not having an explanation is not evidence of a god or deity, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So and so the thing, what's important to know is James Tour, works for the Discovery Institute, it's important to know the Discovery Institute is a religious organization. And he had to sign a, what's it called? So basically a statement being skeptical of not just abiogenesis, but biological evolution, which is going against the entire scientific community on a thing. So if you want to know about science, I would encourage you to go to like actual scientific organizations, the biology departments of universities. Go to good sources, because this isn't like an equal playing field where he literally has a religious, he's working for a religious organization. Skin in the game.
He's pre-committed to a particular outcome.
Right.
Yeah. So
right. Okay.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Who's
go
a
ahead,
neutral
Dr.
person in abiogenesis that you would recommend me to?
Any reputable scientific organization, the biology departments of universities, that sort of thing. And scientists are comprised of more than half of scientists. I can actually pull up stats if you want. More than half of scientists believe in some type of God, including a personal God. So it's scientists just focus on science. Some go to church, some don't. Their theology is a separate thing. So just go to scientific organizations, period, for these questions. Right. Go ahead, Dr. Dig.
Yes. So we have. So your question was, do we have proof of these elements combining into something living. So we have something close to that. It's called the Frankel-Conrad experiment. In this experiment, we separated the elements that make a specific virus. It's called the tobacco mosaic virus. We separated those elements, and then we wanted to see if those elements would
replicate?
Assemble.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, self-assemble into a virus. And they did. That's the Frankel-Conrad experiment. We separated all the elements that are of this virus, and they reassembled when they were introduced to each other into a virus again. That happened spontaneously. So there's proof that if you have enough of these elements and they're in the right concentrations, they will form something that is doing. There's a huge. Now I'll give you a caveat. There's a big kind of philosophical debate in science of whether or not viruses are living, but that can exist outside of this discussion. What we can prove and have proved is that viruses, I don't know if they're really living. We don't need to have that conversation.
Yeah,
but
sure.
the elements of it spontaneously combined into that virus again.
Okay.
So that's proof there that we are on the fast track to get to life. But what James Tour doesn't say is that we have replicated and proven these small but absolutely essential steps for how abiogenesis happened.
Right. I heard this.
And we also can't recreate the entire history of living organisms. Not at this point.
Got it.
So I think that it's disingenuous to say that we have no understanding of it or that we have nothing that proves it's true, because that's a huge endeavor.
Got it.
Do you understand what I mean?
No, yeah, it makes sense. I heard this, like I said, that when I researched it, like you said, there were parts of abiogenesis that were able to be replicated in the lab, but then from my understanding was that it weren't able to do all these parts at once, right? You weren't able to do it from scratch to, and like you said, because of other reasons, right? Because of time, because of, like you said, we can't replicate some of the elements that were in at that time. So I get it. I get that part as well. I think you have to be careful how you say things, that you're not misleading, right?
Mm-hmm. But what science has done is replicated and proven these absolutely essential beginning steps. And I think it would be helpful for you if you look them up. I can give you the names of these really key experiments that I've been citing if you would like them.
Yeah, if you could DM me or whatever you want to do, yeah.
Can I just tell you and you write it down?
Yeah. I'll write it down, sure. Okay. Where are you going to write it? In the chat?
Oh, no, I'm telling you to
Okay, go ahead. One second. Let me get my other phone out.
Okay.
Remember the good old days when people used to write things down with pens.
Yeah, I should have some around, but I'm not.
No worries. I'm just daydreaming. Remember that? Let me grab a pen and paper. Oh, I
that
I know. I have them all over the place.
I'm ready.
Okay, the first one is the Miller-Urey experiment. Miller is spelled.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
then Urey is Urey.
Okay.
And that happened in 1953.
Okay, 1953. Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the second experiment that I want you to look up is called the QT45 experiment.
QT45 experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then the third experiment I want you to look up is the Frankel, spelled Frankel.
Okay.
Conrad, Conrat.
Got it.
Experiment, and that was in 1956.
1956. Okay.
I've got one to add to your list as well.
Sure.
Oh yes, please.
So look up what they did at the Craig Venter Institute, VENTER.
Okay.
In 2010.
2010.
Because they created a synthetic organism. They basically built their own genome from scratch.
Okay, interesting.
And basically injected it into essentially a husk, an empty husk, and it kind of booted up and started behaving.
Yeah,
and it actually became a bacteria.
Wow.
Like quite literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made a self-replicating bacterial cell.
Very interesting.
From scratch.
With a genome of 1.08 million base pairs.
Yeah.
Got it. I'll definitely take a look at this.
Can I just say, Neo, I want to just congratulate you for being the other end of the spectrum from the previous guest we had in when Dr. Dig was up earlier, who was just displayed the total opposite behavior to you. You've been so respectful and so open-minded, and you've come into this conversation with a genuine spirit of curiosity and open-mindedness, which is what you said you were going to do at the beginning. I just want to give you the props for having done that, and thank you for that.
Oh, no,
100%.
I think I've watched your lives a few times, and I see your approach, and you mentioned it before that you have this, this gentle approach rather than some people I see on lives that they're kind of up here for maybe, kind of like gotcha moments or, kind of getting people and honestly, to each its own. But to me, if you, like you said, if you want to learn about things, if you really want to get to the bottom of things and maybe act a little bit more academic per se, I think that gets you further rather than trying to like, I got you or haha or mute people and do some of these things. So I also applaud you for being the way you are. And obviously you have I see you have a lot of knowledge as well from your lives. So you to you as well. Compliments to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I really appreciate, I like educating people and answering these questions. I just don't like when you're screaming at me that you don't understand bread.
No. I definitely, I'm the opposite. I'm like a sponge. I like to learn from different walks of life. I like to see different aspects to maybe add to my arsenal to, get further in life and vice versa. I think maybe sometimes I can have something that I can bring a different perspective and maybe that can help. And I think as humans, we should respect all walks of life and try to learn and maybe take it or maybe not. That's it.
Good stuff.
I think that's a good way of thinking.
Well,
now, do you have any other questions about this?
I guess
you had a third point we hadn't gotten to.
I forgot the third point. I think it was just that I don't know if this could be answered or if I'm wording this precisely, is that if abiogenesis were to have happened, right, what is maybe if you can give a number or a likelihood of it happening? Was it hard? Was it extremely hard? Was it like a miraculous? Or I don't know if that's a fair question to ask.
Well, the best way that I can answer you is how Neil deGrasse Tyson answers it.
Okay.
Is that what's the likelihood of this happening? Well, 100% because it happened.
Okay.
Okay. We don't know the likelihood. All we know is that this specific way that it happened was 100% likely it happened.
Yeah.
And all the other things never happened. Those were 0% likely to work.
Okay.
So that's kind of the only thing that we can say about it.
Yeah, because I think one of my other points that I was going to touch on, if I can, because my phone's about to die, so I'm trying to stay up here, was that, the likelihood of us being alive, and then the likelihood of the earth and all the things that go with it, kind of the fine-tuning argument, was something that convinced me. It convinced me of God, because I was like, if it did happen, the chances were so slim that, that's one of the things. So that's why I wanted to understand abiogenesis. Would that be something on top of it to then, not to add to my argument, but just to have an understanding, if that makes any sense?
So I will grant. Sorry, Dr. Day, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so those are different questions. The likelihood of you being alive is infinitesimally small. We have a genome of 3 billion base pairs for them, for your father's specific sperm to fertilize your mother's specific egg, for your parents to be your parents that came down in their lineage, for you to have the exact qualities that you do. All of that, like the probability of that happening is infinitesimally tiny, beyond understanding, small chance of happening. But it did.
Right. And I'm not saying also that this is like a clear cut, like that this also means like therefore God, right? That's kind of like, I guess also something that's not fair to say either, right? It just means maybe it was just very rare that it happened. Right? I also agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
we
I was-
can explain it with. Hold on, Chuck. I just have one thing to say. We can explain how you got here, the chances of you getting here, with math. Like we can do that with statistics. They're big ass numbers, but we could do the math of how likely it was that you would be you.
Right.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so it may be the case, and I don't know, that life itself is relatively common throughout the universe. I don't know the answer to that. But I was going to actually sort of explain and expand on the same thing that Dr. Digg pointed out. The chances that you specifically, your entire genome that makes up you, would have ended up here is infinitesimally small. However, the same, if life appeared on Earth, whatever life appeared at those moments, the chances that those specific members of those species population would have ended up being there would be the same way. It's in the same way that if you deal yourself 52 cards, shuffle a deck of cards, you deal out all 52 to yourself, there's a 1 in 52 it's 1 in 52 factorial, which I think is 68 digits long, a ludicrously large number. You would have gotten those cards in that order. And 100% of the time, when you deal yourself 52 cards, you beat those odds. So it could be that the dealing of 52 cards is, it happens like the average galaxy has 10 planets that host some kind of life. It could be, I'm just saying that hypothetically, but the result of that life and what it turns into, no matter what they end up being, will be infinitesimally small, but that's unremarkable. It's as unremarkable as you dealing yourself 52 cards and beating the odds of 52 factorial.
Yeah.
I don't know if that made sense.
No, partially. Yeah. I got what you're trying to say. Right. Yeah. No, that's fair to say as well. I mean,
so Neo, we've been on this for 40 minutes, so I think we'll draw this one to a close.
Sure. Yeah. Sure,
I would invite you to come back again whenever you like. And you mentioned, this was just one of your reasons, right? So you had other ones too, and we started on this one. I'd be really, really happy to speak about some of your other stuff too,
of course,
which will be, I guess, on a different topic to this. But we definitely would like to invite you back whenever you like. Consider yourself permanently invited to discuss this stuff because you've been such a pleasure to talk to.
Sounds great. And thank you guys as well for the attention and for all the information. I will for sure, your information will not go to waste. I will look at all the experiments, and when I come back, I will let you know what I found on it. And thank you again for the invitation, and continue being the way you guys are. Thank you so much.
Good for you, friend.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. Cheers.
Take care.
Mr. Anderson.
Well, W Neo, I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of conversations we love having here. And they throw into such stark relief the ones where people cannot comport themselves in an adult manner. So I hope that the people who didn't feel able are watching that and realizing quite how far short of the mark they fell. Dr. Digg, thank you for such a beautiful explanation and for being so careful in how you presented the information. Everyone loved that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll drop down.
All right. Good stuff. Let's bring in Bruce Bailey, and then we have Majid over on YouTube after that. So let's get in Bruce right now.
Hey, John. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Bruce. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing well. I was just listening to the conversation with you guys and Neo, and I was just coming up to I heard you talking about, Sean, about the 52 cards. And one analogy that kind of helped me as well is the idea of a person on stage in an arena who, let's say they're in a massive arena with 100,000 people or more. And as everyone sits down, the person on stage says, I want everyone to reach under your chair. We've each placed a penny underneath your chair. And what I want everyone to do is stand up and grab your penny and flip the penny. Now, when everyone flips, there's going to be a certain amount of people that get heads and a certain amount of people that get tails, right? So you say, anyone who has heads, remain standing, and anyone who has tails, please sit down. Well, you can continue doing this to the point to where you might have someone who's flipped heads 25 or 30 times in a row by the end of this arena. Now, if you were to tell this person beforehand, what are the odds of flipping 30 heads, and would you bet on that? No way. But they did. That's a fact. They just did it in front of you. So that was just an analogy that I thought of.
It's a beautiful analogy because the chances of someone flipping that many heads in a row when you've got that many numbers, that many opportunities, are they approach certainty when the number gets high enough.
That's
so
correct.
I think it's a lovely example. It's a lovely example. If anyone hasn't ever seen Darren Brown's show he did called The System, it was very, very, very clever.
Darren Brown's The System. I'll have to look that up.
Darren with an E. Darren, Derren.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how easily available it is. I don't know if it was a few years ago, so I don't know if it's been put on YouTube. But it was absolutely brilliant what he did. He basically started out with, essentially, he started out with a very big pool of people, but they didn't realize that they were all part of a pool of people. And they got basically a prediction of which horse was going to win a race at a particular place. And that horse won. And then the next week, they got another prediction of which horse was going to win a race. And that horse won. And then the next week, and it went on and on and on. For about 7 or 8 weeks, they would be sent a prediction of which horse was going to win a particular horse race. And the predicted horse won. And then at the end, they were asked, right, now are you ready to kind of, invest or whatever the thing is? This is how well our system works. And what they did was they started out with a massive group of people, because it was a TV production, they had money to do this. They started out with a massive group of people who had they'd all applied to be on something, and that's how people got their names and details. I can't remember exactly how they did it. But basically, they just sent a load of predictions out to these people, and everyone who got the wrong prediction, they were taken out of the group. And then you keep the people whose prediction was right, and you send the next prediction to them. And then the ones who get the wrong horse, they were all taken out. And then you get what's left, and you send the next prediction to them. And at the end, you're just going to get the one person whose horse has been correctly predicted over the last 7 or 8 races, right? And to them,
that's right.
It feels like a miracle. But someone had to be that person. So it's exactly the same kind of principle.
That's good. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, it was good. It was very good.
Yeah, this principle illustrates that with a large enough sample size, you're going to defy larger and larger odds at some point. And the larger the sample size, the more you're going to do it. But there's also the principle that there are certain chance encounters that 100% of the time you're going to defy ludicrous odds. And it happens every single time, 100% of the time, when you deal yourself 52 cards, getting those cards in that order was a 1 in infinitesimally large number that it will happen, but it's wholly unremarkable. And so if life starts on a planet, it doesn't matter what that life evolves into. The statistical probability that exact life would have happened in that way is infinitesimally this huge, like 1 in crazy odds, but 100% of the time it will be that way so long as life actually starts on that planet. It's just like the deck of cards.
And that's what one of the things you said earlier that I tend to agree with is that there's a possibility that life is abundant throughout our universe. And so a lot of times when I hear people say things like, what are the chances? It's like, well, the chances are really small because when we look around us, from what we see in our known universe, it doesn't seem to have life. But what we've seen as far as being able to actually view and look at, like with data, it's pretty small. I mean, granted, we can see the observable universe and things like that, but when it comes to like what we can research and stuff, it's actually just a small. And everywhere we've looked so far, it's small. But if it just happened, if we could find one more example in this vast, space, then it's possible that it's happened. That it's possible. That you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, we haven't even ruled out other life in our own solar system.
Sure.
There could on Titan. They suspect, perhaps they don't know, there's life in like the underground oceans. They can't rule it out. So if we can't even look under every single rock in our own solar system, how much when you start going to other solar systems, forget about it. We just don't have the means to meaningfully comb the universe for other life. We're not there at this point in time. And even if it's exceedingly rare, exceedingly rare event, the universe is mind-bogglingly massive, and that's just the observable portion of the universe. There's more of it out there that we can't observe, and so so you combine the massiveness of the universe, even if life is rare, and then if we go back to the kind of the card analogy principle, once we establish life's on a given planet, no matter what shape that life takes, the chances would be statistically small, very, very small, that exact life would appear. Just like we are very, very lucky that life evolved into us, me, John, you.
Well, what I've heard before is that a high percentage, like 90-something% of all life that has ever existed is currently extinct on this planet.
Yeah, 99. Like 99%.
99. Yeah. So it's like we don't, and we live in a world that's 70% or so, 60-something% is covered in a medium that we can't survive in, or more. So it's like the world isn't indicative of or just beneficial for us to be able to live specifically. Like that's not, we've went through painstakingly long processes to be able to live, and especially live comfortably, and in our world. Like if you look at the lifespan of human beings just 5,000 years ago versus what they are today, it's not because of magic that we've invoked. It's now, granted, I forget what the scientist that said, any
sufficiently advanced technology indistinguishable from magic.
That's right.
Yeah, it's Arthur C. Clarke. Yeah,
Arthur C. Clarke. Right.
Yeah.
So
Bruce, we're going to move it on, but thank you for coming up to give us your lovely analogy of the stadium. Love that. That's absolutely brilliant. That's really helpful. So thank you for that, and good to speak.
Always a pleasure listening to you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Dig, for also breaking down the chemistry for me, because I was telling my son this morning, I'm horrible at chemistry, and he's about to go into chemistry in high school. And when I heard Dr. Dig explaining that, I was like, hey, that makes total sense to me.
She did a great job. Yeah, she's awesome.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Bruce. Take care, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay. Right. We have a few here and there, so we're going to try and get everyone in. So let's try first of all over on the YouTube side. We won't have any patience for connections that don't work or anything, so we want to keep things moving along so people in the queue don't have to wait too long. We can try Majid. Okay, that doesn't seem to work. We have nope. That's just on a delay playing the channel back, so we're going to quit that. Majid is not going to work. And we're going to try Phil on the YouTube side as well. Phil, are you there?
Here I am.
Okay, it's Yoda, isn't it? It's Yoda, isn't it? It's the Phil Bro Yoda, isn't it? Phil Broder. There we go. Phil Broder. Yes. Is it Jiffy again?
No, it's totally not me again.
It's totally not Jiffy
come
again.
and like pretend to be Yoda doing a Philbro thing.
Yoda Philbro would have been good, but I love you, brother. We're going to move it on.
Okay, love you too.
Take care, pal.
Chad. Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
I should have seen that. Okay, Margid is back again. So Margid, at the moment, you just seem to be playing the stream back to us. So I'm going to give you one more try if you want to actually engage. Otherwise, we'll just move on. So, I don't think so. That's the same again. It's just the stream coming back. So that isn't not going to happen. And so back over to the TikTok side, we are going to bring in Sports World, and we've got our wonderful friend Godwin, and Craig was there as well. Craig, you just dropped out, but if you come back, I promise we'll get you in quickly. Let's bring up Sports World.
Hey, John, how are you doing, buddy?
Not bad at all. Welcome back. Nice to speak to you as always.
Always kind to hear you. And I'm literally got like 4 or 5 minutes. I've been waiting for a while, so I don't want this to be a shot and then to duck out and be accused of that. You know my heart, and John knows my heart. John is a wonderful guy. First of all, quickly, how are the book sales going?
Yeah.
Books out and is it selling?
We don't know yet. It's not out till November, but thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. But let's make the best use of the time we have here with you. So what would you like to say?
Yeah, so I would say, first of all, I wanted to try to get on. That's why I tried to jump on earlier with Neo.
Sure.
The Miller-Urey experiment has been refuted, and you can just Google that. The Miller-Urey experiment. They created an atmosphere that was unlike what many scientists say was the beginning of the universe, the atmosphere. And you can just Google that, and it's true. Sean, let me push back on your analogy a little bit, and I appreciate it. And again, I'm going to take my shot and then listen to your response. So the distribution of cards, the random distribution of cards that takes place when we pass out 52 cards, say to 4 people, you're correct that it would be given to someone in exactly that distribution is extremely rare. But I think that, and I'm more of I am a contingency argument guy. So my teleological argument is not, that's not my strength. That's not where my study of academia is anyway. But the point is not that just any random distribution of cards, which we're using as the metaphor for life, would create life. So many people who would use a design argument, Sean, would say this. So let's say, and let's say that you and I and John were playing poker, and I'm the dealer, and I dealt myself 4 aces every time, 55 times in a row. And actually, the fact that the universe would exist, the odds are much greater. But 50 times in a row, you're saying there is a world. You're saying there is a world where that would happen.
You have to apply the analogy to what I was making analogous to. So let's say life begins.
Can I finish my point?
If you want to continue misapplying it, sure.
I don't do that. I don't do shots at one another.
No. I'm just saying you're misapplying the analogy.
That's why I jump on with John. It's because he's cordial and he affirms, as he did with Neo, people being cordial.
Cool story.
Okay, thanks, John. I appreciate you, buddy. I appreciate you letting me jump up, man. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can respond to this claim about Miller-Urey. I don't think this is true. Dr. Digg is here and is going to have a view on this too, so I think we can have her respond to this. Hey, Dr. Digg, welcome back.
Hi, thanks. In 2008, there was an experiment published in Science called the Miller Volcanic Spark Discharge Experiment. There were questions about how Miller-Urey decanted certain byproducts of the gases that were in there, and that there was a racemic mixture of left-handed and right-handed molecules that were produced. There was a follow-up experiment in 2008, changed it so that it would be more representative of volcanic activity, but what they found the same basic thing. But they found that an environment that might have been better representative of early Earth, because remember, Miliary happened in 1953. This other experiment was in 2008. We had a lot more information. That experiment's environmental conditions were more based on volcanic activity, and those volcanic activity experiments showed that those compounds were still found and that they could be synthesized in those environments, and then those compounds could undergo further processing. So it actually wasn't really what he said to prove that it's like untrue. It was the first building block, and then the second massive building block still found the same thing.
Right. So I'm just looking under the Encyclopedia Britannica's summary of the Miller-Urey experiment, and it says scientists now believe the Earth's early atmosphere had different chemical makeup from Miller-Urey's recipe, but even so, the experiment gave rise to a new scientific field called prebiotic chemistry. And then it goes on to say, the original Miller-Urey experiment showed something important and still accepted today. Under plausible early Earth conditions, simple chemicals can spontaneously form amino acids and other organic compounds, and that basic result has held up well. What has changed is that scientists now think the early atmosphere was probably different from the exact gas mixture Miller and Urey used, which is what you were just alluding to. But that doesn't refute the experiment any more than updating a weather model refutes the existence of rain. So there you go. Thank you for clarifying that. I think apologetics has this sort of cultural thing where if there's a way to poke a perceived hole at one detail of a particular thing, that immediately gets blown up into that whole thing has now been refuted. Like abiogenesis has been refuted, or evolution has been refuted because someone had an argument about whether it's punctuated equilibrium or some other model. Yeah. It's all been refuted now, and it's like, no, wait, calm down, slow down. This is not the consensus view amongst experts in this area. The consensus view amongst experts in this area is that Miller-Urey hasn't been refuted, which is why it's still taught on science syllabuses as being valid. Syllabi, sorry, as being valid.
And their whole thing of like, okay, even if the Miller-Urey experiment was like refuted in totality, did you do an experiment that showed that God did that instead?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Where's your proof then of God?
Yeah.
It just
They
means that
have
we
this.
don't have the scientific answer.
They have this super high bar for any scientific explanation, but for their own, not so much. And that's what I was explaining earlier to Neo, who was a very honest interlocutor, is that to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Digg, we don't have an answer for life began in this location on Earth, caused by this combination of what have you. I don't think we have that yet. But even if we don't, we know abiogenesis happened because there was no biological life. Now there's biological life. And if you're going to posit God did it, hold yourself to the same rigorous standards of evidence that you hold the scientific community for all of their explanations. And they don't come anywhere close to that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Dr. Digg. Thank you for the clarification. We love that you're there and that you pop up and deliver the goods every time. We love you for it. So thank you so much. All right. Speak soon.
You're welcome.
Take
Bye.
care. Okay, let's get Boffadis in right now. If the TikTok machinery will work. Boffadis, how are you?
How's it going?
It is going. It is going. Interesting name. Right, the floor is yours, my friend. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I was scrolling TikTok. What's your topic about?
Well, basically,
like, what do you mean? Like we don't need God?
Yeah, basically
God
saying
isn't
that.
real?
Yeah, the whole idea is just silly. Let's just stop. Let's grow up. Let's stop organizing our lives around, thousands of years old Middle Eastern blood sacrifice magic, and let's just move on. Let's get real. That part of human progress is to recognize when we don't need stuff anymore. Like we don't need to explain weather with gods. We have better explanations. We don't need to explain illness with gods. We've got the germ theory. We don't need to explain the celestial bodies moving through the sky with gods. We have astronomy now. There's all of these areas that used to be the only explanations that people could come up with were basically, a magic man did it. And that was the only show in town. And time again, we've discovered that's not the case.
Or a magic woman.
Or a magic woman. And typically most of the gods were men, but you're right, some of them were women. And really, so the point we're making here is just like, time to move on from this. We don't need it. It doesn't help us. It's better to move on and better to just consign it to culture and history. And the Bible can be an interesting work of literature, an interesting work of, historical fiction, if you like, and move on.
I mean, excuse me, I keep clearing my throat.
Oh, good.
I mean, you can't, there are other ways to explain the world. Like, of course, there are other worldviews and stuff. But, like, I don't know, because, like, I'm not actually a Christian.
Sure.
But I don't know, like, if I would say necessarily, like, we don't need God. Because, like, I think a lot of people do get, like, a lot out of, the concept of God or believing in a God.
Yeah, some people do, but it causes an awful lot of harm too. And in my view, the harm outweighs the good. So much suffering, so many lives ruined by these ridiculous religious systems. Like the whole world is now separated into communities willing to kill each other over what name to use for their imaginary friends. Bonkers.
I mean, but there's other reasons that people kill each other too.
Sure, and those reasons will always be there, and basic tribalism is the most common, right? But what religion tends to do is it creates a sort of activation point for tribalism, which might be just like, there in the background, ready to happen. And then religious affiliation gives you a way to draw those lines, those tribal lines. This is a Muslim child, this is a Christian child, this is a Jewish child. And then they grow up to have those things as part of their identity, which bakes in their tribal differences with everyone. And everyone loses sight of the fact that we're all just human beings. We're all kind of trying to do the same thing here, which is just survive and live and love and experience life for a short while before we're not here anymore. And to my view, this sort of all this religious stuff just gets in the way of that. Of course it helps people. Of course people find solace in it and meaning and comfort and purpose and community and all of those good things. I'm not making the claim that religion brings no good, but all the good things it brings can be found in other ways. It doesn't have an exclusive monopoly on fellowship. It doesn't have an exclusive monopoly on meaning or compassion or charity or kindness or any of that stuff. And I just think we can do better.
I mean, it's kind of a bit tricky though, isn't it? Because like, I do hear what you're saying in a lot of ways, like, especially like, if I think about the Catholic Church, I'm not a Christian, I don't have anything against Christians. But over here in the West, I'm in the United States. Like, I do recognize like the harm that like certain religions has done, but like you can have God, sorry, outside of religion, but then also, I don't know, because it's just like, it's tribalism in itself, it's that us versus them.
Yeah.
So even non-religious people do the same thing and they'll kill each other and hurt each other for non-religious reasons too.
Yeah.
So then it becomes like, which worldview would produce possibly the least suffering? Because it seems like people are going to be at odds no matter what. Like, but even if you think about some atheist movements, like I think like the Soviet Union or something. Like
that's not an atheist movement.
Yeah, be careful about that. Be careful about that, because those Stalin's atrocities were not motivated by a lack of belief in God. He just happened to be.
That's what I'm saying. Like you don't need to believe in God to commit atrocities.
Right.
Well, we agree with that.
It was motivated by lack of, like, he didn't do it because he didn't believe in God, but not believing in God didn't stop him from doing that.
He was motivated by his political ambitions, as were most of these things. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Atheism isn't a moral system. Atheism, it's basically like a leprechaunism. It's just not believing in something. right? So nobody claims atheism is a moral system. However, we have humanism. We have people feeling empathy for other people. That's a whole separate matter. But what John is saying is like, so here's the problem with religion. If somebody believes dogmatically that, you know, Christians are evil or Muslims are evil or gay people are an abomination or what have you for religious reasons, you can't reason them out of those positions because they believe an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good deity set these rules so they're infallible. So without religion, now we can reason with each other and appeal to human empathy. How can we work together to make the world a better place without dogmas getting in the way? People often sometimes bring up Stalin and, you know, look at these atheists who did these terrible things. That's not atheism. That's just people who happen to be atheists doing terrible things. And it tends to be when you have an autocratic leader, a strong leader, they see and view religious institutions as a competition to their power because religious institutions wield power. So if they're non-religious, they're going to be against religious institutions oftentimes. If they are religious, they're going to be against competing religious institutions to their own religion. And the religious leaders within that religion that they approve of are on board to like support them or what have you. That's all that is. It has nothing to do with like atheism causing atrocities or anything of the sort.
Okay, thank you, Sean. I actually misspoke. What I said, atheist movement. What I meant, I didn't mean like movement, like in the name of like atheism, quote unquote. Right. What I meant was just like a guy who did not believe in God. Not that he was doing anything in the name of not believing in God, but what I'm suggesting is believing in God isn't necessary to commit atrocities.
Oh, completely 100%. True. Totally true.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is like it's just tribalism in general, because even outside of religious tribalism, like even like I don't know, like some white supremacists that aren't necessarily religious based, for example.
Yeah.
Like you get that oxytocin regardless as a reward for tribalism. So I'm wondering if we remove God from the equation, does it reduce the overall effect of tribalism regardless?
I think it does.
It does.
It does.
It does.
It reduces the needless balkanization of the human community into, you know, these are the Muslims, these are the Sunni Muslims, these are the Shia Muslims, these are the Hindus, these are the Christians, these are the Jews. It just removes all of that. Now, it's not to say that you're not going to have other tribalism. Like I absolutely loved Christopher Hitchens. He for me is possibly my intellectual hero. But I thought, and I know he didn't like this either, so his book was called God is Not Great, and then the subtitle was How Religion Poisons Everything, right? Now, I know that he didn't like that subtitle, and I didn't love it either, for the reason that there are lots of things that aren't poisoned by religion. They get on perfectly poisoning themselves.
Christian, actually.
Oh, interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, it's a beautifully written book. I recommend it to everyone. It was just a marketing move by his publishers to have the subtitle How Religion Poisons Everything. And he didn't love it because he could see the same thing that we can see, which is there are some things that are poisoned already without needing religion to poison them, right? But the point is, religion doesn't help. It doesn't help to create those divisions between people over nothing, really over nothing. And I take your point that if you removed religion, there'd still be tribalism. In fact, if you removed religion, you might find that people replaced the religious tribalism with some other type of tribalism, and we might get back to just as much tribalism. I grant all of that. I grant all of that. But religion brings with it so much more than just the tribalism. You know, it's the idea of justifying discriminating against people because of their sexual orientation, discriminating against people for all sorts of reasons, which are to be found sanctified in various religious texts. And I just think enough. We can move on. We don't need to be shackled to this stuff anymore. We had an enlightenment. We appear to have forgotten that we had one. Let's keep on going. And there's an inverse correlation between most indices of human well-being and the level of religiosity. You find that the most religious places on Earth have the lowest levels of, income per capita, life expectancy, bad, infant mortality stats are all badly correlated with religion. And the places where religion is the least tend to do best on these things. So that's a piece of data. That's data that's telling us something, isn't it? That we don't need to be tied to this stuff anymore. We can move on from it.
Yeah, I mean, excuse me, I'm sorry, I can't get my throat clear. But I hear what you're saying. Like my problem is like, I don't know. I guess it just comes down to like, would things really get better if you remove religious? Because I still believe in God, but I'm not religious. So if you remove like religion, because like people would still find other reasons to hate people, like even just the rich and the poor.
They
because
might.
like a lot of billionaires are atheists,
But you'd be removing a load of problems. You'd be removing a load of problems, and then one can speculate as to whether those problems would then be replaced by other problems, and maybe they would, or maybe they wouldn't. But that doesn't make not removing the problems, a worthwhile thing. That's really where.
So you're saying just one problem at a time, even if other problems do arise, we'll deal with those too.
I think so, and I'm also not being idealistic here. I'm not naive enough to think that we can remove religion. Of course we can't. We absolutely can't. But we can just argue, and we can make the case and try and reach out to people to be reasonable and to realize that they don't need this stuff anymore. If one person listens to this and thinks, yeah, maybe they have a point, and that leads to them being a little bit less dogmatic in the way they interpret and enact their religious commitments on the world, that's a positive benefit, right? So I don't imagine for one moment that this is an end that we can just achieve. Let's get together and turn the light off and all the religion's going to, like a switch, no more religion. Of course, that's not going to happen. But we still have to start somewhere, right? Civil rights movements had to start somewhere, and giving women the vote had to start somewhere. And that's how you make progress, is by appealing to people's sense with, arguments and evidence and reason. And some people will hear, and many people won't.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Friend, I think we'll move it on. We have a few more waiting, and I don't want to leave them waiting too long. But I'll give you the last say though.
Go ahead and go.
Oh, okay.
No, I was actually just going to say I'm going to go ahead and go because this is like a different discussion than like, does God exist? So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to have that one. That's the one we normally have, or similar to that. But come back another time. We do this 3 times a week. You sound super reasonable. We'd love to talk to you about your views on that too. So come back and see us when we're next on. We're on again on Thursday evening. So we'll be back. We'll be back, and we'll be happy to see you again.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, friend. Take it easy. Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay. That was Boffer. I'm pleased to say that Joy is back, and I'm pretty confident that we will be able to speak to Joy this time. Joy was our first caller when I just couldn't get the video working, and I had to reboot the whole stream. I'm very pleased to see that Joy is back. We will speak to you in a moment, Joy, but we just need to speak to Godwin first, who's been waiting patiently for ages. So, Joy, you're up next after we speak to Godwin. So bringing in our good friend, Godwin, right now.
Hey, how's it going, Sean? Hey, Sean.
Hey, how's it going, Godwin?
Good. Thanks for having me up. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
I originally came up for one thing, and then after 2 callers, you want to add on to what they say.
Sure.
So I'll just make it brief. To the last caller, it reminds me of, I'm a keyboard player and I sing, and I can do John Lennon's Imagine. And he has
thought
a
of that
line,
song.
Imagine all the people living for today.
Yeah.
The brotherhood of man. That is what we could be living for.
Yeah.
And without the religion. And we would be much more one unit rather than multiple subdivided units. So
exactly that.
And then the caller before that brought up the deck of cards. The whole Royal Straight Flush, Sean, is my take on the cards thing. Royal Straight Flush has these extreme odds, but any other 5 cards would also have the same. It's what we impose on it. We impose suits and numbers, and so what that caller is doing is imposing this desire to put meaning on things. Well, when you do that, you do reduce, you modify, I should say, the odds in some way.
Yeah. So
you impose a meaning.
Yeah. If you can establish a prior goal. So, like, let's say there's some scenario where life formed on a planet, and we're hoping let's say it's DNA-based life. We're hoping someone on that planet turns into John with his exact DNA sequence. The chances of that happen are infinitesimally small, but it would appear miraculous, and it would require some explaining if we establish ahead of time the goal is for John to exist.
Exactly. You are the Royal Straight Flush of humans, John.
Yeah. So that's it.
That's what my mother tells me. Yeah.
Right, but we haven't established that goal. So what we have is there's four nucleotides that make up, and our DNA is sequenced in base pairs. There's billions of them. I don't know the exact number. But no matter what life form ended up forming here, you grab any random piece of life, and whether there's millions or billions, depending on the life of base pairs of those nucleotides, the statistical odds that particular life form would have formed would be infinitesimally small. If we reset everything in totally different life, it would be the same thing for each individual piece of life. And that's the point. And it's miraculous if you can prove or establish ahead of time that there was a goal preset that exact life would end up existing. And we don't have that. We don't have that.
Intent, that was another word I was looking for.
Yeah,
Intent.
we have a random shuffle. Each one of us is a random, as far as we could tell, a random shuffle of cards. 52 factorial, or probably even a greater odds than that. But
the other thing I was going to bring up, and I wonder if Dr. Dig, well, she just pops on whenever, so that's fine if she wants to chime in later. But if she had heard of this article, because I had read an article that, since with the Uri Miller experiment, the I guess I'm trying to look at the right words here. The factuality or how close it could say it's sure that life could have formed was pretty low. They didn't know how to replicate the original atmosphere Earth may have had. They were guessing, and so to that other caller, they were guessing, and the more we learn, the more we know. So since then, and that was a long time ago, scientists have this knack for writing things down and then leaving them for other people to read. So all of this science has been accumulated in the intervening years, and now we've actually taken, this is the article I read, there's a new data and applied it to the original study of the Uri Miller experiment, which they wrote down their findings, and compared it to what we know and sort of made corrections. So whereas before we were more like 30% accurate, now we're more closer to 70%, and the high numbers of accuracy that abiogenesis could have happened based on what we now know about science compared to how little we knew back then.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if Dr. Dig knew of that article, or, I mean, you had that caller who said now with today's knowledge, it's even less likely. And no, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Yeah, it's
and I doubt that person's going to look into that article.
yeah. Sadly, some people. I mean, it's tricky, right? I always like to look and see: does somebody have an interest in science pointing in a particular direction? I don't. I just want to know what's true. I'm literally. Right. I'm not coming at this with like a skin in the race. If it turns out that there's compelling evidence for God and science is pointing in that direction, I don't want that shut down. I don't want to not know about it. I don't want to be the last person to hear. I want to know. So I just want to follow the data wherever they lead. Whereas somebody who has a prior religious affiliation, particularly in a religion that tells you to lean not on your own understanding and tells you you're going to get set on fire if you believe the wrong things at the point you die, they've got every reason to ignore the science that points in the direction they don't like and just hop on any narratives that seem to, scaffold and prop up ways to tear that stuff down. So there's a bias built into that, which I don't think is on our side as well. I really don't.
I see what you mean. It's like a huge vested interest on their part.
Huge.
For what they believe.
Huge, yeah.
I really have to hand it to Neo, because Neo was quite the opposite. And I'd seen Neo on other calls before, so I really have to hand it to him, just to keep the open mind. And I hope he's listening when he's researching the Miller-Urey stuff, that he looks into like what the current data says. Because I hope he sounds like he really does want to keep an open mind.
Because it's too easy to. Thanks, man. No, thanks, Godwin. It's too easy to end up on Answers in Genesis or the Discovery Institute and read all the peer-reviewed articles they've got that were reviewed by each other, saying how all of this doesn't work. You have to follow reputable academic sources. And not people,
follow the evidence, don't lead the evidence. That's not how crime fighting works, so why should it be how epistemology works?
Exactly.
If you want the truth,
exactly.
You guys are awesome.
Thanks, Godwin. Thanks, buddy. Keep well.
Who was it? There was one of those organizations, Answers in Genesis or Discovery Institute, but they created their own journal specifically for creationist propaganda, because the normal scientific channels, those journals, they can't get published. So it's a way for them to say this has been, quote, peer reviewed.
Yeah, this happens quite a lot in academia now, that you get special sort of the kind of academic echo chambers where they will even create new disciplines out of scratch and then start journals in that discipline, and suddenly you've got a whole branch of the journal of tree hugging, and yeah, it's a shame, because when it's done properly, knowledge production is such a noble process, and it's not infallible, and there's a reproducibility crisis, and peer review is not a perfect process, but it's the best we've got. It's the best we've got, and it's a shame when people kind of break it or don't care about it. So just going to read a few messages here. The most important message here comes from Herbie Shine, who says, just started watching from the beginning. Bad day today as it's my birthday and it's just me and the cats. Ho hum. Well, Herbie Shine, happy birthday, friend. I hope that you're having a good day and that it's not a bad day because it's just you and the cats. I quite like it when it's just me and the cats, but I love my family too, obviously. But I hope you are having a good day. I really do. So happy birthday from all of us to you. And that's Herbie Shine saying thank you, chat, for birthday wishes. Well, I'm sure everyone is wishing you a very, very happy birthday. Okay. PDX Geek says there's a new branch of Christianity in the US that uses hard drugs to connect to God. People are calling him Crystal Methodists. Okay, that's pretty good. That's not bad. I've not heard that before. That's pretty good. Tim Davidson says, we've studied a larger percentage of space than we have our own oceans. Mankind saw the anglerfish and said, nope, rather deal with aliens, right? Anglerfish are so freaky. You just see the little light and then the face comes into view and it's like the most grotesque thing you've ever seen. Although I'm sure to other anglerfish, it's a thing of great beauty. And they probably think they're very, very beautiful. And Matthew Mulkeen says...
Googling that now. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, anglerfish are not pretty. Matthew Mulkeen says, Miller-Urey, with modern understanding of Earth's early atmosphere, the experiment still produces amino acids, but with lower yield, i.e. not refuted. So, Sports World, maybe give this another thought, give this another look, because it feels to me a little bit like maybe, and I say this respectfully, maybe you read somewhere that this has been refuted and ran with it, but if you looked into it more deeply, you'd find there's a reason it's still being taught now in universities as being established science, whereas other things in science like phlogiston, the voluminous ether and stuff like that, which are theories that held for a while, or ideas rather, they weren't theories, ideas and hypotheses that held for a while, they're not taught anymore because they really have been debunked and refuted, and that's why they don't get taught anymore. And then Tim says, the chances of only counts if there's a bullseye. This is what you were saying. A particular outcome has a slim odds, but an outcome is 100% guaranteed. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yep. So and that's how an outcome, even when it has a 1 in 52 factorial chance against it, which by the way is so high, it means that you can assume that no two packs of cards have ever had the same order. No packs of shuffled cards, properly shuffled cards, I don't mean from the factory, properly shuffled cards have never had the same order. And they will not for thousands and thousands and probably millions and possibly billions of years of constant card shuffling. You'd never get two with the same order. And yet, amongst all of those odds, shuffle a pack of cards, boom, it happens. So that's the difference between specifying a bullseye and just specifying the bullseye after you've got the result, and labeling the bullseye the result
and then
you've got.
drawing the bullseye on the result and saying, see?
Yeah, exactly. Is that the sharpshooter fallacy?
Great analogy.
I think that's what the sharpshooter fallacy
Say again?
is. Is that's the sharpshooter fallacy, isn't it?
I'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, I think that is. And the other thing there, of course, is that when you have a sufficiently large number of opportunities to try something, it's going to come up. If the chances are 100 billion to 1, but you've got 1 trillion goes, it's going to happen. Yeah. So all of these probabilistic arguments, I think, are a bit silly, a little bit silly. Right, let's see what we've got. Do we have any callers? Not right now. Not right now. We did have Joy was back again, but Joy disappeared. Joy, if you're listening, if you request up now through the video link, I'll bring you straight in, and I think it will work. Even though we had lots of frustration at the start, I think we've got it sorted. Yeah, Calais is saying Texas Sharpshooter. Thank you so much. I thought it was that.
Texas Sharpshooter, okay.
Yeah, it's that. It's painting the bullseye on the thing afterwards, essentially.
Right.
Is that. Okay, well, Joy isn't coming up right now. Perhaps she will. But in the meantime, we have Leaf. Hey, Leaf, welcome back.
I like it when I say Leaf. It's fantastic. Some people call me Leaf. Some people call me the Canadian Santa Claus. Or it's fun. It's fun.
Well, we'll call you Leaf because that's the name you gave us once. But we can call you anything you want.
Fine.
Oh my God! I've just realised something. I haven't checked the bingo at all. Leaf, I've been very remiss. I've been a terrible, terrible host. I've not checked the bingo at all. So I think it's high time that we did. If you'll bear with me for a moment, it's not too overpopulated. No, we've only got 4 calls on the bingo. In fact, so Isa called "Nothing Comes from Nothing." That's why we were talking to Afghan. And let's just turn this down so it's not too noisy. There it is. And Kif called "Look at the Trees" while we were talking to Afghan, of course. And Issa called "Crash Out" for the wonderful Ninja of Love. That is going to be, here's the crash. There it is. And How to Push Back called "You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist" from Godwin. Brilliant. That's genius. Excellent. So that's where we are with the bingo right now. Forgive me for taking my eye so woefully off the ball. And I also note that Joy has come back again. So Leaf, we'll have a chat, but perhaps we won't go too long because I really want Joy to have a chance to speak because she was right at the beginning. So but the floor is yours for now, and then we'll get Joy in after that.
No problem. Yeah. In fact, I was going to come up and just say a couple of words and go because I was listening to the whole conversation. What's all these ifs and buts and maybes and we are very curious at the end of the day. Yeah, but I want to put my take with what I personally feel is correct. Actually, I'm going to take a bold move here, and I'm going to claim that what I'm going to say is correct, but that's from my perspective. Yeah. What is correct, I think, all it is, it's energy, information, knowledge, observation. Basically, it's the mind which got these attributes. Consciousness. There is no God. There is no all these fantasy stuff. Nothing. That's what all it is. And that's all I'm going to say. And I'm pretty sure I'm 99.99999999% sure. That's my take.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for sharing it with us.
Okay. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Lee. Take care. Take care. Okay, there you go. Let's cross our fingers and really hope that it works with Joy now. I really hope it does. I think it will. I'm feeling optimistic. So let's see.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you. So that's wonderful. So we've got you. We managed. So, Joy, the floor is yours. You can say anything you like about any topic you want because you've been waiting so long.
Thank you.
Sure.
When I originally called this morning, I was going to make a comment about the viewer comments you had been reading off about how one individual had said saying that belief is not a choice, it's just a cop-out.
Yeah.
Which I totally disagree with, simply because I spent the first 58 years of my life as an agnostic atheist.
Yeah.
And last year, when I suddenly believed in God, it definitely was not a choice on my part. It was something totally out of the blue, unexpected, based on things going on in my life at that time.
I would agree.
So, yeah, that viewer, they of course are welcome to their opinion, but no, it's not a cop-out. It's maybe he's confusing belief with adopting an ideology, where it's like, well, I can't think of anything better to, think of, so I'll just say I believe in this.
Yeah.
But it's not true belief. So that one's out of the way.
Yeah.
Then on to your stream's topic for today.
Yeah.
I would rephrase it slightly. It's not that we don't need God.
Mm-hmm.
It's that we shouldn't need God.
We shouldn't need God.
But unfortunately, there do seem to be a lot of people in this world that without some sort of supernatural threat hanging over their head can't control themselves.
I don't know that having the God belief does anything. When you talk, I'm sure there's individual case by case basis, but in sum and total, I'm not even sure that it matters.
It shouldn't matter. That's the thing. It should not
I'm not even sure
matter.
that it actually matters because, like, for example, the proportion of, like, the only survey I've seen of U.S. prison systems had atheists at like something like 1% or less than 1% in among the prison population. I'm a strong believer that people who are good and kind people who are religious, by and large, the vast majority of time would be kind and compassionate without religion. There are a lot of awful people that identify as Christians, and I'm not saying that Christianity causes that. Of course, when somebody tells me, "Hey, I'm of religion X," or "I'm of no religion at all," from my perspective, they've told me nothing about whether they are a good person. They didn't tell me anything about their character traits, whether I can trust them. I don't see a correlation that on any meaningful scale, religious belief actually curbs behaviors. But I have seen tons of examples where their attitudes towards others is shaped by religion in a negative way, and there's no talking them out of it, because when they think they are getting their morals from their God, I can't compete with that. I can't appeal to their sensibility, their compassion. I can't appeal to anything because I'm competing against their perceived God.
Yeah, and I understand. It's just I definitely have met people in my life that have told me that they restrain their behavior simply because they believe in God and they don't want to be subjected to going to hell. So overall, it's probably a small difference, but there are definitely people who find it does make a difference in their life, which I think is sad.
Yeah, I mean, you would want to think that that people are being good out of a genuine concern for other people, not just out of a selfish kind of strategy to make sure they get the carrot and not the stick.
Exactly. It's a shame. And so I think again, it's at least some small way that is having some sort of impact on people.
Yeah.
And I would love for the day where, it's like people can just live their lives and not worry about whether or not God exists. Either God exists or God doesn't.
Yeah.
Just be a good person.
Well, we agree. We agree. And again, the same thing that we always say is like, we grant that for many people, their religious behavior and beliefs are really beneficial for them. But I just think on balance, depending on what the particular religious framework is that you're looking at, it just does so much harm. There is so much harm that comes from it. So much real human suffering, real harm.
That's where I think the real problem is religion itself, as opposed to God and personal spirituality.
Yeah, but it's
religion
tricky.
Is one of those things that people use to divide themselves and separate themselves from others.
As we discussed before. But there can be a very thin line between the two. So I know people who say, "Oh, I'm not religious. I just have a personal relationship with God," and they also think in the way that they enact that personal relationship with God, they also think that I deserve to be set on fire at the end of my life because I don't have that relationship, right? So their personal relationship, see what I'm saying? Like,
we wonder what sort of relationship they have with God.
Well, their relationship with God is that they've read the Bible and become convicted by the Holy Spirit that it contains the truth.
There we go. You see, there you go. You just brought in Bible, which is a religious text associated with the various Christian churches. That is where the problem is coming from. You've been told that this particular book is supposed to represent the word of God and what is good and what is bad.
Yeah.
When I don't personally, I don't believe that. I know people who say there's evidence out there that does not support the Bible being the word of God because it has been mistranslated, altered, just has very little to do with the original documents that it was created from, which we unfortunately no longer have access to. We only have copies or alleged copies of those documents in some cases. In other cases, it was coming off of complete oral tradition.
But what if they say they've got personal spiritual reasons for believing it's true? God has appeared to them and told them that it's true.
I know.
You can't counter
I've got a cousin
that.
who's like that.
But you can't counter that without soaring off the branch you're sitting on yourself.
And that's going to be part of the problem is how do we discount someone else's personal experience compared to our own?
And you can't.
And
you can't do it and still apply, standards consistently and fairly, which is why I say you should move on from all of it. It's all nonsense. We don't need it. Move on.
But you're going to have a hard time getting people to move on to it when they actually believe it is a part of their life.
They're not going to listen to me. I realize that they're not.
They're not going to listen to anybody except for whatever falls in line with their personal view.
But my messaging isn't for them. My messaging is for other people, really. That's what we do this for. Again, I'll say it 1,000 times. We're not here necessarily to attack religion, even though it looks like it, even though a lot of what we do is attacking religion. The purpose of this is to legitimize non-religion, to legitimize non-belief. And that's the audience, and those are the people I'm speaking to. And they are amenable to hearing me say, we don't need this anymore. Let's move on. So that's the purpose of the whole
just for me to
setup.
just kind of wrap up what I want to say to everyone out there. Your life is your own personal journey. If you believe in God, great. If you don't believe in God, great. Just be a good human being interact with others out of love, compassion, empathy. For the members of your community out there like Fro and Christy that are in the middle of deconstructing, just, again, believe in yourself, learn to love yourself. Let yourself know that what those other individuals say to you with such cruelty is a reflection of them. It's not a reflection of you.
I think respectfully, I think they know that. They know that, Joy. So thank you for voicing it.
Sometimes it's really, really hard to get yourself to believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, my background wasn't religious abuse. It was narcissistic abuse. So I've kind of been there and done that when it comes to kind of deconstructing beliefs about the self, which is what they're really going through right now.
Fair enough.
They've got to learn to love and believe in themselves. And I hope that they get the healing that they need.
Thank you, Joy. I'm sure they will. So thanks for coming up and speaking to us. And I'm glad we managed to get you in despite the horrendous technical issues at the start. Thanks for coming back, and we'll speak again soon.
You too.
All right. Take it easy.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. There we go. That was Joy. And we are going to move on. Staying on the YouTube side, we're going to speak to, it looks like Captain Obvious. Looks like. Captain, are you there? Possibly not. Nope. Looks like not there. Okay. I don't have the patience to wait for these things to sort themselves out. We can't hear you, so you could refresh your browser and do all of those video type moves again. Otherwise, let's give you one more try. Try and come back up again with the same link. Quite often it does work second time. There we go. And we are in. Hang on a second. Like that. And how's that second time? Looks like still not working, sadly. Okay, don't know why. It's saying that it's using your headset microphone. But it's not. We're not hearing you, sadly, for some reason. Try again now.
Hello.
There we go.
All right.
We got you. We finally got you.
So I am also an agnostic atheist. I just had a syllogism I wanted to run by you and get your opinion on, if that's cool.
Sure.
So premise 1: all efficient causes of temporal effects stand in a temporal relation, such as temporal priority, to those effects. Premise 2: so all efficient causes of temporal effects stand in a temporal relationship to those effects.
I'm just going to take that to mean all causes happen before the thing they cause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Premise 2: anything that stands in a temporal relationship is within time, i.e. not timeless.
Yep.
Premise 3: if God exists outside of space-time, then God is timeless.
Therefore, God cannot have done anything, caused anything
premise
to happen.
4: the coming to existence of space-time is a temporal effect. Subconclusion: therefore, if God causes space-time, God must stand in a temporal relationship to space-time and thus be in time.
Yeah.
And the final conclusion: therefore, if God exists outside of space-time, God cannot be the cause of space-time.
Agreed.
Yeah, I've seen Ian make that argument as well. I don't know a defeater to it. Maybe there is one in deeper physics that I don't understand, but it sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, because the sequence of events of God deciding to do something, like create the universe, and then creating it, is itself a sequence of events. And for a sequence of events to happen, like God's decision to create the universe must have happened prior to his creation of it. And so if you're sequencing events, that is a temporal description of things. Yeah. So it cannot be the case.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
it.
It's only a defeater for people who say God exists outside of time, which is a lot, by the way. A lot of Christians and Muslim. I don't know about Muslims, but for sure, a lot of Christians will assert, yes, God exists outside of space and time, and so yeah, that definitely can be an argument that one would make.
Yeah, the majority of arguments from theists I've had against that is just simply special pleading, like, well, God can because God is all powerful. Like, well,
Yeah, he's
that doesn't
magic.
make logical sense. So you've just admitted that your God is illogical.
He's got God magic. That's it. Basically, he's got God magic. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate how you've put it. I think Ian puts it really, really succinctly. I think, Sean, you were right to immediately credit that over to Ian. I've heard him make the argument a number of times. I've never heard a single response to it that's anywhere close to doing the work they hope it's going to do. But yeah, I think you framed it too. So thanks for that.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to look up some clips of Ian, see if I can't find that, and kind of make my argument a little more coherent. I mean, it's
Good
coherent as is, but more understandable to a layperson. But
he just does it.
Come on and
no, that's fine. He's super direct with it. He just frames it to a couple of premises, conclusion, done. It's very, very straightforward. I can't remember his exact wording, but it's beautifully clear how he expresses it, and it's the argument we should all be making whenever anyone brings up this nonsense outside of space-time malarkey. All very silly. But thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate talking to you.
Not a problem. I appreciate you guys letting me come up. Have a good day.
You too, Fal. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, there we go. And staying on the YouTube side, we are going to bring in Jonathan. Jonathan, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
I just stumbled upon your YouTube videos through Matt Dillahunty and the line and stuff like that, and I just think you're amazing, to be honest, because how you keep your shit together, I don't know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry for the swear word. But I think when I get questioned by theists and they do the special pleading of God's outside space and time, and I always respond, well, if God's outside space and time, how do you know that he exists? Because you can't be outside space and time. Quite a simplistic view, really. Do you know what I mean? But I think my main thing is, when they make all these claims, my first go-to is, you can't claim anything until you prove God exists. And therefore, all your claims are meaningless and irrelevant. And then I go on to say something along the lines of, the Bible's not evidence, your feelings, faith, is not evidence, your personal relationships or your personal religious experiences aren't evidence, and the fact that we exist isn't evidence, because that's another go-to for them. The fact that we exist is the proof of God. How do you deal with that?
It's tricky because so many of their arguments are circular. So many of their arguments, well, they'll say things like, who created the universe, right? Even just asking a question in that way immediately smuggles in the assumption that it was a person and the assumption that the universe was created without doing any of the work required to demonstrate either of those two things. So it's hard. You just have to continually say, if you're going to appeal to God as an explanation for something, as you say, you first have to establish that there is a God. Otherwise, you could appeal to anything. You appeal to pixies or fairies or whatever.
I tend to do the alien thing. I could claim that aliens exist because we exist.
Yeah, you could.
And I think another thing they say is that God's eternal has always existed. So my other go-to is, we can say that the universe has always existed.
Exactly. So the moment anyone says, for example, if someone's arguing against an eternal universe, say, well, something had to cause it. Well, you could say, okay, well, did the something need causing? No. Suddenly there's an exception made for this rule. The something can be eternal. Well, if the something can be eternal, why can't the universe be eternal? The moment you grant that something can be eternal, you've destroyed your premise that nothing can be eternal. So, which is why they then get to the outside space and time nonsense, because that's a carve out they make for themselves, again, without earning it. They don't do any work to show it. It's merely asserted in order for them to say that God exists in a special category all by himself, where he's entitled to be immune from the same standard that everything else has to comply by in terms of its age or causality or stuff. So it's all very silly. and it's all lots of special pleading and circular arguments, and you have to stick at it.
I do. My wife goes mad at me. Why do you bother? Because the truth matters, and the fact that there's laws and countries being run based on religious beliefs, it's not acceptable because we're being forced to live someone else's lie.
That's exactly right. It's exactly right. And what we often find is that the people who we love, or the people who we live with, or the people who we spend a lot of time with, start to roll their eyes once we get on a soapbox, which is an experience not entirely unfamiliar to me. But that's why you've got to do things like write a book or start a TikTok channel or a YouTube channel, and that way you can kind of say the stuff that's important to you, and the people who are interested in hearing it will listen, and the people who aren't interested in hearing it will just swipe on.
Yeah,
all good.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Like I said, I'll continue watching now. I've watched the line for a while and stumbled on, just like I like how you remain calm.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I wouldn't be able to.
Well, if you've watched the line for a while, there's a reasonable chance that I may be on there at some point in the next couple of months.
Okay.
Lightly with Matt. So it's not fixed in stone yet, but there's some messaging going on quietly in the background. So I'm hoping that we can fix that up. So that'll be fun. Perhaps between his firebrand and my more mellow approach, there might be somewhere in the middle where we can have some exchanges. But thanks, Jonathan.
Continue with it. Thank you.
Appreciate that, friend. Thanks for coming up.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye. Okay. Quick check of the TikTok queue is empty, and it is 6:45. Kirby has just come up. Let's get Kirby in on the TikTok side. Kirby. Hi, Kirby.
What's up?
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you doing?
Great.
Excellent stuff. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I've been watching your show. I would say almost every day, but every time I see you pop on, between YouTube and TikTok, definitely love the stuff you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you were able to help me fully deconstruct a lot of problems that I had with Christianity. So I appreciate that. It was the Anne Frank and the Nazi analogy is what completely shattered the glass window for me.
Oh, really? Wow. Thank you.
Where it was like, hold on a minute. If they knocked on the door, what answer would I give? And if you're religious and you don't tell, then all honesty, then you would go to hell in that aspect. Does that make sense?
It completely makes sense. Yeah, it's why commandments is a really, really bad way to kind of tell people, to express morals. Commandments is like rules is a really bad way of doing it. It's much better to be focused on outcomes, because then that gives you situational flexibility. So rather than just saying lying is wrong, don't bear false witness, lying is always wrong, which is the rather simplistic type of, it's called deontology, rules-based morals that you get from the Bible, rather have an outcome-based system, which is like, do whatever you need to do to minimize harm. And suddenly, the question of what to do when the soldiers come knocking on the door and saying, "Are you hiding any Jews in the attic?" Suddenly, it's easy to answer. You just go, "No, I'm not. Of course not."
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You've lied, and it was the only
instantly.
Yeah. You've lied, and it was the only moral thing to do, right?
Yeah, that's the part that shattered it for me, and I was already on the fence to start with, so I went to Bible college, and I considered myself an atheist, but I had lost my parents when I was a little kid, and don't ever say sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I turned out to be an amazing person, but I turned out to be an amazing person. So if that wouldn't have happened, I wouldn't have what I have now. If that makes sense, I wouldn't have made the decisions I made, and I might be stuck like some of these other people.
Good for you, man. Good for you. And quite often, good things do come out of adversity and pain. It can often be the way. So good for you for that. But it really means an awful lot to hear that this stuff helps. So often these discussions become a bit abstract, and they become like philosophical fencing. And it really, really makes a difference to hear people like you say this helped, one argument helped, one framing helped. I really appreciate you sharing that, because it helps me to feel motivated to keep on going, knowing that it actually makes a difference.
Yeah, and and what's crazy is I run into the dogma every day. I own a retail store in Ohio, so I constantly have people coming in, and I also run a U-Haul store through it at the same time. So I see like every side of every culture that comes in. Everybody has to move, and to just see when they come in and they try to talk to you and they act like when you just say, I'm not interested, or I don't believe in that direction. It's crazy the dogma that everybody holds. Like I don't like it's like constant judgment. Like I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I wanted to tell you that because, like I said, you've helped me out a lot, because I was in that stuck spot where I almost considered myself, like, to me it's oxymoron to even say it, but like an agnostic atheist is kind of what I called myself, where I didn't think, like I couldn't logically come up with the real explanation of there being a God, but at the same time I had wanted to hope that there was something beyond, because I lost my parents. So that was my hope in that. But once I broke from that, it's like, it's almost like you're free. Like you're a jailer. If you're in religion, it's like you're the jailer, and you're watching your prisoner, and it's your own fault, because all you have to do is leave. You're not in the cell.
Sean calls it thought shackles.
Yes, like that's beautiful. But you helped me knock those off, and I really need to go.
Thank you, man.
Glad to hear it.
That's awesome, Kirby. We're really happy for you. Genuinely, really happy for you.
So yeah, I'll definitely keep supporting you, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, buddy. Really appreciate that. Thanks for coming up. All right. Keep well.
Have a good day.
And you, pal. Take care.
You too, buddy.
Thanks. W. Kirby, that's awesome. I love hearing stuff like that. I really do, because it just puts, I don't know, what would you say? Like puts flesh on the bones of it all. It's so easy to get lost in the sort of the philosophical arguments and the theory and the is morality objective and is it subjective and this and that, and looking at the Bible verses and what kind of God would say this and all of that stuff, and they're important conversations and we will always have them. But it really makes a difference when you hear about how this stuff actually helps individual people and touches individual people. And I get some comments from people saying stuff like that, which I love. And a sizable number of my comments are people who are just saying, like, nobody wants to hear your stuff. You're just, whatever it is, speculating about what the motives might be or stuff. And actually, that's a powerful evidence against that. People like Kirby and people like Richie and others who have really been helped by the stuff we do. They're all the argument I need against people who are, going to criticize what we do just for the fact that we do it. Okay, let's bring in Alethea. And then we might start winding things down after that, as we've been going for a little while. Welcome in, Alethea.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Yeah,
thanks.
we got you.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. So this is my first time seeing this live. I was just curious, do you have a motivating reason why you deny the existence, or are you sort of on the fence, like agnostic?
No, we're firmly atheistic. I say firmly in that I'm not making the positive claim no God exists, but we don't think that any do. But you asked about the motivation. The motivation is that we perceive a lot of harm done by certain religious systems, specifically Christianity and Islam, that teach people and teach children that if they believe the wrong thing, they're going to be punished forever for it. If they're not convinced of the truth of certain myths about people in the Middle East 2,000 years ago, that if they're not convinced of those myths, they are going to be punished, and that it's a good thing they're going to be punished. They deserve the punishment because it's righteous. I think that's a really harmful, horrible, toxic thing to say. So my way of responding to that has been to write a book, which is coming out on Prometheus in November, showing that belief is an involuntary process. It's not something that you can choose to do. It's something that happens to your mind. And then, having established that, make the moral case that once we realize that belief is an involuntary process, threatening people for not having it is a moral failure. It's a catastrophe morally. It's a dereliction of decency. So I hope that answers your question.
That's interesting though, that you're writing a book. Just wondering, not saying it in like a condescending way, do you have like any sort of qualifications, maybe philosophy or theology or something? Or just out of your own free? Yeah, that's cool.
I've had my head in this stuff for about 30 years. So I've spent a lot of time in online debate spaces, having these discussions, and in real life too. Done the Alpha course 4 times in the UK, but I don't have formal training in this area. Just interest and passion.
It's also a testable hypothesis. So, for example, you cannot right now, I presume, just choose to believe Superman actually exists in reality. And when you think about it logically, if belief was a choice, I mean, there's some consequence of that. One, you would never have former believers who wanted to continue believing, tried and couldn't, because if belief was a choice, why not just choose to continue believing? Former believers like myself literally tried to for months or years and just couldn't. But also, when people go to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist dealing with delusions or what have you, what would be the purpose of medication if they're having these beliefs that someone's following them, trying to poison their food, whatever their delusion happens to be? Just stop believing those things. But like, belief just doesn't work that way.
Right. So I kind of got 3 things to say. First, I agree with you. I don't think Christianity or Islam are true, and I agree that they're both harmful. I was more so coming from a more general, maybe deistic. I hold to more like Aristotle's view. I don't know how much you know of that. Second thing is atheism. The A there, it's a prefix negation. So it's more so saying I reject. So it is an affirmative belief. So you would more so be holding some stance as to why, you would have some true proposition as to why you deny that belief. And then thirdly, if we want to be pedantic, there are some views you could posit, like indirect doxastic voluntarism, where you could say we can direct our beliefs
So I address that.
Something which we would choose.
I address that.
It's not in the it's not in the sense of right now I can just click my fingers and say become Muslim. But if I were to choose, okay, I want to, and then willingly over the next, given period of time, I spend every day reading the Quran, I hang out every day with Muslims. Well, I could sort of direct my belief.
We have this conversation every day. We have this conversation every day. I'm not making the claim that there are no actions you can take that can influence what you believe. That'd be a stupid claim, obviously. That'd be stupid. But I think that indirect doxastic voluntarism is itself a little bit of an oxymoron, because whilst you can choose the actions that may have a bearing on your belief, the ability for you to control your belief ends when your mind interacts with reality, right? So even if you take all of those actions, even if you join the prayer group and read the books and do the things, there's still a point at which you either are convinced that they're true or they're not. So you can influence yourself, but there's a difference between influence and control, between, changing the likelihood of something happening and choosing it. They are different. And there are people who do all of that stuff. They do all of that stuff and they still don't believe. So where the rubber meets the road is the formation of the actual belief. And that's the test proposed in these religious systems to determine the fate of your eternal soul.
I agree with that, right? But the point is when the choice, so the rational deliberation, is happening on the timeline, right? So if we posit at T0, I make the rational choice, I want to, start dictating my life towards Islam. Now, at some further time, let's say T5, right? That's when the actual, switch happens internally. I've hung around enough people, I've read enough scripture, and my mind has been influenced. What you're positing is, look, in that moment is when the the belief changed and there was no sort of choice there. I agree with that at that moment. But at T0, my rational deliberation was what influenced that belief, right? So I sort of free willingly, you know, depending what your view is on free will, I still directed my belief. And so there was an indirect, which is
you didn't,
which is
you
the
didn't
point
direct
of
your
the
belief.
thesis.
No, you took some actions which had a chance of changing your belief. And then when you
So
got
that
there,
actions led to the belief,
and
right?
when you got
can't
there,
choose the consequence of doing those things.
yeah, that's the
So
point.
The actions entail the belief.
The actions may or so here's what's going to happen if you take specific actions toward a belief, like you want to believe X, and you take some actions to try to believe X. What's going to happen is the information that you are then presented with and exposed to will either cause belief to be inevitable because it's convincing to you, or impossible because it's still not convincing to you. So, for example, I continued when I stopped believing in Christianity. I took a lot of extra steps to try to continue believing, and I couldn't. So there is a situation where literally what I was trying to do, it was an impossibility for me in that case. So you can choose where to look with your eyes. You cannot choose what you will see when you look in those places.
Right. Okay. So I'm not saying you can choose any belief. That would be stupid, right? I can't choose 2 + 2 is 5, and no matter what actions I take, they're not going to be convincing. But the point is, if there is some given set of actions of which, once actualized, you know, sufficiently produce X, which would be the belief, and I rationally deliberate.
That's the problem.
To take,
but that's the problem. Forgive me for interrupting you.
But sorry, if I rationally deliberate to take those actions, then I have made the rational choice.
You have,
to form that belief,
but if is doing a lot of work for you.
Belief.
Yeah, but if is doing a lot of work for you there, because there is no group of actions you can take that are sufficient to produce a given belief. They may be necessary. No, they may be necessary for that belief. There are no actions you can take which are going to reliably produce the same belief in every person who takes them. That's
why I said sufficient.
No, but they're not sufficient. But you're wrong. They may be necessary conditions, but they're not sufficient. If they were sufficient conditions, that would mean that everyone who took those actions would end up with that belief.
No, that's not what sufficient means.
It is.
Sufficient would be
sufficient means that if you
is just indexed to a certain case.
Sufficient means that they are required, that if you do those, the thing is going to happen. Necessary means that you have to do them in order for that thing to happen.
Right, but I can sufficiently index them to a person, right? So they can be sufficient for person A, but not for person B. So it doesn't entail that anyone that takes those actions will get the belief.
But you don't know if they were sufficient for you until you got there. So they're not sufficient at the point you make the decision, as you're calling it. They're not. You don't know until you get there. You don't know until you experience the belief or the lack of it. And the evidence for this is there are people who do this all the time and fail to find belief. They do all the sufficient actions, and then they get there and they find they weren't sufficient. Right.
But then it wasn't sufficient.
So you don't know if they are. So you're not choosing the belief. You're choosing a set of actions and then finding out later if they were sufficient or not.
Sure. So let's take an example where some given set of actions does produce a belief, okay? It does in a given case. Now, if I rationally deliberated to take that set of actions as opposed to another, would I not be indirectly entailing the belief?
Indirectly, you'd be increasing the chances of it happening. And I've never made the claim. I've never made. I know, but I've never made the claim that doesn't happen. I've got a whole chapter in the book about this. Go on, Sean.
That's all the view posits. That's all the view posits.
Okay, so hold on.
Aiming at a belief.
All right. So let's say John reads a book and the book convinces him of X. Him choosing to read the book in itself was not sufficient to convince him. The contents of the book being convincing to John was the necessary. Him being exposed to the contents that are convincing to John is an entailment. Him just choosing to read the book doesn't guarantee that the information he'll be exposed to in the book would be sufficient to convince him of X. And so in all cases, you have to be exposed to information that is convincing to the person, which you can choose to be open-minded. You can choose to expose yourself to information, but in the end, what you're exposed to will either make belief inevitable or belief will still be impossible. That's one of the two outcomes of taking those actions.
Right. So no one's positing any given case as such would entail or would necessarily entail the belief. The point is just that you can sort of redirect your life or set your conditions in such a way that they would, raise the probability on a given belief being true. That's all it's saying. But anyways, I'm happy to talk about God if you want.
But I just want to address one thing you said earlier, because you said that A in atheism entails that you're making a positive claim.
Right.
Well, the prefix A is the negation.
Yeah, the prefix A. I cannot have that. So everyone in the world is either a theist or they're not a theist. And we have a commonly used prefix for not, which is A, right? So if you could say someone is a gardener and someone is an A gardener, they don't do gardening, right? It's not commonly used that way. But we have a word for people who believe in a God. It's theist. Now, we don't really have a word for people who don't believe in a God, apart from an atheist. It's someone who isn't a theist. Now, within that class, you then have two subcategories. You've got people who are making the positive declaration that there are no gods. That's commonly known as a hard atheist. You probably know this, or a strong atheist. And you have people who aren't making that claim, for whom the prefix A does not mean that they are asserting the negation of theism. They're just not accepting it. And that's what a lot of people fall into. That's what Sean falls into, what I fall into, what the majority of people here fall into. There are people who say, I make the positive claim, there are no gods. And I can see why they do, because I think they're likely true in what they're saying. It's likely that what they're saying is true. But I don't quite go there myself.
If we're positing that, the Ilium is true, and so it's fully exhaustive to say either the claim or the negation is the case, you can still hold an agnostic position to either truth value. So say, for example, the number of atoms in the universe, is it even or odd? Is it even, is it not even? I'm not going to affirm any of those propositions, right? So I can say I'm agnostic. Right. Now, if you're affirming the negation of the negation of theism as being true, so you're saying that proposition is true, then that means you have some conditions or some reasoning as to why you have been in favor of that proposition as opposed to the other.
And what we're saying is that if P is God exists, a person who neither affirms God exists nor affirms God does not exist, it would fall under the category of atheism because they lack a belief in a God. They are non-theists. Words don't have intrinsic. Sometimes this argument comes up like, you're not really an atheist. Words do not have intrinsic meanings. Someone can't be factually wrong about words. At best, someone could be using esoteric or unconventional definitions that are maybe not conducive to conversation. However, if you look in the dictionary definitions, for example, Merriam-Webster, a lack of belief or a strong disbelief in the existence of a God or any gods, we meet the lexical definition under Merriam-Webster, which means we're using the common, colloquial, useful definition of the term. And if you want to turn to philosophy, I can pull up the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, where they define atheism in the psychological sense as an atheist as being a non-theist. So we're using the colloquial dictionary, commonly understood definition of the word. We can't be factually wrong because words don't have intrinsic meanings. And so it's more important than to address our actual position than to try to saddle us and get caught up in like definitions when they don't really matter.
But if you want to be a little bit accurate here, can you see the screen at the moment?
I actually can't. The top is like cut off for me. I can see the bottom, like B bracket negation P.
Yeah. So there's three statements here, right? I don't sure you can see them, but if P is the proposition,
you just read it out. It's fine.
Okay. So P is the proposition that God exists, right? So BP means you believe in P. Means that's a theist, right? And then you've got two more positions. You've got not BP or negative BP, and you've got believe negative P. Do you agree that the second and the third are both instances of atheism?
So the second one would be expressing what? You're going to have to read them out.
So there's BP, there's negative BP, and there's B negative P. Right? So
you're
BP
affirming negation God.
So BP is affirming God, right? Not BP is literally just not holding that view. and B not P is affirming the negation of P. Can you understand the difference between the second and the third?
The second one just sounds like agnosticism.
The second one, agnosticism is just to do with what knowledge claims you're making. Let's not worry about that. These are all about belief positions. These are expressing three different belief positions. One is a belief in a God, one is not a belief in a God, and the other is a belief in not God. Can you understand the difference between the second and third?
Wait, do you hold LEM to be exhaustive?
I don't know what that means. Can you see
law of excluded middle?
Oh, right. Oh, law of excluded middle is exhaustive.
So
yeah.
for any proposition, either it's affirmation or it's negation.
Either it's but that's separate and independent from what you believe about it. So yes, P is either true or not true. That is a true dichotomy. However, you can believe P is true, you can believe P is false, or you can be convinced of neither. If you're not convinced that God exists, that is by the dictionary definition, which you're free to use or not use, the common usage of the word, a lack of belief or a strong disbelief in the existence of a God or any God. If you're good with us using the dictionary definition and you want to move on to arguments for God, we can do that.
I'm more than fine to. My point was, and this is why I gave the example of the atoms, right? I'm pretty sure this is what the syntax you're sort of expressing here is saying. It's either, look, you think it's true, you think the negation's true, or you're just holding neither to be the case. Now, I thought you were holding the negation and saying, I hold the belief that there's no theism. That's the first thing I was clarifying. I'm fine to move on.
Yeah.
So neither John nor I are convinced any God exists. So you have good evidence that God exists.
So just to clarify, you wouldn't say like it is true that there's no God, right?
No, I'm not holding that view.
No way of knowing
because
that.
How could we demonstrate that? But the other thing I just want to say before we move on is to understand that in this case of the three statements, the third one is a subset of the second. So in other words, if you could think of not BP is the set of all people who are not convinced a God exists, and then within that group there's a smaller set which are the B not P. So B not P is a subset of not BP. Now that's going to not come across spoken, but you understand what I'm saying? So
so the second one, it's not the case that B bracket P. All that one's saying is they're essentially not convinced of either truth value.
Which means they're not convinced any God exists. So it's putting it simply in plain language.
But they're also not convinced
hold on. Correct.
Yes,
Correct. But so people who, by the Merriam-Webster definition, have a lack of belief in a God are people who are not convinced any gods exist. Of those, there's a smaller set of those people who are also not convinced any God exists that believe no God exists. So one is a subset of the other.
Okay, sure. Have you heard of the sort of Thomistic or Ed phases? I'm sure you have because it's gone very big lately online with like Alex O'Connor and stuff. But it's sort of this hierarchical argument. Have you looked much into this?
I think I know where you're going with it. It's very Philbro-ish, but
look,
I'm not accusing you of that. I'm not accusing you of that. It's a little difficult to follow, but we can entertain it.
Yeah. So essentially, there's two ways we can look at the sort of coming to be of something. Essentially, so there's either the temporal notion where things evolve through time. So we could say, person 1 gave birth to person 2, gave birth to person 3. These happened across a timeline, and Aquinas and Aristotle and Ed Phaser, they're all fine with saying this can regress infinitely. Because say your parents gave birth to you X years ago and they can, if they pass away, that's fine. They don't need to be active right now for you to exist. Now, there's also the hierarchical ordering or coming to be. So that's something that is present right here and right now that keeps something actualized. So the example people like Alex O'Connor give, they have like a teacup on like a table. And they say, if you remove the table right now, the teacup won't remain there. It's not like the time one where if it happened 40 years ago, it still exists. Does that distinction make sense? Yeah. So essentially what they want to say is, look, there's a cup on the table's holding up the cup, the floor's holding up the table, the earth's holding up the house, the atoms are holding up the earth, so on and so forth. And there's this whole hierarchy of things that are holding up one another. And this cannot regress infinitely because, would you agree, or do you want me to give the reasoning why that can't go back further?
I would want you to give the reasoning.
Yeah, so essentially how Aquinas phrases it is there's sort of derivative and non-derivative powers. So anything that's standing in the middle of this chain is sort of deriving its power from something else. So the table, to have the power to hold up the cup, is deriving its power from the earth. So if the earth was in there holding up the table couldn't hold up the cup. Does that make sense? So it's deriving its power from something. So it doesn't have primary power. And there needs to be something at the bottom of this chain which gives everything power, because you can't add a bunch of zeros and get a positive integer, right?
Well, we're not dealing with enumerated things here. So from my perspective, you could have a finite amount of things. And then you could have, for example, if you want to talk about an ultimate hierarchy, it could just be the laws of nature, such as gravity, the laws of physics, universal constants, those sorts of things. But nothing you've said, as far as I can tell, to me indicated that there has to be an infinite chain of things that allow for the cup to remain on the table.
Right. Okay. So a lot of people will bottom out. They'll try to say something like the laws of physics or something like basic atoms or things of this nature. But there's a few problems. So firstly, even the laws of physics, well, it might depend what sort of view you take on them. Do you think laws of physics are like properties or something, or are they sort of some like Platonic thing that's like governing the world?
They're abstract facts about the way reality. They don't exist in a physical sense. They're abstract facts about the way reality functions.
They're abstract.
Well, it depends on what you're referring to. Like the laws of logic are abstract, but like the laws of gravity,
not logic, like physics.
Well, I got you. But like the laws of physics are just descriptions about reality, the way reality interacts, and phenomena that happens within reality. Like I don't know.
Right,
Like
so
I don't know that gravity. Well, they're absolutely descriptive. We're describing the way reality functions.
Right. So the laws are descriptive. So something descriptive can't really enact or give something power. You'd need something descriptive.
Can gravity has causal effects on the way matter behaves, right?
But if the laws simpliciter are descriptive laws, then there's no power from something descriptive. You need something prescriptive to enact power onto things.
Okay. So John has to, like, he just sent me a message. So John, we're like, we've been going at this like 7 hours. He has to go. You can come. Yeah, you can come back.
I didn't want this to be like bad faith. I hope you didn't think I was trying to.
Yeah,
be
all good. No, all good. And I'm happy to have the conversation, but maybe not right now because I was about to start bringing the stream to an end.
Yeah, this will go on for 40 minutes.
It will
happening.
But I do respect how you push back against like Islam and Christianity because I think they're very harmful. So
great. Well, I'm glad we're agreed on that. So
okay, no worries, guys. Talk another time.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks. Okay, lovely people. Just two remaining super chats to read out from the wonderful Tim. In fact, Tim said, "Careful, if Kirby swallows you, he becomes the host." Kirby was awesome. And also from Tim, there are three options: active belief, theist; active disbelief, or I don't know; not actively believing or disbelieving. And two of those are non-theist. That's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. I think we framed that pretty well. So thanks, Tim. You nailed it too, as always. That's what I love about Tim. Tim can come with the silly jokes, but also when he needs to fix up and do the serious business, he's there as well. Thank you, everyone. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for bearing with me through the technical nonsense. I'm hoping that this is all going to get even better soon. Theoretically, my fiber line is due in this week. They haven't completely confirmed it, but that's going to hugely change like the whole sort of headroom around the whole stream. I'm operating on a maximum upload bandwidth of 12 megabits per second at the moment, which is very small. So I'm constantly like the slightest thing upsets the stream and makes things jitter. So I'm having to lower bit rates and make the image not look great and all of this sort of stuff. Once the new line comes in, that's 100 rather than 12. So life gets a lot easier once that happens. and we shouldn't have so many issues. So thank you for bearing with me through the issues. Really appreciate that. And we will be on again on Thursday evening, probably the usual Thursday time. That's normally the 10:30 UK, 5:30 Eastern time for Thursday. So be looking forward to that. And in the meantime, thank you so much for all the usual things. Thank you to the mods for doing a wonderful job as always. I love you guys. And thank you, Sean, for joining me during a working day too. That was amazing that you could be with us. It was great to see you turn up. So thank you for that. And we'll see you in a couple of days, everyone. See you all out there on the comments in the meantime. But